stream is live. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Rates for Vets. Well, we just had one guy take off. He'll probably be back. We have a good crew here. One of the nicest crew in the world that you would love to see in a poster in the post office. Yes, sir, with the number below their chin. We have Mr. Nude Guru, who has the biggest leaf in Canada. We have Kate, who loves cats. And we have Mr. Smiley, who smiles like crazy at the UK. And we have Mr. We'll pop him up. Mr. Fitness, who picked up the Empire State Building by his hands. Say hello, everybody.
I'm still trying to be an asshole. Why am I not succeeding at this title here? I'm working at it. I'll get better. I promise.
Shh, don't say nothing. Don't say a word.
Is everybody with us? Kat, you're on mute. Can you hear us? Kat, you with us?
I had you guys on mute because I was watching the news, but I just checked to see if you guys were back.
Okay.
Yeah. But
what can we argue about now?
Fitness,
What?
there's something really odd about your audio all of a sudden here.
Yeah.
It's really like, say something. Yeah, it's gonna.
How about now?
Same thing. A little better, but still.
Hold on, let me put my earphones on. Hold on.
No, it's not good. Yeah, I would reboot or something.
How about now?
Same thing.
No.
All right, so I'll go out and I'll come back in.
Okay.
See if that works.
Well, that's terrible.
And Smiler back with us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he sounds like he has something in his mouth.
Yeah, I got a biscuit in my mouth.
You got a what?
Biscuit.
Oh, a
A
biscuit.
cookie.
Oh, okay. I thought you said a
Chop.
fish kid.
Chocolate chip
Can
cookie.
you get a hold of him, Nude? I'm on the phone here now.
I got
Thank
you.
you.
I'd ask her name, but I don't want you to dox your favorite cookie.
Is she chocolate chip?
Try it now, Fitness.
I only eat vanilla wafers.
Yeah, that's
you're
okay.
good.
Yep, you're good. Yeah, you're good.
All right, cool. Yeah, I don't know why that happens, but I've got some experience being on panels. You go in, you come back, you go out, and you come back, and usually that resolves the issue. Not always, but whatever. So what are we going to argue about now?
I don't know. We just
fuck.
interrupted the talk now. So.
Can we talk about sex?
Well, it's Saturday night and you're not getting any, so why not talk about it?
That's the truth. Yeah.
Where do you want to start? Do you want to start down to the basics, the birds and the bees, or you want to go right to the top?
Oh man, let's go right to it. Let's penetrate this situation.
All right. Let's break out your chains and whips. All right. I think Rice is ready.
So is this a throwaway stream? We don't care if we get struck?
No, just don't mind the groaning and the moaning. It's me getting beat up by my wife.
Again?
Oh, so,
Yeah.
Smiler, do you have your squeeze there tonight?
No.
No? Okay. So Wrights is the only one who's got Fitness. Do you have somebody?
No, I'm home alone.
Okay, so Wrights is the only one who's got someone. And he's the one who wants to talk about sex. And he's the only one who can do it.
No,
Remember
I got to be on stream.
Remember
You don't
the
have
movie
to be on stream.
You remember the movie Home Alone? When they left a
Yes.
little kid. I got my house all wired up. I'm waiting to see if somebody tries to break in. It's all wired up. It's all
Joe
booby
Pesci.
trapped.
You can take Joe Pesci, no problem. So, but you don't really, right? You're just saying it.
Yeah, I'm just kidding around.
Yeah. Right.
The way I live my life is this: is like, if I'm walking down the street and somebody pulls a gun on me and wants what I have in my pockets, I'll give it to them. If they decide to shoot me, even though I gave it to them, it's my time to die. That's it. Everybody's gonna die. None of us is getting out of this life alive. That's how I live my life. I don't live in fear. Whatever happens, happens. What will be, will be. That's it.
Okay, Sarah. If Eddie was here, you could sing it for us. Well, then why don't we give Wrights' girl I assume it's a girl, some ideas.
Well, hold on. I'll be right back for a minute. Hold on. I got to talk to her for a minute.
Yeah, the
Done.
oddly
It
enough, I
won't
had
take
this.
long, I promise.
Yeah, I'm done.
How do you know?
You're not on a promised land.
I've seen this movie before.
What, he told you hold on so he could get wet and then come back?
Yeah, several times.
I had to wear a raincoat.
Oh, so she's a
I had
squirter.
boots on too. I had boots on.
So she's a
Half
squirter.
the 8 seconds
but
was
at-
him changing his underwear.
At your age, though,
Ugh.
right? You must be playing beat the clock when you put that raincoat on, huh?
Oh, I do. Got to see the rain cap.
Niagara
Yeah.
Falls.
Tell you, it's a nice crisp day here in Michigan. Yes, it is.
Are you bringing her to the microphone, or were you just kidding?
What's that?
Are you bringing her to the microphone? Because I'm trying to figure out if I should be bringing out my big tricks to tell her.
Ooh, goody, goody. I love that. Oh, good. Oh, whip me, hit me, beat me, do it.
Oh, it's a girl thing. I can only tell the girl.
His daughter was on yesterday and she was hilarious.
I was trying to remember who it was that I met that I liked her, and she's married to an Iraqi. It was his daughter. Is she coming tonight?
Bryce's daughter?
Yeah.
Oh, no. She's no, she's got to do something tomorrow.
I don't know the husband's phone number, so I couldn't ask him.
What husband? What?
Right, daughter. Right, daughter.
Oh,
You said she's coming tonight.
I'm sorry. I
I
wasn't.
said I can't ring the husband to find out.
I was wondering if I'd get away with that. Apparently, I didn't get away with it.
That went right over my head. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. I knew when I said it, but then nobody said anything, so then I just went on and I forgot.
Nudie was the only one who got it.
Yeah.
You play a little dangerous sometimes there, Smiler.
Oh, excuse me.
So I haven't had sex
Well,
since April.
I just heard
He
somebody.
hasn't had sex since July.
You want me to get it?
Somebody
again?
else. Somebody else here? Yeah, please, Ned. I can't. Yeah, that's hard for me.
There you are.
Denizens?
Dennison's back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. So
Welcome
I haven't
back.
had sex since April, and Nudie hasn't had sex since July. So unless he's fucking small woodland creatures,
Who's counting?
I am. Can't you hear me?
And I'm cutting my wife off for a year.
You know my sex life better than I do.
Well, I don't know what you do up with the small woodland creatures.
Neither do I, but I'll try and figure it out and let you know.
Mm.
It can get a little breezy out there. Wearing
Yeah,
your
when
waist,
you're
you know?
naked.
Yeah. It's true.
Isn't it a little bit cold to be running around naked up there this time of year?
It is.
He doesn't feel it. He's used to it. He can walk on hot coals and everything.
He's getting good now walking around the water.
He's
Look at how
Jesus.
bushy his crotch is.
Nudie is Jesus.
Look how bushy his crotch is. That keeps him warm.
Now that should be your avatar.
That's what
And
keeps me warm.
And when he runs, you can hear his Gallagher going, near, 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 near.
Like, boink.
Hey, you guys think so highly of me. Oh,
I just said that you're Jesus. I don't think I could say anything better.
well, it's a few steps down from God, but I appreciate the sentiment.
Oh, my
He's the same.
God.
He's the same step down from God as all of us, but he is my hero. Not my hero. My inspiration. He's just He was just a great human being.
I think he was a good carpenter.
Maybe. I don't know about that, but I hope so. He was a carpenter, I guess, but I don't know if he was good at it.
He was also a banker.
I don't
And
know
he
about
didn't
that.
want to play the name game, and they hung him on the cross for that.
Did he make that cross that they hung him on? He was a carpenter, right?
Probably.
What's your source? What's your source, Nudie?
Huh?
What's your source
Source of what?
as far as him being a banker and
Read the Bible.
They didn't have banks back then.
Yeah,
they had
barter
money
system, wasn't
lenders.
it?
They had money lenders.
I thought it was a barter system.
No, they had money lenders, and one of the things that makes him my hero is when he went into the market and he
Yep,
overturned the tables because he was making a point. People didn't do shit like that, but he did because he was brave and he was making a point. He'll do anything.
Did Jesus have a last
he'll,
name?
He'll die on a cross just to make a
Yeah,
point.
Christ.
Nazareth.
Christ.
Yeah.
Nazareth.
What?
I think it was Rothschild.
He was a Jew, but he wasn't a Zionist.
I thought it was Jesus
Who,
of
Jesus?
Nazareth.
Yeah.
He was. That's where my family's from. One, like part of it, and some from Bethlehem, and then for some
Hey,
from
isn't
other places I don't want to say, or else they'll get killed.
that the whole basis for that INRI sign above him? What it means is he is the king of the Jews.
I don't know, but he didn't pick that. It's probably just
You notice
propaganda.
I don't know what that means. INR.
The Catholics
Hey.
did it. The Catholics did it. They throw that on. They threw that.
It's
on.
Latin.
How is it on his
Is it?
birthday, which is supposed to be December 25th, right?
No,
That
his
we
birthday's
have
in
this
August.
Christmas tree with lights on it. What does that have to do with his? I thought his birthday was supposed to be December 25th.
It's got
That's
to do
all
with the
paganism.
Zionists. It's got to do with the
Christmas
Zionists
tree.
taking away. It's got to do with the Zionists taking away from what Jesus meant by turning everything that he stood for and putting it in the garbage and then putting new things in there instead.
Speaking of Jesus
But
Christ,
Christmas
1,200 years
trees-
before Christ, there was somebody named Horus, Horus, who also
That's
just
a god in
as a-
Egypt.
as a coincidence, he was also born on December 25th. What a strange coincidence.
No, what that day was, that was the day that they had some pagan thing that went on.
Yule.
December 25th.
Celebration
okay.
of the winter
Which
solstice.
is what
Right.
Okay, so
what I
then,
was
so then
trying to say
Jesus.
about Christmas trees. Christmas trees have got nothing to do with
So
Jesus.
what they did was they wanted to celebrate the one God, not celebrate, program people for the one God. So what they did was they took that pagan, they wanted to get rid of paganism, so they replaced that day and made it for the one God's son, right? That's why they picked that day. But his birthday was on, like, some people say, I say August just because it's my birth month, but some people say, I've heard more people say July, but I see people picking their months. So he wasn't born December 5th, 25th.
He was a Pisces. Sign of the
Pisces.
fish.
Yeah, Pisces. Well, let me tell you something. Pisces are highly intuitive. Highly intuitive.
My moon is a Pisces. I'm a Virgo Pisces.
So
Which is
Constantine
completely opposite.
wanted to make Christianity the official religion, and the pagans weren't really down with it.
Right.
So he incorporated the Christmas tree and the Christmas ritual to
No,
encourage
that was
more
a German thing. That was a German thing.
So what
to
was what's the
encourage
deal?
more pagans to participate in the celebration.
So
No, that was
then-
years later.
was that the same reason that they did the giant bunny rabbit on the
That's
day of the
that's
resurrection of
Easter.
Christ on Easter?
That's
So they came up with this giant bunny rabbit, this man-sized rabbit that walks on its hind legs, and I don't know
again.
if it gives out eggs or.
Zionism trying to dismantle Christianity.
That's because the symbol of rebirth, as it's metaphorically put in the
An
Bible
egg.
in Jesus' resurrection, is the celebration of the spring equinox. That's after everything dies and comes back to life. And rabbits are fertile as all F, right?
It
Because
was
they
Esther.
fuck like rabbits.
Esther. It was
Yeah.
Esther. Yeah.
So rabbits are a symbol of fertility, and that's why they became a symbol of spring. and why they became a symbol of Easter. And she's right; that's where the name comes from.
Yeah, it's funny you brought up rabbits because when I lived on a farm, I actually had rabbits. The gestation period is only 28 days, and a 3-month-old female rabbit is already able to get pregnant. And they will if you leave a male in there with them.
So we're
Damn.
I
selling.
started off with 2 rabbits. They were supposed to be either 2 males or 2 females. And one day I went out to the cage to feed them, and I thought one of the rabbits was dying because I saw a pile of hair in the back of the pen or the cage. So I went and I told them, and they were like, "Uh-oh, one of them is a male, one's a female." Next thing you know, I had 125 rabbits. You know, I used to sell them for $2 a pop.
3 months, so
Yeah, once the females are 3 months old, they can already become pregnant. Like I said, the gestation period is only 28 days. They multiply, you wouldn't believe.
So those
I had only 72 years.
Those 2 days are the high holy days of Christianity, and they have both been completely bastardized on purpose. They have nothing to do with what the day is. Like I don't
Imagine how the pagans feel.
I don't.
They were
believe in
already pissed when the
Christianity.
Christians took it.
Yeah. Okay. I don't believe in Christianity, but Jesus to me he's been my hero since I was small. So when I celebrate Christmas, which I know isn't on his birthday, I'm celebrating the fact that he was born, and it's a social thing because it's like means something to me because of my family, how close I feel to my family on Christmas. So I like to celebrate that. And Easter doesn't mean as much to me, even though it's the highest holiday. I'm not Christian, so I'm not anything like that. So I don't celebrate Easter really. But that should have nothing to do with rabbits or eggs.
Yeah, well, what is it? Is it Palm Sunday? What's the day that the Catholics get the cross on their forehead? Whatever day that
Ash
is.
Wednesday.
I don't know.
Yeah, well, I'm not Catholic, but I don't want to feel left out. So what I do on Ash Wednesday is I just take some dirt and I make a cross on my forehead to try to fit in, you know.
Yeah, but there is a Palm Sunday.
Do you wear a
right
packy
before
dot
Easter.
too sometimes?
There's a
what?
Palm Sunday.
You wear a packy dot in your forehead too sometimes?
Oh my
I don't even know what
God!
that is.
That-
I don't know what that is.
That was totally that. You don't say that.
The
Why?
little red dot.
That's like
that
saying the
they-
N word.
Oh no, I don't.
Nah,
no,
that's what they
Yes.
say. It. I don't care. I don't cater to word snowflakeism. I'll say what I
Even.
please.
All right, then where's fitness? I
Yeah.
take it back. There is a racist person here on the panel.
As if.
I'm racist.
As if.
That's really fucking rude.
I got plenty of colored friends of all kinds.
You want to call me? You want to call me a sand N too?
A what?
A sand N. I'm not going to say it. 'Cause
I
I'll
don't
get
know what you're
rights.
pointing
I
at
don't
there.
know why rights wouldn't be taken down for you saying that.
I
It
know
is
what
kinda
I know what
funny.
word you're referring to, Miss. I know exactly what.
Sans. I
That
really
is
don't
one
know
of the
what you're-
better
And-
racist terms.
What
Yeah.
do you mean better?
You know what the
How is it
N word
It's
better?
funny.
is?
It's
You know what the
funny.
N word is, and it's
Yeah,
not
oh shit,
nudie.
that's funny.
Oh, I know what she's talking about now. Okay. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah,
You
I
wanna
know
call
the
me
N word.
His brain finally updated.
Yeah,
You
it
wanna
just
call
dawned on me.
sand
Yeah.
N nudie?
Well, I don't use that word. I just don't.
Not you, nudie.
I don't think of it.
Nudie.
Yes, I know what the
He-
N word is, of course. I don't know what
Okay,
the
so you
sand
want to
part
call
is.
me a sand N thing? Then
A what?
a sand N.
I have no idea what you're referring to.
You
What's
just
What the
the
hell
N
is
word?
this
What's
sand?
the
Hey,
N
why
word?
don't you drop it, Sand N?
What
And
is
send
the
T.
N word? What is
Sand
the
S.
N word, nudie?
Nigger.
Okay,
By
you want to call me a
jeez.
sand N?
rights. Been
I don't
nice
even know what
knowing
that
you.
means.
Yeah, really. There goes the network.
There
I don't
goes the
know what that
neighborhood.
means. What
Yep.
No, you don't have to worry because there's nobody
sand
watching the
nigger?
video. There's
What does
nobody in
that
the
mean?
chat
I've
room.
never
That's
heard of
what.
that
That's
before.
what.
Yeah,
people
which
call
is
Arabs. That's what people call Arabs.
Oh, okay. Never heard of that before.
Yeah,
First
but
time.
it's really fucking rude and racist.
Yeah, whatever.
And so is the word you use.
Whatever. I don't play
What
into
word did he
that,
use?
That
PAKI.
that controlling
okay.
division rhetoric, you know?
And do you know where the word comes from?
Pakistan.
No, it was when all the Pakistanis came to England, an England terms phrase.
Yeah, like Wog. Wog was for the Arabs and the Africans.
That's what happens when you go into superficial identification. You know, people get all
Whoa,
flustered
guy.
about
That's what
nothing.
happens
All I
when
know
you're
is this.
really rude
All
and
I-
disrespectful.
All I know
Whatever.
is
That's no.
this. Most white men that will
I,
use the N
I
word.
could say the river. It's rude and disrespectful for it to expect everybody to adhere to the superficial bullshit.
What I know is this: is most white guys that use the N word when they're not in front of a black person won't say that in front of a black person, and most of the time, the ones that do, they get knocked out cold and looking up at the sky before they know it. They're on their backs looking up at the sky.
And
Well, I
that's
don't hit
the
people
same
for
as
it.
the
I just wanna spit on
LGBTQ
them.
wokeism bullshit. You know, it's the same thing, right?
No, it's not. No, it's
Yeah,
not.
I don't have to go by somebody else's superficial perception. I don't
So
care.
do you call a retarded person retard? Hey, retard. Would you do that?
What do you call a little person? You call
Hold
them a
on,
midget?
hold on. Would you do that, Nudie?
No, I'm not interested in belittling
Okay,
people.
why? Okay, so why wouldn't you do that? What's wrong with
Because that's
calling a retarded person
that's
retard?
belittling.
And that's what you're doing when you say
No, I'm
those
not.
sort of words. Yes,
But
you are.
No, I'm not. But you can project that if you want.
No, you
That's
can.
your
You
interpretation.
can
That's your
rationalize it
twist.
if you want.
That's your
but
twist.
You're
That's
just
to justify.
rationalizing
That's
your
your
bad
twist to
behavior.
justify your narrative because you
You
believe in that superficial bullshit,
no, it's the
and you want to
same
hang on to that.
thing. It's the same
No, it's
thing.
not. No,
It's
it's not.
disrespectful. It's unkind.
That's your
And for you to
interpretation.
rationalize it just
That's your
doubles down on it.
interpretation. That's your interpretation.
No, that's
And
your
go ahead, and you're
rationalization.
entitled to your interpretation. I'm still going to say what I'm going to say.
Yeah, that's a shame.
People call me chubby but ugly. I don't say nothing.
People call me a wop. I get highly offended.
Well,
I
that's
Do
the
you
nature
really?
of a WAP.
What didn't that
Shit,
stand
we
for
call each
something?
And
other
what
wops.
I know, most people that will call me that won't say that to my face, and if they do, they'll be looking up at the sky within seconds. They'll be
Yeah,
on
I
their
that's
encourage
backs.
my
actually
friends
no.
to call me a wop.
Another
And a guinea, too.
superficial projection. You see, you know, like it's all ego nonsense. You know, that
I love
you're
when my
playing
friends
it,
make fun of
Calling
my
a
playing
retarded
into the
person
hands of
retard.
your oppressors like nothing with that shit.
I
Calling
agree
a
with Nudie.
calling a retarded person retard, that isn't superficial, right?
No, it's not.
If my intent, the only reason you would do that is to try and belittle someone. You know,
And
that's
that's
different.
exactly what happens when
No,
those words
you're taking it that way.
when those words were made up. They were made just like the N-word to belittle other people,
To
to
degrade
make them
people.
feel like less.
Exactly.
So
No, it's the
every time
intent
you
of the
bring them up,
person.
so every time you bring them up, all you're doing is reinforcing that time all the other 1,000
Nah.
times that person heard it.
Yeah,
Same thing with
I could be
retard.
reinforcing.
Same
I could
thing.
be reinforcing to get over it because it's nothing.
No,
It's just a
you're
fucking
you're
word.
just rationalizing your bad behavior.
Right. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Bad
just-
behavior.
Sometimes-
I'm such a bad,
sometimes-
evil.
Sometimes
what am
you're
I
not
now?
Jesus.
To,
Sometimes you're not
to you,
Jesus.
it's just a
Sometimes
word, but to
you're
the
actually
person,
human.
to you, it's just a word. But to people that have you know, that are black, it's not just a word.
Right.
It's a very degrading, harmful word that
Yeah.
they take high offense to. And
Yeah.
I'll tell you right now, come to New York City and say that to a black guy and watch what happens to you. And if he can't beat you up, every black guy that's in that vicinity will jump in and kick the
Yeah,
living
but
shit
see,
out
when
of
you say that, you're just reinforcing Nudie's point.
I
Maybe
was
I'm
just going to
black.
say that. You're reinforcing the point of the person who called you the N-word if you behave that way.
The point I'm trying to
Yeah.
make is that people, white guys that say that, when they're not in front of a black guy, 9 times out of 10 won't say that if they're in front of a black guy.
See,
They
you
won't say
guys-
that to their face because they know how hurtful and degrading that word is. But when they're online, it's okay.
Offense is
They
taken,
feel like
not
it's
given.
okay.
Get
See
over
what
it.
happens? You said N-word 3 times in a row, and now fucking Joe is here.
Hey, brother.
Oh,
Good
shit.
timing. Good time. You missed some good stuff. You should have been here
No,
earlier
dude.
for that stuff. That was right up his
Yeah.
alley.
Hey, listen, Joe, these guys are trying to tell me that George Floyd wasn't murdered. How do you feel about that? I'd love
Hey,
to
no,
hear that.
whoa.
Here we go again.
I did
Oh,
not
That's
say
no.
gonna
that.
backfire on you,
I
buddy.
did not say that, Fitness. I
Did
said
you give-
he was murdered. Denizen said no. He did
Right.
say yes, but then what he's not counting manslaughter.
Nighttime
as murder.
kidnapping is good.
Right?
Well, no,
So-
Miss,
Nighttime kidnapping,
Miss,
thank
You're
you,
not
goodness.
correct.
Miss, you and I are on the same page. You and I are on the same page when it comes to that. I
No,
didn't
Because the
mean
guys
you.
show up and you guys are talking about the N word. You guys are just racist. There's no way I timed that just right.
So, Fitness.
I don't know you
Yeah.
guys. I'll see you.
Fitness. I'm saying that based on what I'm hearing, I can't say for sure because I didn't hear the case, but based on what I'm hearing, I think it was manslaughter, but I consider that still murder, and Denizen doesn't, and you consider that he got murdered. So there's 3 people who believe that he got murdered. Now I don't know what the other 3 think, but that's not true. That the people on this panel don't think he got murdered.
Someone
The
please
state
not
did
give a
not
link to
prove
Joe.
their case beyond a reasonable doubt. That's what I can
Someone-
say.
Someone please not give a link to
Sure,
Joe
buddy.
Cool. We're gonna be in trouble.
Okay, well, I believe that day,
Yeah,
Officer
guys,
Shalvin, Officer
Make sure you
Shalvin-
don't give a link to Joe Cool.
Officer
That's right.
Shalvin took his life. He took George Floyd's life.
That's
what
murder.
I believe.
Just
Now
make
it was
sure
all
you
those
don't.
drugs that took his life.
Oh shit.
Well, how do you know what he took? How do you know what he took? Were you there? Did you see exactly
Oh
what he
no.
took? How do you know
They
Because
that?
found-
it's in the autopsy.
How do you know the autopsy report is
Hey,
correct?
now
How do you know
I'm
that's
the only
not
one who
true?
raises my voice around here. Okay, buddy, watch.
Well, I've tried
You know what? I
speaking
like you,
6
Smiler. I
times,
like
but
that you
can't
laughed
get
at that.
through.
He'll defend nudie.
So
I
we
like
got,
that
so
you
I've
laughed
listen,
at
so
that,
we got,
brother.
I've tried
I
speaking
forgive you
6
for being a
times.
dick to me earlier because you laughed at my joke. So now we're
we
friends.
we got 2 teams. We got
Hey, I don't-
Dennison and Smiler on one team. Then we got Miss
No,
and myself
I'm
on
not
the
in
other
his team.
And then
I am nobody's team.
and then
Listen,
Nude
look at
Girl
this
was
guy. He
right,
can't help himself. He comes in, he's going to divide everybody up into categories.
Nude
You
Girl
versus
was right
you.
to switch
This
it.
guy punched this guy. This
That's a
guy
personal
hates this guy
attack.
over here.
That's a personal attack.
This fucker's gonna make you look at the sky. It's bullshit.
Oh, you want to
Bullshit.
bet?
Bullshit.
Anyone have? Are we going to have a vote who the racist one, most racist
Joe
one
Cool's
is?
here. He's the most racist one of all of us. So
Who?
Hey,
Joe
I'm the
Cool-
only one up here who's ever actually protested with Black Lives
That
Matter.
might actually be too. Joe Cool might be slightly more racist than I am.
Joe Cool is our token racist.
I got work to do.
I gotta go, guys.
Nudie.
You need to gotta go.
Yeah, I
He's gonna
just
get out of here
remembered I
before
gotta-
Joe gets here.
Yeah,
Just
I
remembered
gotta.
he had
Yeah.
a thing at the place.
Yeah.
Thing-
I got
At now o'clock.
He's
Yeah,
on
I
his
gotta
way
talk
to
to-
the sex club. He's on his way.
Yeah,
I got- yeah, I-
he's got another 8-second rendezvous.
Yeah, I gotta go. I'll be right back. Yeah.
He's on a 5-minute promise.
Smiler, is it you who says Smiler, is it you who says stupid o'clock?
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny. Stupid o'clock.
So,
Uh-oh.
nude girl, when
Here we go. We're all in
Nude girl.
trouble now.
How do you classify, or what terminology would you use for a small person? Would you call them a small person or a midget or a dwarf?
A squirt.
I don't.
Yeah, I know. I don't know either.
Have you
Just-
Have you ever seen a little person,
Yeah.
Many.
like up close and personal? I mean, not like in a
Yeah,
video
they're
or
not
something.
rhinoceroses. They're just
Yep.
people.
Can I tell you
I
a
sure
quick
have.
story? What happened to me?
Yeah,
one
what'd
day?
you think? I paid so I could look at him from far away?
Yeah.
Well, listen what happened to me one day. So one day, I'm coming back from my clients in the morning. I'm on the 59th Street Bridge. And one of my friends asked me to take a short video showing how many bikes come across the bridge. So I'm up at the top of the bridge, and I pull my phone. I'm taking a video, and I don't know, several hundred feet down, I see this like kid on a bicycle, and I'm wondering, it's like 9:30 in the morning. What is this kid doing riding his bicycle on the way into Manhattan? And as he got closer, I realized it was a little person. So I was just filming him, and he went by and he goes, "Fuck you!" He got mad. I felt bad because he thought that I was just videoing him because he was a little person, and I didn't. That's not why I was videoing. I was videoing just to show that how many bikes come across the bridge for a friend. Send them the video, and anyway, I felt really bad, man. I really did.
You know what I would've told the guy? You know what I would have told the guy? I fought half your people you sized and lost.
No,
Yeah.
I felt bad.
I don't fight anybody. I just say
So,
hello. I just say
I'd
So-
tell
hello.
them, why don't you pick on somebody your own size?
Who's on the bottom here, man? Who's Joe here?
yeah.
Joe,
Hey, can you hear me?
My
No.
nigga, what's up?
Yeah, I gotta go.
I was just curious. I didn't hear any of the stuff you said about the George Floyd shit. So I'm curious. How many people on the panel believe that had that cop not sat on him or fucked with him that day, he was going to die without interference from that cop?
Not me.
Here we go.
Not
He
me.
was
Not
gonna
me.
die.
Not me.
I don't know exactly how things went, so I can't say. But what I do know is that they did not handle it like human beings, like they didn't like as good human beings.
No, it's the
We
cops.
can wait. So, Kat, you can fucking give me a guesstimation as to this. Had those cops pulled up on him, would he have dropped dead at that time without those cops grabbing him and all of that shit?
From what I hear, he was falling over in a store before the cops got there, and that when they got there, he was behind the wheel asleep. So, oh my god! So that would mean to me that he was high. Now, when I watched him on the video that Smiler showed, he didn't look high to me unless he was just like high on pot. But apparently, they said in the autopsy, which I couldn't read because it went by too quick, but that there was drugs, there was fentanyl in his system.
I'm not sure what your point is. A million
Well, what I'm
motherfuckers
saying
do
is
fentanyl every
apparently-
day and get high every day and
That's
don't drop
right.
dead.
No,
I'm
wait a
not
second.
sure where
Right.
you're going with this yet.
Wait. So if
You're in
he
trouble now,
actually-
Dennison.
If he actually, Jesus Christ,
Joe and I have already had
this
this
panel is
conversation.
fucking impossible.
Relax, it's okay. Go ahead, Kat.
If he had an extraordinary amount of fentanyl in him because he swallowed it or put it in his mouth or whatever, then yes, I think he would have died. Whether the cops,
I'm
take
not
the
sure that's
rest
what
of it
I
or
was
not.
asking you. I wasn't asking if he got hit by an asteroid at that precise time.
You asked me if he
Right.
would have died
What do
if
you
he
think?
took the
What do you
cops
think?
out.
Yes.
That
If
is
he'd
what
have
you asked
overdosed.
her, and then she
Wait,
answered you
wait.
directly.
No. Okay. Well, maybe you thought my question was, had he overdosed right before the cops sat on him, would he have died? Do you think, looking at him high, reading the report and all of that shit, cop doesn't sit on him, do you think he would have died then?
if he had an extraordinary amount of fentanyl, he would have died. But he
Well,
wouldn't
you
have had
saw him.
to, hold
you
on.
s-
But he
yeah.
wouldn't have had to die in that fashion because if somebody
Well, you're
says
changing the
if
subject,
somebody
buddy.
says they can't breathe, then maybe they could have helped him, right?
All right.
What she's
So,
what she's saying is she doesn't know that he hadn't taken a dangerous amount of drugs before the cops ever showed up. That's what she's
yes,
saying.
which is some desperation nonsense bullshit, correct? Which
I
is some
don't know.
fucking desperation nonsense,
Nope,
bro.
not really.
That's right. Dennison, you're in trouble now.
Sure it
Finally
is.
got somebody
Well, no, because
sure
I
it
don't
is.
take Kat's position,
So you don't have to defend that position.
so I don't have to defend that.
Wait a second. My position is you asked me if it was the cops that was the factor that made him
That's
die.
not how he asked it.
No, he didn't.
If he
No,
had
I
asked
know,
it that
can't
way, I
remember.
would have given a similar answer to you. But he asked something very specific.
Okay, say
If the
the
cops
words
were
again.
never there, he would have never swallowed the drugs to try to hide them. So I don't think he'd be dead.
But I don't know if that's why, because you said that he was already on drugs in the store.
He was,
So-
but I think he would have lived from that. He was doing drugs all the time. He
But I
passed
don't-
out in his car.
My point
His
was,
problem was that he took a
I
bunch
don't
of drugs
know
to
how
get
much
high,
he took.
so high that he passed out in his car. Then he swallowed the bag to try to hide it from the cops,
How many
and that was
people
too much
OD
drugs.
every day?
Wait,
They take
wait.
drugs
I'm
every
saying,
day, but eventually they OD.
He's
That
oh yeah,
happens
no,
all the
eventually
time.
he would OD. He had OD'd before.
So
Wait a
that's
minute,
it.
wait a minute,
I've
wait a
seen
minute.
a lot
You're
of
changing your story,
ODs.
Dennison.
Yeah,
Dennison,
I've seen a lot of ODs.
No, I'm not.
None of them look like that. He
Dennison,
didn't OD
earlier
under
you
that
said he
cop's
took
knee,
pills.
right?
Earlier
Is
you
that what
s-
you're telling me? He died from the drugs under
I'm
that
not
cat's knee.
telling
He
you.
OD'd under. I'm
Okay.
talking to Dennison now.
Oh,
He OD'd
absolutely,
under that
the
drugs knee.
fentanyl he had in his system affected his ability to breathe while he was on the ground, the prone position. Absolutely.
But they
No, I
should've
didn't
let him
ask you.
breathe.
Did the fentanyl affect it? Did the cop affect it? That was my question.
I don't think the cop caused his death.
Woo!
Unbelievable,
say
right?
that.
Unbelievable.
I didn't say that. denizen did, not me. I did not say that.
Yeah.
What I said was I did not watch the case. Therefore, I don't have all those facts in my hands. I'm only going by what these guys said.
I
And
don't think that you're a
More
detective and you
specifically,
have
I watched the
insight.
trial,
I don't
and the
think that.
state did not prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Derek Chauvin
Yeah,
caused
that's
they
why I
should
didn't
have
George
ask
helped
Floyd
you.
him to
death.
breathe.
Absolutely
They should-
fucking not.
Dennison,
why I
They
you
should
didn't
have
lawyer?
helped
ask you.
him. They should have
That's
helped
why I
him
didn't
breathe.
ask you whether the state proved it or not, right? The state didn't prove OJ, but we know he did it.
I
Right?
don't
The
know he
same
did
shit
it.
with his. We know that if the cop doesn't sit on his shit, even if he took it on own, if that cop doesn't grab him and sit, two people sit on him, he have trouble breathing.
For
Even
9
if he
minutes.
did take those
You
drugs,
know that.
there is 1,000% chance that that addict contributed to it. There's
Not
1,000%
that.
chance.
He
Not
held him in that
only
You
position
know
for
that.
9 minutes. 9 minutes that was. 9
And
Not-
fucking
but it
minutes.
had
Not only
nothing to
should they have
do
not
with it. It
sat-
was the drugs. Nothing to do with
Not-
3 men sitting on you for 9
Not
minutes.
only
You know
should
where
the cop,
Dennis's story differs?
not
Earlier,
only
he
should
said,
the cop have sat,
But
not
three
sat
men
on his
didn't
chest.
sit on him for 9
Come
minutes.
on.
but
Not
wait a
only
minute,
should-
wait a minute. We got a very
Well, not
important point to
only
make.
should the
That's
cop
just
have
a
not
thing
sat
that
on
you're
his
saying.
chest, they should have helped
It
him
is.
to breathe. Not
Earlier,
only should the cop.
Hold,
Joe,
hold on, guys. One at a time again. Hold on. Let
Well, no.
Okay.
We're talking. Cat's
Well,
trying to get in and not.
I know
fucking,
she's trying to get
showing
in. Yeah.
love. She gonna
She's getting
make her
frustrated.
shit. She gonna make
Yeah.
her shit happen.
Go ahead, Kat.
Go ahead, Cat.
my kind of mic gets talked over, so I don't know what you guys hear, but I know that when I hear the playback, half the time people don't hear me. So I have to
No.
yell,
We hear you. We're just continuing to talk.
which is very frustrating. I'm trying to. You never got a clear picture of me answering your question, and I'm not sure I was answering the right question. But now I'm telling you, the rest of the answer is, if the guy couldn't breathe, not only should they have not been sitting on his chest, they should have helped him to breathe. Okay, so if that made a difference, then yes, then the cop was the one who killed him.
No. We're sure that was just bluffing and bullshit. He could totally breathe. It was the drugs. Yeah, Dennison. Nothing to do with that. He was bluffing. He could breathe, and you can talk. You can breathe.
How are those two things mutually exclusive?
here's the thing. Hold on with the drugs. Earlier, what Dennis
Like a
said was,
motherfucker getting shot in the head, and you talking about, you know what did it was the drugs.
Except it
he's-
wasn't like that at all
earlier-
because he wasn't shot
earlier-
in the head.
Earlier, Dennison said that he took pills when the cops came. He swallowed pills. And he just said a few minutes ago
He
he
did.
ate a bag. And if he ate a bag, he would have shit that out. It wouldn't have went into his stomach. It
No,
would have went through his
No,
stomach.
his
He
stomach
wouldn't
acid-
have-
This
he
is
wouldn't have
you
absorbed
not.
it.
This is you not listening again.
No,
They
that's
found
what you said
dissolved.
earlier. Go back
See,
and
you're
play
still
the
not
video
listening.
back.
You let me know if you want to listen.
No, you let
ready?
me know when you want me to correct you and point out when you're
You
screwing
can't
up.
correct me because you don't listen.
Restraint, one at a time, please.
Yeah, either one. Go ahead.
They found dissolved pills in his mouth and partially dissolved pills with his saliva on it on the floorboard of the cop car. He took the pills and put them in his mouth and
But
tried to
that's
swallow
A
them.
few minutes ago, you said he took a bag and put it in his mouth.
Yes,
Is it a
the
bag,
bag
or a
of
pill?
pills that he had.
Okay, so then if he swallowed the bag of pills,
I didn't say he
the
swallowed
pills
the
wouldn't
bag.
have went into his system. They would have stayed in the bag. And
All
the next day
these
he would have
ifs
crapped it
are-
out.
Great. That's very astute of you. Congratulations. You just made a point that I did not raise and did not refute what I said.
Yeah,
And on
I
top
said
of that,
swallow.
on top of
I
that,
said swallow.
On top of that, you wouldn't have any idea what a dose, a deadly dose of fentanyl, if that's what he was taking, would be to him. Because first and foremost, if he was somebody that used it on a regular basis, he can tolerate more of it.
Not a bag.
Secondly, at no
bag.
point during that arrest or that murder was he was compliant in the beginning. He knew his name. He said it clearly. He wasn't slurred. He wasn't nodding.
That dude was high as a kite in that entire
And then
video.
earlier, you
Who's
also
supposed to
said
do
that he was
hiding?
smoking crack. And you said he
No,
was
I
smoking
didn't.
crack.
No.
Yes, you did.
No,
No,
I
no,
didn't.
You did.
No, he didn't.
No,
he
I
said
didn't.
cracked out.
You
And then
don't
you alluded to methamphetamine.
listen.
And then you alluded to methamphetamine.
You make shit up repeatedly.
No,
It's
he
a
just
pattern
got
of
it wrong.
behavior with
He
you.
just got
I
it wrong. He
never
was
said
not
that.
lying. He's not
Go back
lying.
and look at the other video. the
I
last
mean,
live.
whether or not he's intentionally lying, he's making shit up.
No,
He
It
didn't-
it's on
didn't
the
happen.
last live. It's on the last
It's
live.
not on the
It's-
last live, though, buddy. It's not. That's the thing.
Oh,
It's
okay.
objectively
All right.
not on the last live.
All right.
The fentanyl. I used to sell a lot of that shit, and it was always powder. Did they say fentanyl pills because they're like Dennison and want that black man to die on his own. Did they say fentanyl pills were found in his mouth? Because if it was, they would have said it.
I think it was painkillers that were laced with fentanyl. You know, the press pills.
Yeah, I'm interested now because I would assume the fentanyl was in his system. If he's taking pills, that was something different he was trying to get rid of. If you take
Right.
a bunch of, go ahead.
But-
I don't even know if
but-
fentanyl come in pills.
In the trial
as people do that stuff, right, Joe? As people do that stuff, they need
Yeah.
more and more, a higher and higher dosage to get
Yes,
the same
and
effect.
Which
fentanyl-
makes overdose more likely. not
Fentanyl
less likely.
overdose is obvious.
Yes.
It's extremely obvious. It
Yeah.
takes about 3 seconds and you drop the fuck out. There
Yeah,
is
that-
no
that's
talking and walking around. That's
Exactly.
what
He wasn't
fentanyl.
even.
I've seen a million motherfuckers do it.
George
got one
Floyd. George Floyd was not exhibiting that behavior.
Clearly, he
no
was
way.
not. You no way you overcome that. When you're fentanyl drunk, no way you can talk and act like you're normal. It's not even a thing.
But apparently he was already on something because he was almost falling over
Okay, so
And
that doesn't
he's
mean he should have been
fumbling.
killed.
and he was asleep in his
He
car
wasn't
behind the wheel.
killed.
He was
Yeah,
murdered.
I've done that a million times. I've fallen asleep behind my wheel a million times. I've taken fentanyl on my dope a million times. Everyone I know has taken it a million fucking times. We've all nodded out, fell asleep, and done those things. He's
But
done,
when I-
and
when I
we
saw him on
and
that
most
video,
of
he
us
wasn't- he didn't
haven't
look right.
died, and none of us died at the time. A motherfucker just happened to touch us. Oh, I overdosed at the exact same time.
He didn't look high to me on that video that I saw. He didn't look high to me.
Yeah, I mean, but that
Yeah,
just
look at Kensington. and you're getting-
congratulations. You're not familiar what it looks like when somebody's cracked out
I
on meth
just-
pills
I
that are
said
cut
to
with
me.
fentanyl.
To me, I said.
See,
Right,
there's where
and-
you,
and
you
I
did
believe
mention that. You did say meth earlier. You just said it again now. Now you're
Yes.
saying he was on meth
I
and pain pills. What do you know he was on?
I never said pain pills. You said pain pills.
I think
Jesus Christ, buddy.
Oh, I
Somebody
don't know.
said pain pills earlier because I said
What,
if he was
Joe?
on pain
Wasn't
pills, he
me.
wouldn't have been as anxious as he was, would he?
I don't doubt that somebody said pain pills. It just wasn't me.
Well, what you did, my sticking point with you, Dennison, is I believe that George Floyd was dished out justice by a cop instead of a judge, and he was murdered by that cop, Chauvin. Plain and
Oh,
simple.
And
yeah,
he
I
had
but
don't
assistance
think you
from his
understand
fellow
what the
officers.
definition of
And
murder
he had
is. And
assistance
I
from
think
his fellow officers.
that it does a disservice because the police officers involved were not held accountable for their actual
Yeah, they were.
crimes.
They were put in jail and they lost their
What
jobs.
crime did they do?
They committed assault and battery on someone for no reason.
Oh,
They
they were
escalated
not
the
able-
situation unnecessarily.
They stood by. That was their crime.
And
Their
they did
crime
not
was
That was
offer
a good
aid. They did not offer
Yeah.
aid to a man who was clearly in distress
Yeah.
from
What
point
they
A to
offered was
point B.
assistance in holding
And
him
they
down.
treated him like an animal instead of like a person who needed to be taken care of.
What
And that will continue because he's being blamed for a murder that they didn't commit. So now all you have to do is just not look like you have your knee on somebody's neck and you can still treat them like a fucking animal in the streets.
They're
So I'm
accomplices to murder. They're
disappointed in
accomplices
the
to
entire
murder.
thing. And the prosecution lied. Their witnesses disagreed with each other and with the theory of the state. They offered no proof. It was a fucking show trial from start to finish. It was a kangaroo court. The jurors were biased. And it was
being run by
a
the-
disgusting
by
display of a
media.
political prosecution, and nobody really talked about the real issues in the
Yeah.
Floyd case.
Can I
Yeah.
say something real quick?
Yeah,
I'm going to say two things real quick. 30, not even 30 seconds. Number one, when you start yelling in a debate, you've lost the debate. Number two,
I'm not
Well,
debating.
you've done a lot of
you're-
that.
you're
fitness.
yelling.
Okay?
I'm yelling
A lot
at
of
you.
people. A lot of people here have done a lot of that. So But
you've
you're
lost the
right,
debate. And number two, the
This isn't a
loudest- the
debate.
loudest guy
I'm
in the
yelling
room-
at you.
The loudest guy in the room is the weakest guy in the room. And that's you,
I
Dennison.
say that all the
That's you,
time,
Dennison.
fitness.
That's you, Dennison.
Weakest how?
Okay, no, let's not get into
You
it.
got
No,
something
no,
to
let's
prove.
get into it.
oh, I agree. Let's not get
Weakest
into it.
how? Right.
No, let's
Nudie
not
is the
get into it.
determiner of what we can talk about. I would love to unravel this man's philosophy about me raising my voice, but we can't do that.
Yeah.
Well, it goes by sex life.
I'll draw. I'll draw a line there. If you guys want to continue that one on another panel somewhere, go ahead.
I'm going to join in laughing like everybody else. You know who's not laughing? Dennison. He's the only one.
No. Don't go after Dennison when I'm asking that nobody go after you.
That's his
Don't
strength
laugh.
he's demonstrating right now, ladies and
I don't
gentlemen.
need anybody to defend
His
me. I'm
strength of
perfectly capable
character and
defending
his
myself.
confidence that he's
Okay,
demonstrated.
guys. too much ego again. Let's
No, I'm
back to
perfectly
being
capable of
adults here.
defending myself. If you agree with me, great. If you
Too
don't,
much
that's fine
ego.
too.
It's self-restraint. Okay, let's get back to topics. Thank you
Yeah,
very
it's,
much.
if we're gonna talk about facts and shit, we could do that shit. But I think we might beat this horse. I think at least we know where the 1, 2, 3, 4 of us talking stand on that shit. Any of you guys up top? Smiley, let me see if that's you. Yeah.
Depends what you mean by we.
Smiley was the one who
Smiley's-
showed us the video.
Smiley said the cops should have killed him
Yeah.
because he had a prior arrest for putting a gun up against a pregnant woman's stomach.
Yeah.
What he said was is that any other cop would have shot him for the way he
I know,
behaved
right.
when they
And
tried
he
to
said
put him
that
in the
when he was
car.
an MP or the MPs in the army. No, he wasn't an MP. The MPs in the army, they would treat people the same way. Yeah, come on, stop.
They
Stop.
said
What he
had
said
two
was they would
kinds of-
fold them up by punching them in the stomach
Yeah,
to get him
stop.
in the car.
You know,
said
you
that-
could let
I
Smiler speak
actually
for
said,
himself.
I
you
actually
know, just
said,
the
I
thought.
actually said,
he's woke. Yeah.
when I was in the army, if we had somebody behaving like that and we wanted to put them in the back of the Land Rover, we would have folded them up by punching them in the stomach. Yeah?
Smiler,
what I
as long
said.
as you're talking, did the cop kill George Floyd? Did he assist in George Floyd's death, or would George Floyd had died at that instance like it's the lottery?
He's
Those are your choices.
Yes.
You don't get to choose the alternate reasonable explanation that he swallowed a bunch of pills. It's just
Right.
lottery of death or Chauvin did everything.
You just said
Right.
swallow. You just said swallow, Denizen.
He's
Yeah, he swallowed them.
He's an habitual drug addict, right? So I can't comment on how much drugs he can ingest compared to how
bag.
much I can ingest.
You're
Not
gonna
a
answer
bag.
my question at some point.
I'm getting to it, Joe. I'm getting to it, right? The kneeling on his neck while he was in the recovery position and the amount of drugs with his own medical conditions, I think it was a combination of both.
I can buy
So-
that. Personally, I think without that knee, he continues with a very good high that day. Drunk as fuck or whatever the fuck he took and swallowed. He continues on his day. He at least lives another 5 minutes. That's for damn sure.
But Denizen
Yeah,
said he didn't have his knee on his neck. It was
said
on his
what?
back.
He did have his knee on the neck.
No,
Neck
but
back,
Denizen said
either
it was on
way.
his back.
Either way,
No,
for
he was-
fucking
Yeah,
9
said-
once
minutes.
the defense
put him-
showed that his knee was not technically on his neck, the New York Times came out with an article saying it didn't matter. Just having his knee on his back at all would be enough to suffocate him.
No,
according
his
to
knee was
the
on the
doctor who
neck.
specializes in lung.
Right, his knee was on
capacity.
the. His
He's a
knee was on the-
pulmonary doctor, and he testified for the prosecution in the trial.
Yeah, I'm not sure
his knee was on the neck. He was in the recovery position, or he was on his left side, lying on the floor.
He
Yeah.
was not enough in the recovery position. That's part of the problem. Whether or not he would have died or not, they didn't do their job correctly.
Well, they couldn't
Well, they-
put him in a full recovery because he was handcuffed.
Define correctly. Define correctly, because
I mean,
They get
honestly, I
trained.
wouldn't.
they
I
get
think that-
trained to hurt
yeah.
us.
Yeah,
We get
it's a good
trained to
point.
kill
That's-
us.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, when I say that, I'm talking about like if I were in charge of how
Humane
policing
way.
is done, which is not fucking
not
anywhere in the
humane.
United States of America.
Yeah, it's not humane. Humane would be correctly, right? So they
The
wouldn't be
reason-
humane about it.
The reason why those police caused his death, in my opinion, is because they escalated the situation from start to finish, and Floyd should have never been put into the position where he took those pills in the back of the car.
Yeah, but
And
he
that's
was
why
already
when Joe
asleep.
phrases the question the way he did,
The encounter between
I think
George
that he
Floyd
would have
and
woke
police
up in his
begins with
car
a
in
tap on
40
Floyd's
minutes and
window.
been just fine, and he probably would have lived,
No,
quite
I
a
mean,
significant amount of.
even after he took the pills, I'm including that shit in my question nowadays. Even had he taken
Yeah,
the pills,
so
would
I
he have
can't
died at
assert
that
that.
moment?
I can't assert that either way. There's no way that I could possibly know that.
Bag.
But we
It was a bag of
we
pills. That's a
we
lot
can't-
of pills.
A
We can-
baggie,
we can
like he took a few pills after
we
he
can-
already got high.
we can assume that even if I swallow a bunch of pills and all of that shit, and I'm assuming he swallowed them when he was still at the store, because I think they cuffed him when they put him in the car and he wouldn't have had a chance. They moved him
That's
to
what
a
I said.
second. They moved him to a second location, and fentanyl works extremely fast. He'd have never
Yeah, it
made it
doesn't
there
take much at all
conscious
for fentanyl.
to the
The
second.
evidence suggests otherwise.
The evidence
were-
suggests he took him on the location where he died.
While he was in the car, because there were partially dissolved pills on the floorboard of the police vehicle.
But they could have just been in his mouth, and then he spit.
Right.
And
So then he was sucking on pills while he was laying in the car. That's a
It's
pretty
possible.
bad situation.
Not
It's definitely
sucking.
possible. I'm not
You don't
picking on
suck
you. I'm just
them. You just let them sit there and hope.
I'm
that they
just
don't
yeah, I'm
dissolve.
just saying that if he had a mouthful of pills while he was sitting in that car, you know, we're already talking about a pretty precarious situation,
Well,
aren't
you
we?
guys.
No,
you guys
I don't
it
think
might
we
not
are.
be a
I
full
don't-
bag,
I
It
don't-
might have just been a few pills, right?
I think it clears shit up from us. If it's a bag of fentanyl that he took, he dies in that back seat or he gets out unconscious. It's
They
just
didn't-
not a thing
they-
taking a bag of fentanyl and walking
He didn't
around.
take a bag of
Yeah.
fentanyl and nobody claims that.
Okay,
I
but
thought you
there's-
said he took a bag of pills, fentanyl, and some pills.
They never asserted what the pills were. They tested them and they found methamphetamine and fentanyl in the pills.
Very.
And they found methamphetamine and fentanyl in his system.
It
And
could
it
have been
was a
ecstasy for all you
considerable-
know. Could
It
have been
was a
ecstasy.
considerable amount. It could have been anything, which is why they didn't assert what it was in the trial, nor would I assert what it is.
Well, then how can
I'm
you
merely-
say it would, if you can't assert
I'm
what it is,
merely-
how can you say it would have killed him?
Because I'm describing that, if you'll let me
Ugh.
finish. Because
He
they
was
tested
murdered.
Here we go. This
He
is
was
why I raised
murdered.
my voice so that I can talk over you, because you won't shut up while I'm talking.
He was murdered.
They tested the pills and they found methamphetamine and fentanyl in the pills. Then they tested George Floyd and they found methamphetamine and fentanyl in George Floyd. Now you may continue.
All right. So we do know he took, or do we not know that he took fentanyl was in those pills he took?
They tested that one of the pills that they found on the floorboard, the other one was inconclusive. It was too dissolved. The one that had his saliva on it, that was
Yeah.
partially dissolved and was on
Yeah.
the floorboard, was still more whole than the other one. It
Right.
contained methamphetamine and fentanyl.
Well, we could, well, we can't, but I sold pills for many years and did the fentanyl with my hair. And I
I
got to
don't know
assume
of
that,
I don't know of a meth fentanyl pill.
yeah, I got to assume that those pills were pretty weak with the fentanyl. Whatever fentanyl would have been in them would have had been extremely weak. His tolerance would have had been ridiculous. Like, I could take amounts of fentanyl that would kill, 15 people, and I don't even get high. Well, that was
He
back in the
overdosed
day.
before, you know.
Okay, you guys made a point that I want to clarify here. You guys said that the ones that say that the cops shouldn't have been there, like like he wouldn't have swallowed those pills if the cops hadn't talked to him. Well, they were called by the store because he was falling over, and they found him behind the wheel. They should not have just left him there behind the wheel. They had to get involved.
I didn't say they shouldn't. I was just addressing his question.
And
Yeah,
that
the question
Leon, isn't
was-
that-
If the
Yeah, it
cops
wasn't
never
because
showed
it
up
was-
that day, would he
It
still be
wasn't
alive?
'cause-
And I think
it
this is a
wasn't-
possibility he would be, because he wouldn't have swallowed the extra pills to
Yeah,
hide
but
him
he's-
from the police.
It
Yeah, but-
wasn't because he was falling over. It was because he passed a bent $20 note
Oh, right.
for a packet
Right.
of cigarettes.
Okay.
The
He was
teenage-
falling
and the
over, but that's
teenage
not why
boy-
they showed up.
And we can't tell that
Teenage
knee is on the
boy.
neck right there. We can't tell looking at that picture. I got it blowed up. That's in doubt. We're in doubt as to where his knee's placed.
Yeah, once I watched the trial, when I saw this, I
Yeah.
was convinced that he was leaning on his neck and that he killed him. When I
Yeah.
watched the trial and saw
Play
that
it
same
from
video
there.
from other angles, I was no longer convinced.
I saw where I thought the knee was on the back, and I saw where I still feel like it was definitely on his neck.
And the guy who testified, the pulmonary expert,
Yeah.
who was definitive about it didn't matter, that even on the back, especially in that position, would be enough to kill him.
Yeah.
I would be inclined to want to believe that guy. You knowing me, unlike fitness, you know why I would be inclined to believe that and to blame Derek Chauvin for this whole thing. But I found his testimony very unconvincing. It was inconsistent, and it did not match the testimony of the other expert witnesses. I went into it thinking Chauvin was a murderer, and I came out of it convinced that it could not be proven.
Well, I believe it. It could not be
Right.
proven. I'm not even taking what could be proven in the court and all that shit into consideration. Just, odds, likelihood, and logically. That's all I'm going
Yeah,
off
but you
of.
can't convict a
I mean,
man on
that's what
odds
gets-
and likelihood.
I'm not
That's
trying to
what-
convict no one in here.
That's what the crucible of a court does when it's at its best, though. It uses logic, facts, reason in order to burn away the fat and the excess and get to the
Yeah.
core truths.
I've never seen a court at its best. I wouldn't expect
That's
those
what it's
things to
supposed to
occur
do.
in American court. So, yeah.
I don't agree with using statistics to convict
I've seen
a
it.
man. I know that people
Statistics,
It's
do
right?
it,
rare.
but I don't think
Right.
people should do that.
Should do
Why
what
is-
statistically? I didn't hear you,
That's
Kat.
deplorable.
She's saying you're just like, because you're like, what is the chances that
Yeah.
Chauvin leaned on his neck and he died at the same time, that wasn't a direct cause? And she's saying that's an absurd way to convict
I'm-
somebody of a crime.
I'm saying
Well-
no. What I'm
Yeah.
saying is just because every 98% of people who put their knee on the neck that's the cause of the death, that is
Yeah.
not logical evidence to convict.
That wasn't the assumption that I
The
came to.
the autopsy doesn't say that he died of asphyxiation.
Yeah, I didn't think he died from the knee on the neck. I would have assumed it was the weight on the back.
Well, Denizen said that
Right, but he was when they actually got him in the back of the police car, when he was saying I'm claustrophobic, he's actually, before he actually managed to wriggle out the other side, he's
Yeah.
actually saying in the back of the police car, I can't breathe. His ear up.
Yeah.
I can't breathe.
Oh yeah, he starts saying it before they ever even get him all the way in the
Yeah.
car.
at that point they should have helped him.
I agree. This is where the manslaughter comes into play and where they should have been held accountable.
Yeah, but because it's negligence, I call it murder.
No.
Chauvin and King then pull Floyd. to
Show the 9
ground.
minutes of the video
See
where he
Chauvin's knee
was on his back and neck.
go down.
Yeah, because we didn't get that.
Floyd's
We didn't
neck.
get that in this video.
Floyd
We
pulls
saw
out
this
Floyd's
already.
deceased mother.
Stop moving. Mama.
Yeah, this is just watching his pain for no reason. It's not the knee on the neck thing. The neck on the back.
Yeah, that trial was hard, man.
Yeah, that's just.
I cried a lot during that trial.
Hey, Kat,
Yeah.
I'm curious. Who blew up that hospital in Palestine, Gaza? Who blew it up?
Israeli.
She's gonna say
Israelis.
Yes,
Uh,
and they
uh,
admitted
with
it.
what?
He admitted it. I can show you a video. Pull up a video that Al Jazeera has where the Al Jazeera investigated. They have the video, the proof that the Israeli official said we got the hospital, and then he took it off the Twitter thing, and then he put something else on, and he was because before he was celebrating it. And then he put on the thing about Hamas, and then showed a video on his tweet, and then Al Jazeera proved that video was from something, I think they said August 2020. So yeah,
I saw
Israel
a
did
video
it.
from Israeli intelligence that
Yeah.
showed where they launched their missiles from. Didn't go anywhere near that place, and where Hamas launched some of their rockets. 2 of them went errant and hit the hospital. I saw a
Okay.
video of that.
Let me tell you something. I'll make it quick for you. The Israeli army lies like they breathe. Okay, and just like I said, Al Jazeera investigated when this Israeli official said that this is what happened, and they proved that was a lie. Okay,
So when you see
they
two
lie.
sides, one say this, one say that, you kind of don't know. You kind of got to use your
Oh my
logic
God.
as
Okay,
to.
I'll go get the video for you.
Wait, no. You hear
Somebody
my
else
point
say it.
though. Hold on with that vid, whoever. Can you pause that vid, whoever playing that? I want to finish this. So you have to use logic, right? You don't know what the Israeli intelligence should.
Proof. I said proof.
All right,
I'll
you have
show
to
you the
use.
proof.
Yeah, and
I
I'll
don't
show you
think
the
it's right.
Israeli shit, and you have to use your logic and discernment as to what, if either, is real.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got 57
Okay,
years of
so
that.
can you understand me using my logic and shit and
No,
discernment
because you're
excuse me, I wasn't done. To determine whether the cops' evidence or what I saw was real?
what? The
Can you
cops,
understand me
what you,
using my logic and my discernment to determine from the evidence I saw what's
well,
real
yeah,
and
from what you
what
saw,
conclusions to draw?
but then
Yeah,
Dennison says that he saw it from another angle, and it turned out that he wasn't doing that.
right. I
So,
thought you were saying it
and
was
this
dumb
is
for me to use logic and discernment. I thought you were saying it
no,
was not smart for
no.
me to do
But
that.
I said what you said. You said things like statistics. So I'm telling you that
Wait, what is
statistics.
I
I'm
don't know about
telling you that
statistics. I was talking
statistics.
about shit that happened around real life. I wasn't talking about nothing I read in a book statistically. I was talking about shit I'd seen in real life.
Here's the thing I'd like to add. I think this is
Still,
pretty important.
that's a statistic. So what I'm saying is, what my mean, like, this is a very big point with me about proving people guilty. You cannot
Yeah,
say that somebody, like for instance, with the News Now Houston thing, right? You
yeah.
cannot say that he was guilty because that this many people who make a sexual offense end up reoffending. You can't say that because there's also a percentage that don't, and you
I
don't
get you.
know
So you
which
can't say
side
that
they're on.
You can't say that Israel bombed that for certain because there's a certain amount of people who fake footage and shit like that, right? You can't say for certain that Israel did that, right?
Okay, I am going to show you what the proof is. I'm just going
But
to
your
share my
logic
screen.
doesn't hold.
I'm going to
No, my
share my
logic
screen,
is,
and
and
I'm
what
not
I'm
going to.
gonna conclusion I'm gonna come to. My shit is the same shit holds. The same way you say
Well,
Israel did it 100%, but I can't say shit like that because I don't know for certain. Somehow you do though.
yeah, and I'll show you why.
I saw
If somebody
video
brings up,
too
okay,
of
will
George
you bring up my
Floyd. I'm
video, please?
1,000% sure the
Not
cop
long.
did it.
It's about a few minutes long. Can you
Here's
bring
the
it up,
thing.
please?
Here's the thing. The
Where's
United
Moody?
States of America has satellites in space that can see any part of land on this planet. And they
I'm at the
certainly
strip
have
joint.
satellites tuned in to what's going on over there in Israel and Gaza. Okay, so the United States of America certainly knows whether who shot those rockets or that rocket. They know. Whether they'll tell us the truth or not, I don't know, but they
There
Moody,
know.
is
can you
no
bring up the
chance they're
video,
gonna
please?
tell us. They're gonna
At the
tell us
moment,
Israel's clean, and no matter what Israel does, U.S. is gonna back
That's
Okay,
them. It's
I'm
right.
going to
like
That's
play the
being
right.
in
video now.
PDF room.
I'm
That's
going to
right.
need
play
to
the
So it's
show
video
very
John
now.
my new
possible.
video.
It's very possible Israel sent those
I'm going to
rockets. I don't know that it's true. That's
listen.
true, but it's very possible.
Yo, I'm going to play the video
Yeah.
now. All right.
Hey, by the
Yo,
way,
What
Kat,
do we
I didn't
know
necessarily
about
believe
the
oh,
any of
Al
that shit.
Ahli
I was just
Arab
trying to
Hospital
prove points. I'm
massacre?
not saying who blew up the building.
I'm going to prove you
Bada
my
bing and
point
bada
now.
boom.
All right. Ready?
What do we know about the Al Ahli Arab Hospital massacre? Al Jazeera has verified a timeline of events of how news of this massacre unfolded across social media. On Tuesday, 17th October, at around 6:59 p.m., a massive explosion ripped through the Al Ahli Arab Hospital in Gaza. This video, filmed from outside the hospital, captures the first sounds of ordnance whirring through the air and the subsequent explosions. Almost immediately, multiple eyewitnesses take to social media to describe the scenes of a massacre with hundreds of bodies scattered in the aftermath. Many images are too graphic to broadcast. At 8:23 p.m., the Israeli Prime Minister's social media advisor, Hanania Naftali, celebrated the bombing by saying Israeli Air Force struck a Hamas terrorist base inside a hospital in Gaza. A multiple number of terrorists are dead. He then deleted the tweet. The Israeli army were quick to deny having anything to do with the attack on the hospital and tweeted, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad terrorist organization is responsible for the failed shooting that hit the hospital. Along with the tweet,
Can you go back
they
30
posted
seconds?
CCTV footage reportedly confirming rocket.
You wanted to see
Are you
that first
serious or
original
joking?
tweet?
Yeah.
I took a picture of it.
Okay. Okay. This
right
one?
before that. Yeah, that one. That's okay. October 17th, 2023 at 8:30 p.m.
8:23 p.m.
Yeah.
And the bombing happened at 6:59 p.m.
Whoa.
Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Can I go on now or no?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Gaza, a multiple number of terrorists are dead. He then deleted the tweet. The Israeli army were quick to deny having anything to do with the attack on the hospital and tweeted, "The Palestinian Islamic Jihad terrorist organization is responsible for the failed shooting that hit the hospital." Along with the tweet, they posted CCTV footage reportedly confirming rockets being launched by the Palestinian Islamic Jihad.
All right. Whoops. Did you want to picture that?
Who, me?
No, because I took a snapshot of that one in my head, which is why I wanted to see the other one.
Oh, okay.
And
Yeah, I
that
took pictures of both already.
immediately recognize some key characteristics.
Footage reportedly confirming rockets being launched by the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. One glaring problem with the footage they shared was the timestamp. The CCTV feed displays a timestamp of 7:59 p.m., which was approximately 1 hour after the impact. The IDF then edited the tweet and removed the attached footage. Other Israeli
Did you need that or no?
I was trying to take a picture of it, but you went kind of quick.
All right, hold on. There.
That's it. All right.
Yeah.
All right, you can go. All right, I got it.
edited the tweet and removed the attached footage. Other Israeli army affiliated accounts also began circulating footage, which was later debunked and confirmed to be from August 2022. Another Twitter account claimed to be an Al Jazeera journalist at Farida Khan, saying, "I saw with my own eyes it was Hamas, Ayash 250 rocket." This account was then deactivated after it proved to be fake. The Al Jazeera network acted swiftly, releasing its statement on X, formerly known as Twitter. This account has no ties to Al Jazeera, its views, or content. So, what other evidence is there of the explosion? The Israeli army claims footage on Al Jazeera proves the explosion at Al Ahli Arab Hospital was due to a failed rocket launch by Palestinian Islamic Jihad. After analyzing the footage, we can see a rocket being intercepted and breaking apart in midair. Two more explosions follow. The first can be seen in the distance, followed by a second, much larger explosion at Al Ahli Arab Hospital. This was the moment hundreds were killed. Al Jazeera's digital investigation team has dedicated a detailed investigation into the matter. Independent military and weapons experts are still reviewing social media footage and eyewitness accounts. The Israeli army still refuses to let international journalists or independent bodies such as the ICC from entering Gaza to act as independent investigators. The claims and counterclaims continue, and across social media, unverified and misleading assertions have become part of a wider narrative, much of it confusing and inaccurate, but all of it aimed at assigning blame without the facts to back it up.
Right, I've got a video here now.
They just keep creating situations where we can just argue amongst ourselves, although it's crazy.
I 1000% agree. And Kat, by the way, I was just trying to argue from, the logic of what you were saying. I 100% think Israel did it. I don't think they went in there and blew up their own shit.
Are you talking about?
Me too. I agree. I think
Sorry, I can't hear you.
What about?
Shit. Okay.
I was saying,
Sorry. Go ahead.
there's no chance Palestinians went in there and blew up their own shit for that. I guess there is a chance, but what's more likely, and I believe, is that Israel, of course, shot and dropped the bombs. You didn't have to show me that shit to change my opinion. I already thought that.
I got a weapons expert.
I was just arguing the other side to show you that, to show you some hypocrisies that you had going on.
Sorry, this one topic. I have so much experience at this one topic that I am not entertaining any arguments from the other side. That like there is no I have very little question. I have a big question on the Palestinian side, which is that it's possible that Hamas did this to cooperate with the oligarchy and do this on purpose because they needed something to start World War III. So I am worried
they did that first
Palestinians,
attack
not
to do that.
Palestinians, this was not on behalf of the Palestinians, that this was not to save the Palestinians, that this was to work with the oligarchy to make big change in this world. And that's not on the Palestinians, that's on Hamas.
Can I tell you what I think? Real quick, I didn't get a chance to talk for a while. I think it's quite possible that Netanyahu, being a right-wing wacko leader that he is, prime minister, who does not believe in democracy, is in the process or has been in the process of dismantling democracy, or whatever there is left of it in Israel. He's under indictment for fraud, taking money off the table, and a bunch of other things. I believe that this man fully intends on remaining the prime minister of Israel somehow, some way, until he dies. And I believe it's quite possible that I don't see how Hamas would have been able to attack by air, land, and sea without Israel knowing it, unless he basically shut the systems down, so to speak, so that to give them the opportunity. And what he did is he's starting a fire, and while this war goes on, his indictment will come to a halt, and he ultimately hopes to be able to start the fire and then put it out, eventually winning the war.
He'll probably be able to put into some new legislation or something. It's so crucial, this war. We can't change leadership at this crucial time.
Right.
So I got to stay in. And the reason I thought it was because right after the attack, Israel didn't say we're going after Hamas or say anything specific who they're going after. They say we're declaring war on all of Palestine, which is not all Hamas by no fucking stretch. And they started dropping apartments, which made me think that, they were totally prepared to do that shit.
Now, remember, they do this all the time. They do this every couple of years. They just have never done it on this big a scale and in front of the world. Because before, it barely even made TV. And they never make it on TV. What happens before the Palestinians fight back. Right? So Hamas is a good organization and they're a bad organization. They're both.
I really believe that the call came down from the big guy, Netanyahu, to the intelligence agencies to kind of look the other way to allow this to happen so that he could start this war, declare war on Hamas. And, when Israel is at war, they'll do the nastiest things just like any other country. They won't admit to it. We do the same kind of stuff. We don't admit to it.
Of course. Yeah.
Right? So I think it's extremely likely that it was Israel that threw that rocket.
He has been itching. He has been itching to do this for so long.
Well, I want to say this last thing.
Held back. And now that's it. He's going, never mind. It's my time now. That's what he's doing, even though it's not even up to him. This as a bigger plan for the whole world. It's just the Palestinians are the canaries in the mine. That's all.
This is my optimistic view, right? I'm almost done. So I optimistically, I'm hoping that we don't go to World War III doesn't start, and that whenever this war ends, it could be a 10-year-long war or more. Who knows? But whenever it ends, it'll only end because Israel will end up having to concede even a little bit and give some of that land back. Maybe not make Palestine a state like it should be, but they're going to at least have to give some of that land back. Otherwise, the war won't end.
No,
I'm assuming Israel
full of ignorant people who only see the Israeli side going, kill them, use our tax money and give them billions of dollars so they can kill a whole race full of people.
Right.
That's
and in my worst case scenario, we actually are on the precipice of World War III. And we send, we've already sent over 2,000 boots on the ground over there, Americans, I think Marines, mostly anyway. And if we end up, let's say we end up sending 100,000 troops,
to the Middle East, whether it's to Israel or other countries in the area, in the region, that's a great time for China to decide to attack Taiwan.
China's
gonna be-
already sent battleships to the Middle East.
There you go. So you know, it's I hope for
They
the
are
best case
making it-
scenario, but
They're making it so that the Arabs have to go to war. There's no way that the Arabs won't go to war if they don't if they don't stop exterminating the Palestinians. All the other Arabs are definitely going to come
There
up.
is zero chance that the
What?
Arabs don't, right? They
Yeah,
know
exactly.
this is an opportunity they've been waiting on for a long time. I
Yeah.
think
Egypt
Israel's
or Jordan does shit over this.
And according to Gnuti, they're all controlled by one central, like he
And I
didn't
don't-
say Zionist, but I'm saying Zionist. One central oligarchy that is telling them all to play their parts.
And if the Palestinians don't have a state, I don't see who they give the land back to.
in
How
that
do they
area of the
What?
in that area of the Middle East, there's like
Who do they
370
concede the
million
land to if the Palestinians don't have their own state?
people. There's like
He-
370
he's saying
million.
I think you're saying, Dennis, that right now, Palestinian is not really Palestine. Is that what you're saying?
They don't have a state, right? So if they don't have a state,
They have the
who do
territories. They have the territories which are occupied right now, but they were the biggest part of the population, and then they killed them and chased them away and invited a whole shitload of Americans and fucking Europeans to come and take up the land, and
Well, there's
then
like-
and they kicked Jews out too, and they kicked the Palestinians and the Jews out. So now it's just a country of Zionists, but there is territories that we were crammed into, which is the Gaza Strip and the West Bank and the Golan Heights, and then everybody else. 6 million people got scattered out on the rest of the world, and the rest now they won't let them connect. They won't let the Gaza and the West Bank connect. And the only reason why the people are in Golan Heights is because they got chased north, and Syria gave them that piece of land. But they won't even let them be a state, but they are a people on the land that their ancestors were on. They're just on only a tiny piece of it because the rest of it's been stolen.
I'm on the side of the Palestinians 100%. They should have their
You
own
said we
place,
don't
and they
have
should be
a
able to
clue.
name it Palestine, and they should have their own state, and that's it, plain and simple.
Yeah, I'm just curious that if they don't have the state, like you said, where does the land get conceded to whom?
To
They're going
to
to act. Obviously, they're going to have to be able to call that land their state, Palestine, or whatever. I'm sure that's what they're going to name it. Or they can name
the
it whatever they want.
settlers have to go first. The settlers have to go. They have to go. And then we have to end up having to share the land with these fucking pig Zionists. But at least the Palestinians and the true Jews get to live on that land again. We have
I'd
the
like to
right
know-
of return.
I'd like to know. I'm going to guesstimate that 30% of Israelis in Israel actually believe very much in what we're saying here. What some of us are saying, that Palestine should have its own state, and that land, at least most of it, should be given back, and that should be theirs, and they can do with it what they want.
There's a handful of Israelis
Live as
that
a
are on our side.
sovereign state or sovereign nation, like anybody else.
There's a handful of Israelis on our side, just a handful. The rest of them have been indoctrinated to be part of the army. There's barely a friggin' citizen in that country. They're all fucking soldiers.
Well, here's the thing.
Well, what
In
it is
Israel,
a
the
majority
population
don't
of Israel
believe
is-
that Palestine and Israel can coexist peacefully next to each other.
Here's the thing.
Well, you can't. How
the
can you
population-
live with people who control your water and your food and everything for 75 years and cut it off whenever they want, go into your house, bust through, use the people in the house as human shields, and then drop white phosphorus on you and do all these fucking crimes and always get away with it? How do you live with that person as a next door neighbor?
Some
should
Israelis
be
feel the
in
same
jail.
way too.
What?
Some Israelis also feel the same way too.
It doesn't matter. They don't belong there. They are thieves and murderers. They don't belong there. The
Listen,
Jews.
listen,
Where do they belong?
listen.
belong
Israel
there.
has a population of 9.1 million people, of which only 7.2 or 3 million are actually Israelis, Jewish. The rest are mostly Christian and other denominations. Okay, so you got let's say 7.5 million, we'll round it off to the higher number, million Israelis. And the area, the region they live in, is inhabited by 370 some odd million Muslims. The Israelis at some point are going to
Wait,
have to
say what?
concede, and they should concede.
Say that
Or
again.
they're gonna get blown up overnight. There's a part in the Bible that says someone got blown up overnight and everybody was sad. I always thought that Israel was small enough and in a worse area where they would be the ones to get blown up overnight.
Well,
The
let's,
Palestinians are
Fitness,
that's
can
smaller
you
because they
repeat your
push them in
last two
smaller
sentences again?
areas.
Yeah, Black Palestinians get blown overnight,
I
up
guess not.
overnight. No one would give a fuck. I didn't hear a word you said, Dennis. If you said so.
What?
I was asking Fitness to repeat the last two sentences he said before.
I can't. Just have to refresh my memory.
You were saying there's only 9 million citizens of Israel, only 7 and some
There's
change. Or
9.1 million people live in Israel, of which 7.2 or 7.3 million, roughly 73 to 75% of those people that live there are Israelis.
right?
So then you have let's round it up to 7.5 to make it even. We'll give them a few extra 100,000. You have 7.5 million people surrounded by 370 some odd million people in that region that are Muslims. That
Oh yeah.
the vast majority of those people, 98%, have to be with the Palestinians, right? Even if some of so at some point Israel is going to have to concede.
No, they
Actually,
don't.
if they do what's right,
All
Not
right,
with the
guys,
support of
I'm
the
gonna
American CIA.
I'll be in the
CIA.
chat, guys. I'll be in the chat.
I think that they're going to have to basically do what's right and give Palestine the right to call its, make its own state, and at a minimum, I mean, and ideally, probably more than likely, going to have to give some of that land back because the Muslims are not going to stop pushing. They're not going to stop pushing. So I just believe it's right. Now, listen, I'm not against the Israelis. It's like a really hard situation.
Why aren't you against the Israelis?
Because
They're
I
committing
don't want to.
genocide.
Yeah, I know, but
but I don't know what the hell Joe said about nobody gives a shit if the Palestinians are blown up. Was he like making a point, or did he really believe
The
that?
most
I can tell you this
ineffective
much.
genocide in human history.
Let me tell you this much. Here in New York City, I've run into on my bicycle numerous protests, mostly in Manhattan, but some out in Queens as well. And most of the protests, the larger group, is the people supporting the Palestinians. I'm
Yeah.
not kidding you. And usually the group is like double the size of the amount of people that are protesting for Israel.
They're not going to say that on the news, though.
Yeah, no, the left
definitely not on
wing
Fox News.
academia,
Definitely not
left wing
on Fox.
academia is pro-Palestinian here in the United States.
Well,
So your young people, your protesters, college campuses, etc.
just like it was with the people that protested with Black Lives Matter. Most of them are younger people. Well, more open-minded, more fair-minded. Tired of the bullshit.
Who's fighting?
Fuck off! Fuck off! You're fucking
What is that?
Yeah, what am I hearing?
That's
right
not from me.
Fuck is both! Me! Fuck is
I think that's Miss.
You want to blow? Go where? Heaven, I'd fucking love to.
What the hell is that?
now? They're definitely Canadians. I didn't know Canadians raised their voices.
What, you never met me before? I'm going to go downstairs and see if I can calm this because somebody's going to get hit.
Oh, that's coming
it's
from
not.
your end?
Yeah, it's not her. It's somebody either in the apartment or the next apartment.
No, they're outside.
Outside.
They're on the first floor. I'm on the second floor. But I got to get out there because I think somebody's going to get hit.
I don't know if you should go out there. I mean, maybe you should call the authorities if you think
No,
that's
I don't call cops. I don't call cops. I just look. There's two women out there.
Oh, okay. Well,
He gave up on life when I've been through 10 times worse.
Wow.
You should have told her to take a video of this.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
No, I'm only kidding. Seriously, I wonder if there's alcohol as part
Hey.
of the equation here or drugs.
Need the dogs involved. Dogs give her his 2 cents.
I tell you what, if I came out there with my Great Dane, I bet you that would break that up real quick. They see that dog and we go, oh, whoa, whoa. You know what I mean?
Joe Cool says, "Be careful, cat." Yep, there goes the dog.
Not long ago, I heard somebody was a commotion
Yeah, she-
outside. So I
She
looked
could have
out the
taken
window.
us with her.
That is terrible what that dog just said.
Fucking doggy tyrant. Jesus Christ.
Who are you calling a Zionist pig? Where does that dog get that from? Oh shit.
Whoa.
Wow. Yeah,
Well, that
cat should
sounds
be
like some
recording
drugs
us.
or alcohol are involved in that one there.
Well, you know, Canada's just basically one big ghetto.
My type of people.
Sounds like I'm on a New York City subway train.
This is foreplay. That's what he's trying to say.
You hear shit like this on the New York City subway trains on a regular basis.
Fucking white people.
You hear it in my bedroom.
Let's take it a step further. White trash.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck she's doing. I gotta go out there. What are you talking about? No, you don't. You need to close your door and mind your own fucking business.
That's what I would have done exactly.
Jesus Christ.
I would have like looked out the window, and if I see the guy hitting the girl, then I go out there. But before I go out there, I dial 911. Let the cops fucking deal with it. You know, when I go out there, I'm just gonna hold on to the guy. I know the cops are on the way, and that's it.
Joe Cool says 2 chicks and a dude.
Yep, definitely foreplay.
Yeah. I'll be in between them, Joe. I'll be the Oreo.
Cops deal with it.
Now, ladies, there's plenty of denizen to go around.
Did you say venison or denizen?
Hey, you know, whatever twist your twister.
But
I've
remember,
been
you're
told
making
that I
call out to
can
only the
taste a
white
bit gamey.
Remember, Dennison, you're making that call out to only the white ladies, not the black ladies, right?
Bro.
What the heck?
Keep digging your hole into pure insanity.
Whoa.
Fucking white people. That's what I'm saying, Joe. Jesus.
Did you bring back some underwear?
She brought back like all their keys. She jacked them.
Is that what it sounded like?
Can I see your knuckles?
She mafia'd them.
Yeah.
Get off my block.
She got a sack full of nickels.
Yeah, they turned. There was one guy and 2 girls, and one of the guy, they all turned the corner, but then one of the girls came back, and then she was saying the deadbeat dad and stuff like that. So I guess he had a different chick, so she was mad about that, and they all looked drunk. And there's a shitload of them down at the bar, like a few doors down. There's like a shitload of them on the street that weren't even involved in this shit. And then she's yelling, "My husband killed himself." And so I'm thinking, okay, they're drunks. Maybe they're drug addicts too. I don't know. I don't know.
A little from column A and
Yeah,
a little from column B.
Yeah. Yeah. It's Saturday night. In the summer, I would just sit outside on the bench and just watch the fireworks. I don't need the shit show. I got one right outside my door Friday and Saturday nights.
So can we talk about sex?
Well, you know, I said already, yeah.
Can we get some hot chicks on the panel?
That
No,
was my
if they
next
were
business.
hot chicks, they wouldn't be here, would they?
I don't know. Wrights is a Casanova, I heard.
I got a church card.
Just the only guy who's got us another.
How
in
much
his
room
house.
you got on it?
Enough for, let's see, how many guys we got here?
5 guys, 1 chick, but I'm not really a chick. I'm one of the guys.
No, Dad, I'm not coming up.
Let's see, so you're just-
So what happened? I missed the ending of that. Everybody's okay now? Went home?
I just told you the whole story.
I missed it. I'm sorry. It was I actually had my microphone on mic.
He
on
went
mute.
back and joined the other drunks, and the other 2 walked around the corner. And then I can still hear people yelling though, so I don't know if it's maybe he's come back for another fight. I don't know. He got away, so obviously he must like the drama.
Good.
I can still hear him yelling. He should be gone by now, but I can still hear him yelling. I don't know who he's yelling at though. He's just the loudest. And he's not right outside, so.
Should have put him on YouTube. Smile, you're on YouTube.
Yesterday, 7 kids came by on scooters and through to get to my door of the door for the buildings here and the next one, you go down a tunnel, right? So they came down the tunnel and they smashed a glass, and it's that glass that just, it's insidious, you know, it just gets everywhere. And then rang my doorbell. I took my time getting down there. I phoned Kendall. I was like, "Are you the one downstairs?" And she goes, "No, nobody else comes here." So I got dressed. I went downstairs. They were gone. I came walking down, not knowing that there was glass there, and walking on the glass. And then my neighbor on the next building, she's hanging out her window, and she's on the phone with the cops, right? Because she's one of those Karens, like she's always on the phone with the cops. So she got video of them and everything. So she's the one who told me. She told me about the glass. I went down, checked it, and it was everywhere. And then I locked myself out of the fucking building. I forgot. I told Gary when he came up, I said, "Don't lock the door because I don't have my keys." And then Cheyenne came by, and I forgot to tell her not to lock the door. And it's me who put the fucking signs down there, always lock the door. So, and then nobody would fucking answer their fucking doorbell. But then the other guy came, and he was coming in the building. I was like, "Oh, thank you." Oh, they're outside again. They're so drunk. They can't just talk. They're like, nah, 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 nah. And they never give a fuck. If it's 3 o'clock in the morning, they don't give a fuck. Because they think that nobody lives here because it's the main street, right? So they don't think about people living on top of the stores. They're probably going to get sex, ironically.
Lucky them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
My name's rude.
I've probably been with more black women than Joe.
What? Where did that come from?
Nikki
Well, if
said he
we're
was
playing for
racist.
points.
Oh, do tell, Nudie.
Yeah.
What?
You got a high score?
I love all colors equally.
I mean, me too. But you're saying you got a sweet tooth for that chocolate?
Well, you know, variety's the spice of life.
I just don't meet that many black guys with long hair.
Oh, that's you gotta go. You gotta come to the south.
Well, unless they have dreadlocks. I love dreadlocks.
Oh yeah, you gotta
I love
take care, of the hair.
It's like a willow tree. Like a willow tree.
Oh shit.
Grooming is important. Very important.
You gotta have class. You gotta have qualities like Jesus. Jesus in a leather jacket. But nowadays, at my age, it's not really like that anymore. The guys have all cut their hair, or they're losing their hair.
Joe says, my woman just woke up. Yeah.
Joe said what?
Right there, I put it on the board.
My woman woke up just in time to hear that. What about the dreadlocks?
Black men are too big.
No. Hey, listen. My
Now,
last
you see
guy.
what we have here, little lady, is some of the finest black Alabama snake.
My guy that I had this year at the beginning of the year till April, he was the biggest ever, and he was 6 foot, like 6'5", I think. He was 6'5", and he had and it was beautiful. It was shaped beautiful. It was so perfect. And I should have broken up with him at the end of March, but I just couldn't break up with that thing. Took me like a month and a half more to break up with that thing.
So size can work against you, according to.
No. At the beginning, it was horrible. It was like, oh my God! But then you get used to it. It was just perfect.
No thanks.
Well, not for you. It only hurts in the beginning.
It's good hurt. Yeah.
If they don't start arguing, they're never going to get sex. Okay, how about this?
That's too much.
Fuzzy handcuffs?
Yeah. You don't even need keys. But I've been too afraid to put them on when I'm here by myself because I'm afraid I'm going to get stuck. There's nobody to help me. And can you picture having to go up to the neighbors and going, can you please get me out of these?
Handcuffs are cheating.
No, they're not. They're just paraphernalia. Cheating. Is rope cheating?
You people are some freaks, man.
Depends on the week. This is the quietest I've heard you been all day. Cat got your tongue there?
I'm just absorbing what I'm hearing here.
You got to see the gang mouth that she got their ball in the mouth trick.
Oh shit! You tried them too, eh? Right?
It's a good hurt. I'm telling you.
It hurts so good.
When it hurts them, they give up.
What?
I'm just reading the chat.
The only pain I like is having my hair pulled. Otherwise, I don't like pain at all. No more apple juice. Water for the rest of the month.
You people can't be out of arguments.
We just don't have any topics. Once we get a topic, we'll be able to argue. Hey, put Phoenix on the panel, Joe.
Who's Phoenix?
That's his woman.
Oh,
What
that's
do we
better
get?
half. Okay.
What are we going to argue about now?
I don't know. He's really, really little, too. So he has a
What?
little woman.
Well, let's see. We got all kinds of variety here.
Well, we don't
Poisoning
have
our food. Poisoning our foods.
Well, we know that. I think we're pretty
Yeah,
much
argue.
all in agreement on that.
Okay, well that ain't fair.
We all look-
Joe asked me a question this morning, and then he bailed out on the topic. It was something along the lines of freedom definition from somebody in a book or something like that. Joe, are
What
you still in
freedom
the
is?
chat? Do you recall that? Maybe you can put that back in there.
I know the answer. It's freedom is having nothing left to lose. And
It was something along the lines
Yeah,
of
my Bobby, I'm a gay.
what was that?
just another word for nothing left to lose.
That's
Dee,
Janis
dee, dee,
Joplin. Janis Joplin. Me and Bobby
Yeah.
McGee.
That's right. I'm quoting Janis Joplin. There's your answer.
Something is like freedom is when something to do with authority. I think it was freedom is when
Something to do with what?
something to do with authority. I think freedom
I
is
think
when
freedom is when you're free of all responsibilities.
Freedom's when you get to choose everything.
There it is. Freedom is having no man impose his will on you. Okay,
There you go.
so my
You get to
my
choose
response is freedom is when you have no fear to respond to a man who or woman who does impose their will on you.
everything. That's just a feature of freedom. I wouldn't think that's the definition of freedom. It's just a feature of freedom.
It's in response to that definition.
Okay, but that's not a definition. It's just a feature.
You are free to do what we tell you. You are free to do what we tell you.
I repeat.
Here you go, America. Here's American Gladiators. Here's 67 channels of it. Watch this.
That's the running game.
Yeah, you ever see that picture of Running Man with Arnold
Running Man,
Schwarzenegger?
sorry, Running Man. Sorry, not the.
Oh,
Yeah, that was at the end where he says, "Well, it just there's no fault here. It's just a movie show. We're trying to get the ratings." Yeah.
I wanted to have Joe watch my video, get his reaction while he was up here. I forgot.
You mean you want all of us to watch your video then? Because you can just give him the link. And he go look.
No, while he was up here. While he was on the panel, I mean.
Oh.
Is that the
DJ's
video?
watch.
Is that the video where you're tied up and you got a ball gag in your mouth?
No, that's an old one.
Yeah.
Talking about the one I just released today.
Still doing that disappearing thing, Denizen.
Oh, bless their heart. Hello,
Okay,
DJ.
come on. How about this? Maybe we can argue over this. What do you guys think of electric bicycles? Should we have them, or should people still just be riding pedal bikes?
It's a choice.
I tried one. They flattened both tires when I got on it.
Sure.
How much do you weigh? No, you didn't
250.
flat- 250. We could, no. Most even pedal bikes. Most pedal bikes, the maximum weight load will be like 280, 285 pounds. So
250. 250.
you can, you don't exceed the weight. And an electric
just-
bicycle, it's higher than that. It's depending on the type of bicycle it is. If it's like a cargo bike, the maximum load will probably be 350 pounds or so.
Why have a bike? Why not have one of those little electric things where there's like 3 wheels and it's like a car?
It's a
In
scooter, yeah, like a scooter,
Yeah,
basically.
Exactly. Yeah. Yes, we should have electric bikes. The proposition against it would be no more logical than saying, well, we shouldn't have cars then either.
That's what I
Yeah,
said.
well,
Excuse me for 1 second here. Hello,
Hi.
DJ. Hello, Tompkin. They're
Where do you
watching us.
see
This
DJ?
Hello.
Hello.
She wrote me a letter.
Oh,
We're on Discord.
I just happened to find it. Yeah. Wish she'd come on.
Are you avoiding me, Deej?
what's happening, folks?
So yeah, so why not have one of those electric cars instead of a bike?
I agree. I think we should have electric bikes, although I don't like them myself. You know, it's not, you guys cannot understand this, but you know, I ride a fixed gear bicycle. When I go into Manhattan every day to train my clients, especially on the 59th Street Bridge, it's just like basically I feel like I'm being assaulted by these people on these electric bikes whizzing by. You know, they can be very dangerous. You're not getting the exercise, but I understand. You know, people that may not be able to ride a pedal bike, sure, ride an electric bike. If you're a food delivery guy, which is like 60 some odd thousand every day in New York City,
Wow.
okay, I get it. Yeah, it's something crazy like that.
It's an extension of mobility, and if it
And it's
reduces,
yes, carbon. Yes, yes,
that
I
too.
agree
But
with-
if
I agree.
that wasn't going to be my point, if it reduces traffic, which is much more dangerous, then I'm also doubly in favor for it.
It does reduce vehicular traffic, but it increases the bicycle traffic. So you know.
Which is far
Yeah,
less dangerous.
Scooter, because you're
Far
more
less dangerous.
Well, I got news for you. You get hit by an electric bicycle. If I hit you on my bicycle weighs 20 pounds. It'll fold like a paper bag.
I didn't
probably
say it
still get
wasn't
hurt.
dangerous,
get hit
but
by
it's
when
far
you get hit by an
far
electric
less
bicycle-
dangerous than a car.
When you get hit by, I know it is, but when you get hit by an electric bicycle, it's going to leave a mark. Those things weigh on average, depending, 75 to 100 pounds plus the weight of the rider, right?
But if you
So
have
they're,
an electric scooter,
I'll take
you're-
that mark over
you're
an SUV
protected.
any day.
You'll be protected if you have an electric scooter because you'll have doors and everything. And so if an electric bike hits you, then you've got doors to protect you.
I
Yeah,
have
well,
a
you know, the other
Jesus
thing-
shield of fire.
The other thing I wanted to say was when you go across the bike path on the bridges in New York City, there's no cops up there. So now we never used to have this until after the pandemic, after the lockdown. The electric scooters are riding on the bike path, cool. But also there are gas scooters. There's still a lot of people that ride gas scooters and they're on the bike path on the bridge. They're supposed to be on the roadway.
Those can
You mean like
those
a
can
Vespa?
blow up and burn as
Yeah,
far as
like
I'm
that's
concerned.
exactly like a Vespa. They're usually not riding Vespas though. They're usually riding a Japanese thing. It's usually food delivery guys are doing that, well, for the most part. So you know they don't have Vespa money, and they're not going to leave a Vespa out in the street all day long and use that as
Like that
delivery.
petrol shit on fire, blow it up.
Yeah, you need to
Yeah,
move
well-
out of the people farm, man.
Leave my territory alone.
Oh no, it's going to be invaded. You'll see.
You don't have to go to the woods to get out of the city. You can just go to the country.
Yeah, you could just,
Yeah, but
I'm
when
not
you're
in
from
the
a big
woods right
city,
now.
when you're from a big city like New York City and you do that, speaking personally, go to the country, it's great. But I also feel like I'm in the fucking middle of nowhere. Everything is closed.
Yeah, there's
felt that
nothing
way.
out here. It's very inconvenient. You know, there's no McDonald's or Starbucks or you know, there's
I don't need any. I don't eat McDonald's and I don't go to Starbucks. But you know, where I live, I
no
can
Walmart anywhere around.
I can have a good
There you
Mexican
have it.
meal. I can have a
Yeah.
good Mexican meal. a
That's
good
all the
Indian
proof I
meal.
need.
Any kind of basically any kind of food in the world delivered to me 24/7. Don't do it often. I cook at home, 99% of the time. But I like that luxury or having that luxury.
I come from the biggest city in Canada, and we have every food from all around the world. You never have to leave Toronto. You can live your whole life in Toronto and never have to leave. But when I started living in an RV with my guy, we were traveling all around, and because he was from the mountains and not from a city at all, from a little hamlet in the Adirondack Mountains, and when he came to Toronto, he said, "Oh, it's so loud here." I said, "No, it's not," because I was so used to it for 42 years. I was like, I just put the sound in the background. When I went out to the country and I was in the mountains, and there's shit, it gets loud out there with animals.
Yeah,
And I was terrified. But then other times it was completely quiet, and it really bothered me. Like it was like so unnormal.
if I'm
and
in the
then
mountains, I want to be in the
now,
woods.
if I have to go back to Toronto, I can't go back to Toronto. I can't live in Toronto anymore. I'm so glad to be out of that toxic mess that there's no way. But it took me a while. It took me like maybe 3 months before I got used to not living in the city. But I'm telling you, it is the best move I ever made. Now I'm in a smaller city because I need to be, but I like being out in the country. I like this house being very far away.
If I'm going to go out in the country, I want to actually go in the woods. I was talking to a new
woods
girl
have
not long ago. I'm preparing to do that now.
There's a lot of bugs in the woods.
Yeah, I know. The most dangerous bug in the woods is the deer tick. You spray your clothes with permethrin.
I'd rather be around them than the infestation of people.
Yeah,
no, not me. I can deal with the people.
I live in a rat race, basically. That's what it is.
It is.
And as long as you're a fast rat, you thrive. If you're not a fast rat, you get weeded out and you leave.
Yeah, I'm not fast anymore.
Fortunately, the insect population up in this neck of the woods is actually very little.
No, but you have cougars, for fuck's sakes.
Then we do, yes.
Yeah, well, I don't think we have to deal with that in Ontario. I'm not sure that we have any cougars.
Probably.
I would be willing to bet you do.
That's the type. Yeah, that's the type of country they like for sure.
I don't know.
You're definitely going to have something of the like. That's for sure.
Mountains.
We have wildlife in New York City now. Not throughout every borough, but in certain sections of each borough, we have raccoons. We have possums. We never had that when I was a kid.
Oh, we always had raccoons. Holy shit.
We had they had a coyote. I don't know. I want to say 20 some odd years ago, that apparently came across the bicycle path on the George Washington Bridge from New Jersey, and they had to corral it in Central Park.
Look it up. Look it up, and you'll find out that you have a shitload of coyotes, and they are so good at we don't see them. They are watching us. We don't see them. They just have this way of blending in, and you don't see them. But you look it up where you live.
Coyotes are the oligarchy.
Another thing we have is just small game, but there's throughout any of the grass parks like Central Park or Prospect Park in Brooklyn, there's rabbits everywhere.
Yeah, there's rabbits.
And those parks are just filled with raccoons. Never used to be like that. So somebody apparently brought a couple of raccoons in and released them, and they multiplied, and so on and so on and so on.
They're vermin. I love them, but they're vermin. Well, I'm surprised that New York City didn't have raccoons. I mean, if we have raccoons, why wouldn't you have raccoons?
We do now. Not throughout every neighborhood. Not throughout every neighborhood, but in sections of each borough, in some neighborhoods, they are there and they're thriving and they're in big numbers.
But why is it new though? That's what I don't understand.
Well, when I grew up in the 70s, there were no raccoons, there were no rabbits in the parks, there were no possum. When they were introduced to the city, I can't tell you exactly, but I know at least 15 years ago. I can tell you, I used to live in Harlem, like I mentioned earlier, and I would oftentimes go into Central Park, which wasn't far away, the north end of it, to go to my first client. And I start at 6 and 6:30 in the morning most days, so it's dark at that time in the winter, and it wasn't freezing cold out, maybe 45 degrees. You got to watch your ass in there because there's raccoons running on the roadway, and you hit one of those things coming down like the back hill, 40 miles an hour, it's not going to be pretty. They're everywhere. They go into the garbage cans in the park, the garbage cans outside the park. They run in packs. They're very destructive little animals, but they're everywhere. Like I said,
they're very cute, and they can be nice pets if you have them trained.
Yeah, the thing is, having lived on a farm, in that arena, for lack of a better word. A raccoon is seen as a pest and a very destructive creature.
They
And
are.
they are. They're very destructive, but
But they
they
don't
don't
mean to
really
be.
break into many. They don't really break into many people's homes, especially
They're
in some place
harmless.
like Washington, and I mean
No, they're
in
not harmless.
Manhattan.
Yeah, they are.
In Manhattan. And the reason why is because most of the ones that live in Manhattan are actually living in Central Park, right?
They're
And then
harmless.
there's not private houses for them to break into. They're giant, high-rise luxury buildings. It's not going to be very easy to break in there. So they don't need to. They have plenty
They're
of
scared
food from
of
the
humans.
garbage cans.
Yeah.
Oh
Just
no, they're
keep
not.
your garbage cans closed. They're like rodents, you know?
They're not. Is in the woods, yes, but here in New York City, the last neighborhood I was living in, this neighborhood doesn't have them. But the last one I was living in, they were everywhere, and they're not.
Yeah, but they're harmless to humans. They're scared of humans unless of one thing. They're protecting their young.
They're harmless unless they're rabid.
No, you're wrong.
If they're rabid, if they have rabies, you got a problem.
Well, that's any
You're
animal.
wrong. You're wrong.
Yeah, but they're known to. They're known to.
They are
Rabies is
vicious.
more common in raccoons than pretty much
I
any
don't
other
know.
animal.
We got plenty of raccoons around here. I've never seen one have one.
Well, you come to Toronto. They are vicious. Okay, now this is raccoons in New York City. Raccoons are the most widespread animal in New York State, found everywhere from secluded forests to urban centers like New York City. They
Yep.
can live in almost any habitat, including the urban and residential areas, deciduous forests, parklands, and marshes. In North America, raccoons can be found as far north as Canada and far south as Panama, with notable exceptions in the northern Rocky Mountains, the Southwest, and Great Basin. So they must have been there when you were growing up. They don't get from Canada to Panama and be the most widespread animal, and you just got them a few years ago.
Well, I don't know. When somebody was releasing boa constrictors down in the Everglades, somehow they made it north a little bit, didn't they? Over time. I don't know if they walked across the George Washington Bridge or they came across the Jersey Bridge into Staten Island and into Brooklyn. I don't know how it happened, but we didn't have them when I was growing up in the 70s. Why you don't believe that? I don't understand. I'm telling you, they didn't
Because they
have them.
couldn't have been the most widespread animal in New York State and be all the way as far as north as us and as far south as Panama, and that you just got them a few years ago. Like they didn't.
I didn't notice them until approximately 15 years ago.
Okay, you didn't notice them.
Well, I mean, if you go out late at night or you come home late at night, that's usually when they're out, right? And you see them.
They're
walking down the
nocturnal.
sidewalks. I tell you what, one not long ago, one night I hear this cat screaming. So I look out the window in my backyard, and there's 5 or 6 freaking raccoons killing the cat, literally killing it. And then they drag the body away. What they did with it, I don't know.
Yeah, they're vicious sons of bitches. I don't know what Nudie's talking about.
Yeah, and here in New York City, I don't know if, like what they do in the woods so much, but they travel in packs. You don't see them by themselves. They're always in groups or packs, whatever they call the family unit.
I have never seen an aggressive raccoon.
Well, corner one of those things and see what happens.
Well, yeah, if you're gonna put it in a position, sure. I'm just talking on its own, you know.
You could be like opening your door in the middle of the night, not realizing there's a raccoon on the other side, and surprise it and see what happens.
Yeah.
Every time I see that, it just runs the other way. Anything like that.
I had a cat that looked like a raccoon, and there was this thing where you go out the back. We lived at the top of the house, and it was a fire escape to go down, and we had like a little landing there where we could sit our chairs. And when you come out the door, there'd be like a thing with shelves, right? It was like I don't know. It's like if it was raining, you could go in there, but it was still outside, right? So I thought it was my cat up on the shelf, and I'm going, Godzilla, come in. And I was calling a fucking raccoon into my apartment. I didn't realize because it was dark that I was calling a raccoon in my apartment. That was so fucking scary.
Now, if the raccoon has young, like I said, then it eyes you and it stares you and it really assesses the situation much differently.
I have a raccoon story. I have a raccoon story. So I mentioned, I'm not going to go into the whole thing, but Neuro, remember when I told you I went camping in Harriman State Park with one of my friends for 8 days back in like 1987? So anyway, we used to walk down the mountain every day to get food at this restaurant. When we left, we'd bring sandwiches back. So we had raccoons in our camp. So I said, here's what we're going to do to my friend Nick. This is the guy in Buffalo that I don't talk with anymore with the guns and it's freaking 5,000 freaking bullets. But I said, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a plastic shopping bag, right? I'm going to open it all the way up. I'm going to sacrifice half of one of my sandwiches. I'm going to put a stick through it and into the ground. There's no way the raccoon can get to that sandwich without hitting that plastic bag. And when he does, we're going to hear it. So we're going to turn our backs, sit at the fire. And when we hear that bag rustling, you turn around with the flashlight. I throw a big rock at it. And then you finish it off with this club, right?
What?
So I figured we were going to cut it up and we were going to gut it and skin it and make a soup out of it. But anyway, so what happens? Just a few minutes goes by. We hear the rustling in the bag. All right, Nick, you ready? Spin. He spins around the flashlight, whips it right on it, right in the thing's eyes. I throw the rock dead on it. The thing just flinches, grabs the sandwich and runs off. That was it. Those things are, they're little thieves, little bandits.
All animals are.
I wouldn't say, well, a deer doesn't want your sandwich, but I don't know what
I'll
a
steal your
possum.
girlfriend.
He'll eat your crops though.
Yeah, but so if I go into the country, I want to go into the woods. I don't want to be like in a house somewhere and there are the mountains. I want to go into the mountains.
It's illegal to kill a raccoon here. You're not even allowed to trap them.
Well, I would imagine the length of the Appalachian
hitting them with
Trail, no matter what state you're in, it's probably illegal to kill any kind of animal.
Legalities are for slaves.
I'm just saying, like, if the morals don't stop them, like, it's illegal too.
Well, I would think there would be an exception, like if a bear was charging you or something like that. You'd have to substantiate that, I guess. I don't know. Who knows? Like when you're on the Appalachian Trail, at least in the New York section, you're not even allowed to like cut down a dead tree for wood.
Have you ever?
You can only use the wood that's fallen on the ground. You're not even allowed to break branches off of trees. Technically, there's nobody to see you doing it, but that's what the rules state.
I didn't listen to your story, but at the end, did you end up clubbing the thing?
No, it got away. It got away with the sandwich. The thing had such fast reflexes. I couldn't believe it. The rock was going dead at it. And
That's all they typically want.
It flinched, it grabbed the sandwich and took off.
Yeah, that's all they typically want. They're just looking for some food, just like roll out, and they want to get out of there.
But here's the thing.
Unless if they have young, then they want to protect.
We weren't cooking the 8 days that we were out there. Every day we went down to the restaurant, we ate a couple of meals, and we brought back sandwiches. That was it. These things were like raiding our camp looking for food, but there was no food stored there. You know what I'm saying? Well, anyway, whatever. It was part of the environment.
Off of my food. I had to fight them off, but I couldn't hurt them. So there were baby ones too in that time, and I didn't want to. And they weren't vicious because they had the babies. They weren't even vicious with me. It's just that I was too scared because if I was gonna fight them, because I had boxes outside with food, right? So obviously they can smell it. They want to try and get the food. I can't blame them for that, right? But I need to protect my food. So I just started throwing like pebbles at them, and they learn real quick. So then I had like this wrench, and I went to go throw it at them. Like I didn't want to hurt them, but just kind of tap them. But I was too scared and I missed.
Well, that's when you need to pull out your gun. That's what I would do. You give me a gun in New York City and I see a raccoon coming at me, I'm going to shoot it.
They're like,
this is a guy, and this is a guy who wants tighter gun controls.
Yeah,
I'm being facetious.
It doesn't have a gun.
I'd say if you're gonna go that way, go the distance, and bring out that automatic rifle. Just go nuts.
Oh. No, I was actually finding the Saudi Arabia Crown Prince bin Salman.
I wish you'd stop talking about Arabs.
Is that the one that lent Jared Kushner is that the one that invested $2 billion in Jared Kushner's company?
Don't know.
That's 2 billion with a B, not million.
Rights,
the
don't
way.
talk too
The-
much, eh? Try not to be a panel Nazi either.
The
I'm just getting an education.
the secret road that I was talking to you about, Kat, that goes straight through the middle of Gaza.
I don't know. You didn't tell me about that.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
did. I said that the Crown Prince stands to be the richest man in the world if this road goes through.
No, we didn't have that talk.
The sex
And-
topic didn't
And
last
I
too long,
really
did it?
would not want to. I really don't want to talk about air. So
It was short, but you know, the sex topic, it was a little better.
well, I'm doing my part. You guys aren't doing your part.
What can we argue about now?
Women.
Exactly.
Right.
You guys aren't doing your part.
Women. Oh,
I'd still love to hear you describe Trump's indictment in your own words.
which,
oh,
indi- which,
man.
which of the 4 indictments would you like me to describe in my own words?
Anyone.
Well, I would prefer to go with probably the Georgia indictment.
Oh, goody.
And the reason why is because it's a state indictment, which means if he was put in jail, no president can free him, no president can pardon him. It's a state crime. They can only pardon federal criminals. And I think that would be the easiest case to prove. You know, exhibit number 1, if I was the prosecution, would be Trump's hour-long phone call to Roethlisberger in Georgia asking for 11,780 votes, which is one more than he needed to win. How's that? Oh, and may I add to that what's his name? Chris, something with a C, as I mentioned earlier, Sidney
Well, no.
Powell, have already agreed to testify against anybody and everybody in that case. That includes Trump. And I don't see how when they play Exhibit A, how Trump is going to explain that he wasn't asking Roethlisberger to throw out 11,780 Democrats' votes so that he would end up with one more than he needed to win the state. It's a
And what
closed
law
case.
does that violate?
Shut door. Election
And what law
interference.
does
How about election interference?
How is it interfering with the election?
By asking like I said, Roethlisberger to throw out 11,780 votes.
Did you listen to the phone call?
Yes, I listened to the recording of the phone call.
So did you listen to him explain how the votes were invalid because they didn't have proper
Listen
signatures?
to me. He had no proof.
Oh,
He presented
there
his
he goes
cases in court, and he lost every
There
case
he
except
goes.
1 or 2 of them. Okay? There is no proof that the election was rigged. There's no proof that there was anything wrong with any of the fucking ballots. Stop with the
Wasn't
bullshit.
what I asked you, though. Did you hear him explain how more than those 11,000 votes did not have proper signatures and weren't properly verified?
Well, when he can prove that in this case in the courtroom, then you have a leg to stand on.
Well, wouldn't they have to prove that he knew that they were valid votes?
Well, they're
Isn't
going
that
to.
how crimes work?
They're going to. They're going
How
to.
are they going to do that?
Well, right now they already have 2 witnesses to testify on their side against Mr. Trump.
To
That's so far.
testify what Trump knew?
No, to testify that Trump set them up to do what he asked them to do. He basically, they were
So
taking
that's not what you
orders
said,
from the
though.
President of the United States of America, and they pled guilty. Yes, I'm guilty of doing this, that, and the other thing. And when Trump steps up and he comes into the courtroom, they will then be bringing those witnesses up to testify against Trump. And
Well,
you
you're
still won't
changing your
believe it.
theory
You
of the
still won't
case
believe
now.
it.
Your Exhibit A, it
Ex-
just went out the window.
No, it didn't. That's
Yes, it is,
Exhibit
because
A.
Sidney Powell had nothing to do with it. That's not what she pleaded guilty to either.
Her testifying.
Same thing with Scott Chesborough. He didn't plead
Chesborough,
guilty to
that's his
anything
name.
to do with that either.
Okay, so when they testify against Trump, that'll just be the icing on the cake with the phone call.
Oh, well, now I'm confused.
And I believe there's a total of 17 besides Trump defendants in that case. They won't be the only 2 that are going to freaking flip on him.
It's just, I'm sure they'll all flip on him. That wasn't what I asked you. I asked you to describe to me how he broke the law and what your
Well,
evidence is
I
that
ask
he
you
broke
this:
the law.
if you believe they'll all flip on him, then you must believe he's guilty of something.
No.
Oh, okay. Well, it
I
doesn't
mean,
make
guilty.
sense.
Elaborate on the term guilty.
So they're all going to flip on him
Trump's
because they're
guilty
going to
as
lie.
sin.
So wait a minute, they're all going to flip on him because they're going to lie? Is that what you're telling me?
I mean, technically, Sidney Powell broke the law because the voting data is proprietary information. So she violated the Communications Act. It's hacking. And because she asked an election official to help her do it, that's the theory of the state's case.
And who is she doing this for the benefit?
Do you want to have a conversation, or you just want to keep interrupting me?
Who is she doing this for?
Take turns,
I don't know.
guys.
For
What,
herself?
what do you mean you don't know? For Donald Trump?
I don't know. For me, I asked her to do
Bullshit.
it.
She was doing it for Donald Trump.
Would you like me to finish what I'm saying now?
She was doing it for Donald Trump. Try
All
to
right,
change the
buddy.
outcome of the election.
I tried.
please.
I tried.
And failed.
Let him answer.
Yes,
Fitness.
indeed. I
Take turn.
failed. I tried to get you to have a conversation and explain yourself and listen to another person on this subject, and I failed.
Tick tock, tick tock. The clock is ticking on Trump.
Nobody here cares.
I definitely don't care.
There's no Trump supporters on this panel. I know that you're used to getting some kind of thrill out of that, but
You were the one who brought up the topic.
yeah, because I wanted him to just explain how Trump broke the law and he failed.
Yeah, well, you were trying to defend Trump earlier by doing your whataboutism act. What about Biden this? What about Biden that? We're talking
That's
about
not
Trump.
defending Trump. That's criticizing Biden.
No, that's flipping changing the direction.
There ain't nothing
with the
flipping.
whataboutism. To point
The
to
question
somebody
was,
else,
why
to
are
point the
you
finger
so
at somebody
deranged
else.
about Trump?
When we're talking about Trump, we're not talking about Biden or Hillary.
Why
We're
are
talking
you so
about Trump.
deranged about Trump? Why are you not just as deranged about all the other presidents who are worse than him?
Deranged, huh?
Yes, you're deranged.
I'm adamant.
Why are you
I'm
not so
deranged.
adamant about all the other crimes that all the other presidents commit?
Well, right now, none of those other presidents are under indictment. Just Donald J. Trump.
Not
and
no,
the
So
other
that's the
four.
only
now.
reason? That's the only reason why you're not adamant is because they
Hey,
haven't been indicted?
He got caught, and he's going to pay the price for it.
He
That's
got
what
caught
he
doing
should.
what?
You tell me.
No, you tell me. You're the one
No,
who says
you
that
tell
he's
me.
guilty of something.
You tell me.
Nothing.
You know all about the indictments.
He got
You
caught
tell me.
doing nothing.
You
He
know,
got
no.
caught.
You
He
know
got
all
caught
about
doing
the
nothing.
indictments. You know all about
I don't think
the
he did
indictments.
anything wrong.
Okay. That's figures.
Fitness. How do you feel about Nixon?
Nixon? Well, I was very young then.
Yeah.
I'll say this. Nixon, from what I know of him, he was a criminal with the Watergate. I think that what Trump has done in comparison to Watergate's small potatoes, in my opinion. And at least Nixon, when he was told to either resign or they were going to prosecute him, he resigned immediately. What was it, effective the next day, 12 noon or whatever it was. I think all of our presidents have been thieves. Most of them, if they didn't come into office rich, they left rich. That's the way it works. I do believe
Opposite for
that.
Trump.
I do believe that. Well, Trump he's not worth $10 billion. He lied to you, for Christ's sake.
He is an
He
anomaly.
never lied to me. I've never had a conversation with the guy. I merely stated the fact that he had more money when he went into office than when he left.
Yeah, he did.
Well,
yeah.
you know why? Because he destroyed his name. He destroyed it.
That's funny how that works. Every other politician made money off of their name, but
I'll
Trump
give you-
ran
I'll
for
give you
president and
one
Yeah, but
destroyed it.
example
Trump
where he
used
lost
his
money.
own
Look
money.
how much.
I'll
Look
give
how
you
much Biden's now worth.
I'll give you one
strange
example
that.
where he lost some money.
But
So,
Trump
in Manhattan-
used his own money, and the other presidents didn't. So
In
of course he's
Manhattan-
gonna have less.
He used his supporters' money. In
Anytime you
Manhattan-
want to explain how what he did was illegal and cite the
in-
law
in
that he broke
Manhattan-
too, we can still
in
have that
Manhattan-
conversation.
In Manhattan, most buildings that had Trump's name on it, he did not own. And all of those buildings took his name off of it. So he loses that money, which is not, I don't know what he gets for that, but he gets some kind of money for it. It's gone. Goodbye. They don't want it. They took the signs down. It's the gold name in Trump in gold, gone. Removed. Get it off the building.
Yeah, it cost him a lot of money to become a politician.
So, what
So
do they call Trump
day one of Biden walking into office and signing executive orders, on that day one, how many jobs that Trump created did Biden then destroy in the first half an hour of the White House?
What type of minimum wage jobs are you referring to? Walmart?
Jobs are for slaves.
Bullshit.
Destroying jobs is a good thing.
What happened with Trump's tax cuts for the rich and corporate America?
I got a tax cut.
He said that if we have to cut the corporate tax to get the manufacturers to come back to manufacture their products in America, not one did. And his own daughter, Ivanka, not one, even after the corporate tax cuts, not one of her products is made in America. Not one of them.
We had this conversation
I got a tax cut
2 or 3 days ago, and even Walmart, all of the big companies, all of the big six, don't even produce their products in America.
Right. And Trump supporters run over to Walmart and buy everything that's made in China, and then they claim they're patriotic Americans.
Signed tax cut, the Jobs Act, the largest tax reform package in history.
It's the first tax cut I ever got in my life.
6 million American workers received wage increases, bonuses, and increased benefits.
The economy, when my boss got a corporate tax cut, he gave me a raise. And then Trump cut my taxes so much that even though I was making more money per check, I still paid less taxes at the end of the year.
I'm happy for you.
First time it ever happened in my life.
Very happy.
Now, granted, that tax cut was way too fucking small. Like, he should have given way more of a tax cut to me and way less to fucking Elon Musk. But still, it's still the first one I've ever gotten in the 4 decades I've been on this planet. The only one.
What did it equate to? How much money was it at the end of the year?
I got about $100 more every paycheck.
So about $5,200 at the end of the year.
Yeah, maybe half that, because I think I was paid 10th and 20th at that job at that time. So about 120.
What state do you live in?
Right now, I live in Nevada.
Okay.
You can go see the Lions.
So do you own your own house or you rent?
I mean, I don't own anything, and I'm happy.
So you rent?
Sure.
Or you're transmitting this, you're on panel from a tent somewhere in the woods. I don't know.
Could be.
Could be. Probably not. Well,
why do you ask?
Just curious. I had one more question I was going to ask you, just out of curiosity. I'll actually tell you what I'm paying. I pay $4,000 a month rent. What do you pay out there?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I don't pay $4,000.
Yeah. Well, I told you earlier, if you're going to live in New York City, either you're thriving here or you don't live here anymore.
I think I might rather have ass cancer than live in New York City.
Have you ever been to New York City?
Of course.
Where'd you go?
It's kind of a toss-up. Ass cancer is pretty bad. I might pick New York City, but I'm not sure.
Where'd you go when you were in New York City?
All around. Toured it.
Like where? What's give me some of the sites that you went to, some of the places?
The Empire State Building, Broadway.
When you say Broadway, you mean Times Square or the Garment District, or what are you talking about?
I went to see Starlight Express on Broadway.
Is this Manhattan?
That's a theater district. Technically, that's not on Broadway. That would be 7th, 8th, and 9th Avenues.
It's
near Broadway, but it's not Broadway. Broadway is when you say Broadway, you say Broadway plays. They don't mean the street Broadway. Most of those places are between 8th and 9th Avenue or 7th and 8th Avenue in the mid to upper 40s, street numbers.
Is this Manhattan?
Yeah. Now they have off-Broadway. You might find an off-Broadway theater somewhere on Broadway, or you might not. They're just kind of scattered throughout Manhattan. There's not really just one area for those.
Okay, so he didn't go to the Bronx or anything like that. He went to Manhattan.
Well, if you're coming to New York City, you want to go to Manhattan, right? I mean, there are things to see in the outer boroughs.
I want to see where Archie Bunker lived.
Archie Bunker lived in Queens and Jackson Heights.
Dick Van Dyke.
I saw
I don't know
Lived
where he
in New
lives.
Starlight
Rochelle.
Express at the Gershwin Theater.
The Gershwin. I don't know where the Gershwin is now, to be honest
Are
with you.
you a little yappy?
Is that up by Lincoln Center? No. I don't know where the Gershwin is, to be honest with you.
It's called the Broadway Theater.
I'm not
Did you go see
familiar with
the
it.
Johnny Carson or David Letterman show?
I
The only thing
believe
I
it's
can
on
tell you-
51st Street.
The only thing I can tell you about theater is this: is I used 3 decades ago, I had a girlfriend that was traveling with a Broadway play, and I traveled with her on the road for 2.5 years. I lived in Chicago. Each place except for Chicago. Chicago was it 6 months? In this order: Chicago, Boston, Denver, Minneapolis, Fort Lauderdale, Washington D.C., Detroit, and L.A. So, except for Chicago, all the other places was 3 months. And the only time I've ever been to a play was I went to it once when we were in Minneapolis, and I fell asleep during it. It's just not my kind of thing, but whatever. I'd rather go see an action movie. That's about the only thing I know about the theater. And I do know that when it left, it was playing in Manhattan. And I believe the theater was on 48th between 8th and 9th. 47th between 8th and 9th, something like that. No, I only know because I would go over there sometimes to meet her after work.
I don't want to see a Broadway play, but I'd like to see a play. It's been so many decades since I got to see a play. I like plays, but not Broadway play, like not the singing, dancing, all that stuff. I don't like that.
I went to see Riverdance with the same girl. Let's see, Irish Dancing over at Radio City Music Hall. That's the only time I've ever been in there that I can remember. I might have been in there when I was a kid, maybe, for their Christmas show. It's possible. I don't remember it, but
You made me think of the Rockettes.
yeah, well, that's a yearly.
Yeah,
It's an annual show. I'd go see the Rockettes.
Well, I wanted to go. I've always wanted to go to New York City, and I've always wanted to go to wherever that boardwalk is in California that Olivia Newton-John was singing. It was roller skating on in Xanadu. But we weren't allowed to go to New York City because my guy was a CO in New York State jails. And so he said if we ever went there, that they'd recognize him and kill him.
Oh, stop. There's 8.5 million people here.
Yeah, but
You get
he said,
lost
and
in
he
the
also
crowd so
said,
easy here.
he also said that if we drove the RV downtown, that if we had to stop at a stoplight, we'd have no tires by the time it went green.
Oh, stop.
That's what he said. And one of the times, that like as we'd come from Canada and go into the States, come on, and we get to some bridge, and if we don't cross that bridge and stay on the highway a different way, we can still go up to the Adirondacks. But instead, he went on that friggin' bridge, and he said, "Oh shit!" He said, "Now
It's
we're on
probably
our
the
way
George
to New York."
Washington Bridge. It's probably the George Washington Bridge.
I don't know. We're coming from Toronto, go down. Anyway, so I was all excited, right? They're like, "Ha! Now we're going to New York City, and you can't avoid it because now we're on the bridge. You can't turn around." So, but when we got there, it must have been the suburbs because it was all houses, and it looked crappy, and it was kind of scary.
Oh, the Brooklyn Bridge.
Is that?
I would say the Brooklyn
no, I
Bridge
was
is
too close.
the most famous bridge in my mind.
No,
They've just recently changed it. Used to get to ride across it on your bicycle because there's so many pedestrians up there, mostly tourists. They now took one lane off the roadway, and they segregated it and made it into a bike lane. I used to like
wasn't
riding
the
across that bridge
Brooklyn
because at the upper section of it, it's actually a boardwalk. And as you go across it on the bicycle, it's like the noise that it makes. Boom, 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 boom. I used to enjoy that. But now, technically, it's illegal to ride your bicycle on that old bicycle path. You have to use the new one that they provided.
what was the bridge in Saturday Night Live?
That was a Verrazano Bridge that connects Brooklyn and Staten Island.
Sorry, not Saturday Night Live, Saturday Night Fever.
Yeah, that was the Verrazano Bridge that connects Staten Island to Brooklyn.
I thought they called it something else. I thought it was like the Manhattan Bridge or something.
The Manhattan Bridge is well, if you're in Brooklyn, on the Brooklyn side of the Manhattan and the Brooklyn Bridge, they're only a couple of blocks. Well, I should say actually 4 blocks apart. But once you cross over those bridges, if you get off the Manhattan Bridge, you'll be in Chinatown. If you get off when you get off the Brooklyn Bridge in Manhattan, you'll be basically in the court area, like the courts out. You'll be approximately 20 blocks apart, or a mile or so apart. So like when you get on in Brooklyn, the bridges are close together. When you get off in Manhattan, they're quite a bit further apart. So,
Okay, the name of that bridge was something like George something. Like
George Washington. George
maybe.
Washington. There's only one George Bridge in this
It was just-
tri-state area.
I'm thinking it was George, but whatever it was like a president's name, or it was like an official, like Sir something, or
Well, then you have the other bridges you have, or the Williamsburg Bridge, which connects Williamsburg, Brooklyn to the Lower East Side of Manhattan. Then as you move along north, you
Yeah, I
hit
don't
the
think they're
59th
near
Street
Manhattan.
Bridge. And as you move north, you hit the 59th Street Bridge, which connects you with basic Long Island City and Queens, and the beginning of the Upper East Side of Manhattan. You get off at 60th and 1st Street. Then as you proceed even further north yet, you'll come next to the Triborough Bridge, which connects Queens to Randall's Island, and there's another little bridge that connects Randall's Island to Manhattan. And at that point, you'd be in Harlem when you get off.
Yeah, no, we weren't that far in, because, and I said it wrong. Like I remembered wrong. This was nothing to do with the Adirondacks, because you can't. New York City's like way far. It's like 8 hours from the point where you're going to go up to the Adirondacks or go down. So we must have been on our way down to Florida to go find the I-95. So when we go from New York State down to go to the I-95, you got to go through New Jersey.
Yeah, and that would link you right to the George Washington Bridge.
Lincoln? Did you say Lincoln?
Lincoln Tunnel.
Oh, okay, no.
There's the Lincoln Tunnel, there's the Holland Tunnel, and then there's the
No,
Brooklyn
it
Battery Tunnel.
wasn't a tunnel. It was a
The
bridge.
Lincoln Tunnel connects you from
It's not a tunnel.
Weehawken, New Jersey to Midtown Manhattan, like 34th and 9th or 10th Avenue. The Holland Bridge, I don't know where it connects you in Jersey. I don't know what that's called over there.
Tunnel, you mean?
But when in Manhattan, it connects you basically with what's known as Tribeca, which is where, like, the actors live, like Jack Nicholson. What's his name? No, I'm sorry. Robert De Niro. Robert De Niro lives in Tribeca. Yeah, he's one of the. It's a very wealthy area. It's not all actors, but there's a lot of actors that live there. Very
Well, it
wealthy
wasn't a
people.
tunnel. We did go through a tunnel at one point, but that was
It was likely the George
Pennsylvania,
Washington
no.
Bridge.
Where was the tunnel? It was, those little states that sort of like there's I think Maryland, and one that starts with D, and there's maybe, is it Virginia?
Listen, Miss, I'll cut it to the quick for you, right? From New Jersey, there's only 2 ways to enter Manhattan.
We didn't go to Manhattan.
On bridges. Okay. Well, the only 2 ways that you can connect, only 2 bridges there are to connect Jersey to Manhattan are the, this George Washington Bridge, and then what's the other bridge? I'm losing my freaking train of thought here now. Technically, it would be the Verrazano Bridge. The Verrazano would connect you from Jersey into Staten Island, and into Brooklyn, and then you could go from Brooklyn into Manhattan. There's 2 tunnels that connect Jersey to Manhattan, but there's only one bridge that I can think of that directly connects you from Jersey to Manhattan. That's the George Washington. So it more than likely, it had to be the George Washington if you came in. And when you came across that bridge, when you got onto the West Side Highway, you would have been in the upper parts of Harlem, and it wouldn't have looked so great as you were going down the road. But then once you get to like 59th, 57th Street, it's no longer a highway. It turns into West Street. It's, red lights each block. And then you continue down on that until you get past the World Trade Centers to Battery Park City, which is where it ends. So there's a lot of good things about New York City. There's a lot of bad things about it, like any other place. It's got its advantages and disadvantages.
I just mapped out I-90 to I-95, because I don't think I-95 starts right out like that far up. I don't think it starts till New Jersey, right? The I-95?
No, I-95 runs, geez, starts down in, I want to say Florida, down probably
Yeah. Yeah.
down around Miami, and I know it goes up at least through Connecticut, I believe into Massachusetts as well. I don't remember. I did stay in Boston for 3 months, and while I was there, I did make a couple of trips to the city. I believe it was something like 225 miles, somewhere in the vicinity of that, but I don't remember. I know I was on 95 the majority of the way, but I don't know where I entered it. It was, I can't remember if it was in Massachusetts or Rhode Island or Connecticut, one of those three.
We didn't go
So,
to.
in fact, when I
that's
was
one
in
of the
Washington,
things I didn't go.
D.C., when we stayed in Washington, D.C. for 3 months, I also made a couple of trips back to New York, and it was about the same mileage as it was from Boston to New York, about 225 miles, give or take 5 miles. And it was a straight up 95 from D.C. Straight up 95. And then I would get off the 95 at the Holland Tunnel, which connects you down with Lake Tribeca, that area, and then work my way where I was going. So,
Okay.
like,
Dredge Path.
listen, there's only really one bridge that directly connects New Jersey to Manhattan, and that's the George Washington. There's tunnels, there's 2 tunnels, but there's no other bridges that directly connect Jersey to Manhattan. Like
There's
I said, you can come in
Dresbach.
through, you can get off
Dresbach
the,
Bridge.
you can get off at whatever exit it is for the signs to the Staten Island Bridge. You'll go across a little bridge. I can't remember what the name of that is. It's a Jersey bridge. And you'll be in Staten Island. You travel the length of Staten Island. When you get to the other end, you'll cross the Verrazano Bridge, which connects you to Brooklyn. You'll bang a left on the Belt Park where you go 3 or 4 miles and you're in Manhattan. It's the only 2 ways on a bridge. So,
Oh shit! More yelling.
Mhm.
See, it's like it's 3 o'clock in the morning. They don't give a
Yeah.
fuck.
This is,
Okay, so I think it must have been. I don't remember it. I thought it was more official name than that, but that's. I see a bridge that goes to. Is New York an island?
well, yeah, Manhattan is an island. Yeah.
No, but New York
It's,
City is not.
I'm gonna quote some numbers here. I might be off a little bit. It's either 12 or 17 miles long. I can't remember which.
Oh, come
And it's
on!
like 3.5 miles wide at its widest point. It's not that wide throughout, from north to south. Maybe it might be 4 miles wide at its widest point, which I want to say is probably somewhere in the 30s or 40s.
I'm
But
glad you
don't
don't
quote
get
me on that either. The thing about New Yorkers is we take it for granted. Like Staten Island. I mean, I'm sorry, the Statue of Liberty. You think I look at it when I go by it on the bike path? I don't even look. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't mean anything to me. The tourists, that's one of the tourist
Oh, yeah, I
attractions,
went
right?
there too.
Yeah, I might have gone there on a class trip when I was really young, but I don't remember ever being there. I've passed by it on the Staten Island Ferry. It goes by pretty close when you're going between Manhattan and Staten Island. It's not something I'd even take a picture of, to be honest with you. I'd be more apt to, or prone to take get up on the top of the Brooklyn Bridge and take pictures of the Manhattan skyline, what's left of it anyway. After the World Trade Center went down, you can kind of they have the what do they call it, the Freedom Tower now, that replaces one of those towers, but it looks like ridiculous to me because it looks like this modern building and the antenna on the top looks like it came from the 50s. It just doesn't, to me anyway. Just doesn't match, whatever. Where I live, I'm one of the few white people that live in this neighborhood. Nobody bothers me, not at all. I can get any kind of food in the world delivered 24/7. I enjoy that. I don't do it often, but I do enjoy having
Yeah, that was a
luxury.
great feature of Toronto. You could get any food you want in the world. You come to a small town, and you're lucky if you get any Arabic food.
That's why I don't want to, like, if I go to the country, I don't want to, like, be in a small town in a house somewhere. I'd rather just be out in the woods. Once I'm out in the woods, I know all that stuff is behind me now. I don't even think about it. And because I'm in the woods, I'm going to be confronted with situations that I'm going to have to overcome and figure my way out of. Right? Whether it's repairing a hole in my tent, who knows what it's going to be. So
Not gonna do I-90.
I,
What's the
I,
name
I
of that?
listen.
Albany.
You were expressing earlier, Miss, the advantages of being out of the city, and I dig it. I get it. And I lived on a dairy farm for a couple years when I was a kid. Just I don't want to live out in the system in the country. Definitely not. If I'm in the system, I'd rather be in New York City. That's where I am right now. I'm in the system, right? When I go out of the system, I told the girl this. I'm going to be at least attempting to walk the length of the Appalachian Trail. And I'm hoping that along the length of that trail, I'll experience things that that are unforeseen, and that'll help to prepare me for my permanent walk away from freaking society. Oh,
Bridge.
trust me, I know what I'm talking about. The only bridge that links you directly from Jersey to Manhattan is the George Washington. There is no other
No,
direct
you're
link
not
ever.
understanding. We were meaning to go. I think we were going south. So we were meaning to go onto the I-95. So however way that you go from, say, Albany to to
You would
down.
take the New York State Thruway down to 95, which is New York State Thruway is Interstate 87. That would be the most direct and fastest
Yes,
route from Albany.
87. And then we get to now there's a bridge somewhere along that way where if we end up on that bridge by accident, because there's like so much of the highways, like so many lanes and everything, and if you take the wrong lane, you end up on this bridge that takes you to New York City.
That's the George
Instead of-
Washington Bridge. That's the
Okay.
George Washington Bridge.
So maybe it was the George Washington.
Oh,
then.
trust me, it was. And then
Okay.
when you get on the George Washington Bridge, you can either exit into Manhattan or into the Bronx.
I wonder
And
if it was
then,
the
and then if you
Bronx we ended
exit,
up in.
right. So then if you exit into the Bronx that direction, you'll then be able to again pick up 95, Interstate 95, which you'd be headed in the direction of north up towards Boston.
Well,
Right?
we ended up in a neighborhood. It was like neighborhood streets, and it was dark, and I don't think they even had street lights.
Well, probably what happened to you, I'm going to tell you what happened. You probably got off the West Side Highway. What happened is when you were on the bridge, you only have two options. You're either going to exit in Manhattan to your right, or you're going to continue on and go straight into the Bronx. You exited to the right, more than likely, and you got off the next exit, and you were right in the middle of Harlem. Well, the west side of Harlem, anyway.
Shit, that's why it looked like that.
And
I've never-
even if you had gone the other way, you might have gone into the Bronx. The same thing would have happened when you got off the first exit. You would have been in a terrible neighborhood in the Bronx.
It was horrible. It was like it wasn't as bad. Detroit was like Escape from New York when we went there. It was like that movie Escape from New York. That's what it looked like when we got in there. It was nighttime.
We went to Detroit. That was one of the stops on the tour. But we lived in, I think it was called Southfields, Michigan, which was approximately 10 miles outside of downtown Detroit. And when I would drive her in and pick her up from work, it was a little unnerving because like the last, 10 blocks or so, most of the buildings were vacant, windows broken out. And, when you're a New Yorker, you learn to pay attention to your surroundings. And that was one of the places where I definitely had to put that into good use. It was,
I was in Toronto. You
Detroit
have to
was,
do that, but I
yeah,
never did.
that area, as soon as, when I would get off the highway, I think I was pretty much in downtown Detroit, which is very small. And I can't remember the name of the street. It was approximately 10 blocks. I would go straight up it, and at the end would be the theater. But those 10 blocks or so, whatever it was, which is just very bad neighborhood, very bad. And when I lived in Chicago, I stayed there. It was either 6 or 9 months. I think it was 6. I lived in two places. I lived in what I guess would kind of be their equivalent of like Greenwich Village, so to speak, sort of, kind of.
Yeah, that sounded cool.
And then I also lived 3 months there. And in the second 3 months, we took a place on right off of Lake Michigan, about 10 miles outside of the city limits. Maybe it was still in the city limits, out 10 miles approximately from downtown Chicago. So, yeah.
So, all right. So when you look on Google Maps, it doesn't tell you Bronx or Harlem or anything. It just gives you street names.
Yeah, well, if you
Gotta zoom out.
walk your way across the George Washington Bridge on the Google Maps there, you'll see you can either exit to the right to Manhattan, or you can continue straight on and go into the Bronx. I'm guessing you guys probably took the right, and the reason why is you realized that you were going the wrong direction once you got on the bridge, but you couldn't turn around.
Yeah.
So that right exit came first, and that was the one that took you straight to the West Side Highway. And when you got off that next exit, which would have been approximately
It took forever.
160th Street or so, something like that.
It took
You
us
would have been-
forever to turn around to
you
get
would-
black to get
You
back.
would have been in
To
Harlem.
get black.
To get. It took us forever to get to turn around.
Took us forever to get out of Harlem.
We couldn't find a way to get back in, to get back on and get back on our way. So it was like there were no signs saying anything, and all we could see, they were like, I'm not even sure if they had sidewalks. It was like it was crumbling, whatever the, you know.
What year was this? What year was this approximately?
It would have been. Okay. Well, we were together between 2008 and 2018, so.
Okay, well, so it's not anywhere near as bad as it would have been in the 70s. You know, a lot of the neighborhoods.
Oh, yeah,
throughout
it
New
wasn't
York
the
City.
70s.
Yeah,
I was in grade school in the 70s.
what's happening now throughout New York City, especially in the black neighborhoods, they're going through a gentrification process where the landlords are jacking up the rent, and the black people who can't afford it, they're being, pushed aside, and then either the building is being knocked down to build a new one, high-rise luxury, or the building is being gutted so that they can justify the high rates of rent they're going to charge. And you have, I'm not kidding you, have a lot more people living in Harlem now than you could imagine.
You keep on
Now,
saying
they're upwardly mobile. They're upwardly mobile. They're not poor.
Fucking
poor
white people.
They ruin everything. They fucking ruin everything.
You keep on saying gentrification, and there's a clip I took of Mr. Robinson's Neighborhood from Saturday Night Live, and it wasn't when Eddie Murphy was on when he was like a regular. He had come back. It was like his 5th appearance, but it was the first time he was doing Mr. Robinson's Neighborhood since he'd come back, right? So he was talking about the gentrification and these white. Usually it was somebody black who would come to his door, but this time it was white people.
I'm going to tell you something. You probably never heard a New Yorker say this before, right? I believe, as a New Yorker, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, New Yorkers, we tend to take things for granted. The biggest contributors here in New York City, pretty much in most industries, whether you're talking about computer technology or whatever it is, actually weren't born in New York City. They came from some small town with an idea, and entrepreneurial-like, and they made it big, and they made a big, big contribution to New York City. In many different ways, creating jobs, improving areas, bringing up the value of the properties, and the list goes on and on. I come from a fucking neighborhood that was literally all mobbed up. Carlo Gambino lived in my neighborhood. Tommy Karate lived in my neighborhood. Roy DeMeo was killed in my neighborhood. 13 of my friends were killed in my neighborhood before they turned 18. It was like a different world compared to what it is today. Everything was
living
controlled.
it up between the moon and New York City.
That's from
now
Arthur.
when I go back to my old neighborhood, there's very few Italians left. It's very diversified, and I like it. There's a wide mixture of different people that live there.
It's because you're racist against Italians.
Oh man, I like
earlier.
I like diversity. I enjoy diversity. I don't like the same thing. Like when I lived on a farm, go to school and all the kids pretty much dressed the same way. I found it boring, man. I just nothing wrong with that. If that's your cup of tea, go for it. It's not my cup of tea. I enjoy diversity, like the little things like Indian food, right? I don't love it, but I enjoy it. There's a few dishes that I really, really enjoy. And had the, Indian people not lived here in New York City, I wouldn't have been able to experience that. I'm the
Alan.
type of guy, I truly don't judge people by their color, the way they dress. I judge them by the
Unless
content
they're
of their
white.
character. It's obviously very difficult to judge somebody's character. Well, to a certain degree on a panel, on a telephone call. That's how I look at this. But, here's something I don't get about people on YouTube, like these drama channels, right? Tell me if you've experienced the same thing. It's just only this one genre, which technically isn't a genre, that I've been involved in and seen this. The channel creator or content creator basically has formulated a little cult in his chat or her chat. And you come in there and you disagree with what the content creator says, and the content creator will start calling you out, cursing you out. If they don't block you, which they normally do, they time you out. And then most of the chat chimes in. And it's like these people are so needy. They need to belong to something, this group, so bad that they exhibit this type of behavior. And then it gets further. They start fighting with other channel creators who that content creator they're following are having an issue with. They go into their chats and they're calling them names and they're threatening to kill each other. And I'm sitting there laughing.
I don't see that localized to YouTube, friend.
I
It's the
didn't
way
know
I
that.
see patriotism and nationalism in general.
You know something, Dennison, seriously, I'm an older guy. I think I mentioned this earlier. I only have 2 years experience in social media. And like I used to come to YouTube and just watch videos, right? Like if I needed to fix something, I didn't know how, I'd, research it on YouTube. So one day I open my YouTube, I go to the homepage and I see it says homeless guy. And there's a picture of this guy walking down the highway with a backpack. And it triggered my mind, the backpack, because it's like one day I'm going to be with the backpack. So I click onto it, and it's this guy. He's like, I got Lyme disease, and, I'm homeless, and, here's my Cash App if you could send any money. So what the fuck is going on? So I'm in the chat room like, dude, don't you have any insurance? No, I don't have, hospital insurance. They said, well, just go to a city hospital. They'll treat you for the Lyme disease. You'll die if you don't get that. So the next day, so the next day comes, right? And I had subscribed. So now I see, what's going on here. He's in like a waiting area at a bus stop somewhere in Georgia. And he's asking for people to send him money. He needs to get home. His mother's going to give him $10,000. He's going to buy a car, blah, 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 blah. So I said, hey, Tony, how you feeling? How's the Lyme disease? He goes, I don't feel bad. Well, by the 4th day, I realized that this guy didn't have Lyme disease. There's no freaking way, right? And he's just full of shit. So wait, so this is what happens. It's like, I can't be the only one. I can't be. So now the 4th day, he starts mentioning this other guy, some other channel creator. I'm not even going to say the name. I don't know who this guy is, but he's saying this guy called me a fag and this, that, and the other thing. So I'm curious. So I went to that channel creator's page or his channel, saw one of his lives, and he's talking about another channel creator. So I went to theirs. The next thing you know, I'm familiar with like 15 different content creators that are all fighting with each other all the time. And it's all bullshit. It's fabricated. If they all have each other's telephone numbers, I'll give you an example of what happened recently. With
Wait. Before you go on, look in the basement, Nudie, please.
What's the basement?
Where we come from and where we go to.
The basement, people.
What's in the basement?
There's a video.
Basement cat is best.
Oh, video. Okay, hold on.
It's less than 30 seconds long.
All right, hold on here. Smoke a cigarette here.
What happened to Nudie?
He's Canadian.
He's foraging in the middle of the night.
He's trimming his bush.
Taking a leaf on life, eh?
Okay, can you put it up, please?
Yeah, I'm going to. Just hold on.
Okay.
I'll be right with you.
Is she gonna make us do homework again?
This is
No,
not going to be easy for me. I'm not used to this phone yet.
it's
Hold on. Bear with
something
me.
funny, but it's just the timing is just
Yes.
being ruined.
Let's see. Here it is. I got it.
His bright's got to get his glasses. Hold on.
There you go. My bifocals.
Okay,
My
ready?
binoculars.
All right. So it says here on the Google machine that
Hold
I click
on.
the do hopper.
Yeah. Okay, ready?
So much has changed since we last spent some time together. My neighborhood has gone through so much. It's gone through something called gentrification. Can you say gentrification, boys and girls? It's like a magic trick. White people pay a lot of money, and then poof, all the black people are gone. Where do they go, boys and girls? Back to where they come from, of course. Atlanta.
Yeah, what happens though when people leave New York City? Most people they never come back. They don't have the money to come back. Most people, once they're gone,
Yeah.
they're gone.
That was another reason why I didn't go back to Toronto. I was like, I can't afford the rents down there. The rents there now are like the rents in New York when Seinfeld was on. It was like $2,000 for a freaking apartment. And now it's near $2,000 here where I live. It's like about $1,700 for a 1-bedroom apartment here. In a small city. It's and
Yeah,
now you
well,
guys
here in New York City, a
4,000.
1-bedroom
That's
apartment.
original. What?
Here in New York City, a 1-bedroom apartment in a nice neighborhood that's close to the public transportation, mainly the trains, it's going to be $2,200 to $2,500. If you're in Manhattan, you're looking at $4,000 or $5,000 if it's in a
Where does
decent area.
Seinfeld live? In Manhattan?
That's retarded.
It's retarded.
It's retarded.
You have to make good money. You have to make good money. It's it is, I guess, I wouldn't use the word retarded, but it is kind of ridiculous to be spending $48,000 a year for rent, but and you get nothing when you leave. Obviously you prefer to purchase a home, so this way it's an investment. You can sell
It's
it.
essentially for bragging rights too, right? Like,
Where did Seinfeld
sure,
live?
New
In
York City is
Manhattan?
pretty awesome, but you're not at a certain point. $4,000. It's not $4,000 a month, Austin. It's like that scene in fucking Pulp Fiction where he gets the shake and he tastes it and he's like, "Holy fucking shit! This is like the best fucking milkshake I've ever had in my life." I don't know if it's worth fucking $5, but it's a pretty good fucking milkshake.
Now I pay $7 for a milkshake here.
Look, here's the deal, right? You have to make per week, at least the minimum per week of what your rent is in a month. If you're not netting what your rent is every month in 1 week, you're going to barely get by.
That standard is right out the window now. That was the standard like 20, 30 years ago. That's not the standard. Right now, almost all the money I get in the month goes to my rent. Almost the whole thing. And that's normal. I mean, 1 week for rent, that used to be the standard. It's so not anymore for anybody, really. I mean, you'd have to be pretty rich. Now, where did Seinfeld live? In Manhattan?
Seinfeld, I believe, was originally from Queens.
No, in the show.
In the show.
Oh, yeah, he lived somewhere on the Upper West Side. That's where the show was supposed to take place, the Upper West Side of Manhattan.
Wherever NBC is, because I remember him running to the NBC building.
Well, yeah, the NBC studios is, I believe, it's either on 57th or 59th.
In
10th or 11th Avenue. It's all the way west.
Oh, and you said 59th Street Bridge the other day, the other hour, and that made me think of Billy Joel. Because he had
I don't see the significance of that. What is
because
that, a song or something?
either
An
had
album
an
cover?
album or a song. I think it was a song that he mentioned the 59th Street Bridge.
Okay.
What?
Well, virtually all the bridges here in New York City do have bicycle paths on them. So I've been across most of them. The only one that doesn't is the Staten Island Bridge. The Verrazano. But when they have the 5-borough bike tour every year, usually have about 40 to 42,000 bicycles that ride it.
It's 50 seconds.
I haven't done it in decades, but it goes through every single borough. They close the highways down, and they even close the Verrazano Bridge down, like the lower deck of it. and they put like these thin boards over the expansion bars, and the bicycles ride from Brooklyn into Staten Island across the Verrazano, and then they ride to the Staten Island ferry, and they take the ferry back to Manhattan, which is where the bike tour began. I haven't done it in decades, but I used to do it back when I was a bicycle messenger, back in the 80s.
It was
I used
50
to do
seconds.
I used to do it every year just for that.
It was
You know.
50
Anthony
seconds.
works at the grocery store,
Huh? What?
saving his pennies for someday.
You know,
Is
it's a
that
real
it? Is that the
spectacle.
one?
You know, it's a real spectacle.
That's off the 52nd
The-
Street album.
Oh, okay.
One thing that's like a kind of like a cultural kind of event, for lack of a better word here, for me anyway, is at the annual New York City Marathon. And what I do is I'll go to, it starts in Staten Island, right? Right at the base of the Verrazano Bridge in Staten Island. And they run across the bridge, and now they're in Brooklyn. And usually about 200 bikes will meet up at about 6:30 in the morning on the morning of the marathon. The marathon doesn't start, I believe, till I want to say 8, 9 o'clock in the morning, and we will ride the length of the marathon. The streets painted with like this purple line, and we just follow it. We actually do the marathon on the bicycles before the runners go through. I don't do that every year, but I do that. I'm probably going to do it this year as long as it's not raining out. I enjoy that.
He won't wear the
I-
ribbon. He won't wear the ribbon.
Yeah, I just find it astounding how these men and women, especially either or, the world class runners can run like 26.2 miles in 2 hours and 8 minutes. I think there was a guy that ran the Boston Marathon. I think it was the Boston Marathon this year, and I think it was like an hour and 59 minutes and some seconds. That's incredible. That's amazing to me. And of course, it's always your people, Dennison. You know, the dark skinned black guys that come from, where is it?
I'm light skinned. I'm red bone.
What is it? What country do they come
You
from?
don't
The good runners, the really good runners in Africa. Not a country. Africa's a continent. Where do they come from? Fuck.
Jamaica?
No.
Nigeria.
Nigeria, probably. That's one of them. Maybe Zimbabwe. Places like,
Eddie,
where they.
Eddie, what have you done for me lately?
Most of these guys have been like running since they were kids from one village to the next. And the Africans here in New York City, they don't usually get along so well with the American blacks. And they say, the Africans here in New York City say, "Yay, the white man. Yay, the white man." They love us over here.
See, now it's Eddie Murphy in that movie where he was from Africa. What was that? He was an
Coming to
African.
America.
That was it.
Eddie Murphy's from Brooklyn. Eddie Murphy was raised like in downtown area of Brooklyn.
Yeah, but in Coming to America, he was a prince in an African country.
He had that bit too in Raw where he married the African woman.
Yeah.
And then she got Americanized when he brought her to the United States.
Yeah, and the children named her Goonie Goo Goo. Goonie Goo Goo.
And then he like impersonates his fake wife from Africa. Eddie, what have you done for me lately, Eddie?
And then
you know who my favorite comedian was Richard Pryor. I really, really liked Richard Pryor. I think Dave Chappelle is good as well, but Richard Pryor was a pioneer.
Comedians?
Richard Pryor paved the path for what we see today.
So we're only
I love
talking
it
about black comedians?
I love it when he was a KK member.
Who is?
I like the one when he
Richard
was
Pryor. He's a KK member.
I like the one when he was his mafia routine when he was like I think he was can't remember this whole story, but some strip club he was in, he was working there or something, and one of the strippers didn't get paid, so he went into the office with her, and it was mob guys that ran the place, and he pulled a starter pistol on the guy, and the guy's like, "I can't do it," like the old Italians with their accent. It's a really funny skit. It's not very long. I think it might be 8 minutes long, but it's actually hilarious to me. And when he did the Ali, when he wanted to be a boxer, that was funny too. I think he was a funny guy.
About movie. That was funny.
Who?
Moving.
I don't think I saw that.
You didn't see that when the guy rented or took his car? He's supposed to meet him at a house. The guy had 13 personalities. It was hilarious.
I might have seen that. For some reason, it just I don't know. I don't remember it.
He buys a house, and the guy took the swimming pool cabinets from the kitchen. You don't remember that?
No, not I don't.
Oh
I
man,
guess
it
I'm
was
not-
hilarious. Wow.
Unfufu, that was her name.
You know who was funny? Dennison would remember this. You would writes, but you remember Flip Wilson?
Yeah, I do. Geraldine.
Yep.
Geraldine, that's right.
That's right. Yep.
You
I'm
remember
listening
Super
to Eddie
Sales?
Murphy right now.
Yep.
You remember,
I remember
Super
Super
Sales?
Sure do. Yep.
You remember what he did? He got in
Black
trouble
Tooth and
because
White Fang.
on one of his shows, it was like a children's show. He told the kids, "All right, children, I want you to go into your father's pants pockets and go into his wallet and send me all the pictures of George Washington." Remember that?
Yeah. Yeah. His money. Yeah. Black Tooth and White Fang. Yeah. I remember that. Popeye.
Remember we used to get Walter Cronkite on the news?
Mm-hmm. I remember TV sets. It only lasted until 12 o'clock at midnight, and it shut off.
Yeah, like 2-3 o'clock in the morning, you'd get that thing that would come across the screen. It would freeze, and it would have.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Well, you know what? How I look at it, right? And also miss. We got to live during the good times. You know,
We sure did.
That's how I feel. I try to be optimistic. I got to live during the good times. You know, I would not want to be born into this world today. I really would not.
Yeah, had a good time. No doubt about it. I love the drive-ins.
Shit, I can remember growing up like as a teenager. Used to go into a movie theater, sit down, watch a movie, smoke a joint, be with a bunch of my friends. Nobody bothers. I'm not kidding you. You do something like that now, you know, fire alarms go off, a SWAT unit shows up.
We used to pay a quarter for 2 movies.
What we used to do is one of us would pay. And then around the back, there would always be like a staircase that would lead to the balcony, like the fire exit, right? So the one that paid would open the fire door, and everybody else would come in for free.
This is a different one.
So, you know, I remember I grew up in Brooklyn in an Italian neighborhood, so you know, just what we did.
Yeah, they did it over here. They did.
You know what we used to do when we were kids? I'm not making this up. We were teenagers when it would snow. While it was snowing, before they plowed the streets, once you got like 3 or 4 inches of snow, we would hang out in the corner. The light would turn red, and when the light turned green, we'd grab the bumper of the car or cars that were stuck there and let them drag us down the street. I'm not shitting you. And when I tell the kids that today, they're like, "Man, that's dangerous." Yeah, it kind of was dangerous, but you know, nobody ever got killed doing it. Nobody I was with ever got even hurt seriously doing it. It was fun. You know, the kids today, I don't blame them. You know, I didn't have the technology they have. If I did, I'd be just like them, I'm sure, if I had a smartphone. But they're soft. And I don't blame it on the woke. I blame it mostly on these damn smartphones. You know, like I said, if I had a smartphone when I was a teenager, I would have had a different life when I was a teenager. I wouldn't have been playing ball all the time. I would have been on my smartphone most of the time, sending my friends text messages. You know, I'm glad that I got to grow up without the smartphone, to be honest with you. You know,
We went to Bagany one time. I went down there at nighttime. As soon as the thing stopped, all of a sudden I heard crack. I fell right in about 2 feet of water. Damn, was that cold. Time I got to the car, my whole pants was just frosted up.
yeah, well, one time, you know, salt water doesn't freeze till it's 29 degrees. And it was like 1976, 1977, I want to say. We had an extremely cold winter here in New York City. And the bay in Sheepshead Bay, where the fishing boats are, froze. So at that time, I had a Newfoundland dog. And I went out onto the ice with the dog. and I actually walked across that bay. People were screaming at me, "Get off of there! The ice is gonna break." I got off of there, no problem. I got lucky. You do stupid things when you're young, you know. You think you're invincible, but anyway. Now the winters are very mild in comparison. Not that we don't get cold days, but we don't get as low a temperatures as we used to, and they don't not as many days in a row of them. Well, it's like I sit here all winter waiting for summer to come, and then it comes, and New York City is like everything is brick or asphalt for the most part, most everything, and it retains the heat from the sun. Before you know it, by the middle of July, it's like 100 degrees every day, virtually every day. And then you get these ozone layer alert days or air quality alert days. It sucks, but it is what it is. Well, I got to say, this past summer, it wasn't that bad here. It wasn't really that hot. We didn't have anything over 100 degrees. I'd melt in the heat. I don't like the heat at all.
I try not to let things bother me. I don't let things fear me. Don't give a shit about the government. I just adapt and improvise if I can. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Just
yeah,
do the best I can.
Exactly. I adapt, but it sucks. It sucks.
If everything works right next year, I'm going to be busy. I'm going to be showing you a lot of videos of what I'm going to be doing.
Yeah, I kind of slowed down with my channel. I really don't need this few dollars that I'm going to make off of YouTube if I was able to get it monetized. It's like Trump change. But I'll keep up what I have there. And I may add some more videos, but I'm not really all too charged up about it anymore, to be honest with you.
Hey, don't feel bad about it. I got like 12 videos. Look how many I got.
Yeah, well,
I got to be the worst YouTuber in the world.
No, you know what happened to me? So I did some videos, right? I was mostly doing shorts in the beginning. And I was picking up some subscribers. One of my shorts, I picked up 23 subscribers on it, which I think was pretty decent. But anyway, all of a sudden I go to my video section, and every video YouTube is putting a commercial on it. And I'm not even getting paid for it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And, what was I going to say? On top of that, when you go to the analytics page, there's like a list of different videos that suggested your video according to what they're saying there. So I start clicking on these channels, and these really hot chicks doing freaking yoga. And I'm looking, and like they have 250,000 subscribers and 300,000 views on this video and blah blah blah. I'm like, I can't compete with that, so there's no point in even trying. You know what I'm saying? That wasn't the goal. So the goal is to spread. I'm not a fitness influencer. I don't push people to exercise, but if you want to, I'll show you how to do it with your body weight. I'm something of a minimalist, especially when it comes to fitness.
Yeah, me too. I do as very little exercise, as little.
No. When I say minimalist, I don't. Yeah, okay, I got you. Yeah. I went over my head for a second there.
Denizen, that the one I just put in was the one I thought you were talking about. I forgot about the other one.
So what can we argue about now? We've been too calm.
Nothing. I'm laughing my ass off. I'm loving this. There's hardly anybody who I get to talk to about TV or entertainment like this. Denizen knows all the shows I know. I think he might be younger than me.
Yeah,
so
I like TV too.
Yeah, I don't know if you watch Mod Squad or I don't know how old you are. I can't remember how old you are.
You know what show I used? Remember Beretta?
I love Beretta. In fact, on my live streams, you could find many times where I've just got the clip where he says, and that's the name of that tune. I got that in my head for the rest of my life. I love Beretta. Joe's in Beretta.
Joe who?
Joe Cool.
Really?
Yeah, his name's Huggy Bear.
Oh, yeah.
That's who Joe reminded me of when I
You
started.
know, yeah. You know
This
what
guy-
happens?
Bear.
I don't know if Dennison's got to this point yet. I'm sure he's the youngest person on the panel. Once you get to the point where you say they don't make things like they used to, you know you've gotten older. That goes for anything. Look at the old shows. Look at Archie Bunker. Remember that show?
Of course.
That was a great show. They don't make shows like that anymore. They don't make music
Actually-
like that anymore. They don't make clothes like that anymore. They don't make cars like that anymore. Everything is disposable now.
I loved Archie Bunker, but now that I'm older and I can look back and look at it, it was one of those shows that programs you to tell you virtues. It tells you your virtues. It's like it was the kind of thing where it was like Mike would be arguing for the civilized point of view, but it was really more like a left-wing democratic point of view.
The way I saw it was that they were making fun of Archie Bunker being a racist.
Yes,
how ridiculous those people are and how ignorant they are.
It hit you over the head with the point. It was like they really. It was. I think it was the time where virtue signaling really picked up. Huh?
I was laughing at Eddie.
Oh yeah. Yeah. They were hitting you over the head with the point, and it was like they went so far to make their friggin' point instead of just making the point, right? And that just became the way that people behaved. That after that, it wasn't virtue signaling yet, but it was bonk you over the head with the point. So they were programming us in that show, in all the shows really.
You remember? Go back a little further. The Honeymooners.
Of course, that was my dad, and that's also Fred Flintstone. My dad was Ralph Cramden and Fred Flintstone. And I swear to God, when he snored, the roof really came off the house.
What about? Do you remember the sitcom named Soap?
Yes.
Wasn't that good too?
Great. That was great. And then there was a spin-off from that. There was a spin-off from that where Robert B. Guillaume got his
Right.
show.
Bentley.
Benson.
Benson, that's it. Benson, right. Benson.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now they have shows like Sex and the City
Barney
and things
Miller?
like this. I don't relate. I can't. It's a waste of time.
Barney Miller, who actually was a Ashkenazi Jew, but he reminded me of my Uncle Shaker.
Yeah, you remember? Oh, what was the name of it now? I can't remember. Oh, you remember the courtship of Eddie's father?
No.
That was with Bill Bixby?
I mean, I know it existed, but I didn't used to watch it.
My favorite Martian.
My favorite
Yeah,
Martian.
also
I used to like that show. You know what was my favorite show when I was like up to probably the age of 8? Was the original Superman.
Yes, when I was a little kid, that was my
George
favorite.
Reeves. George Reeves.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was my favorite show when I was growing up. He was Truth, Justice, and the American Way.
That's
and I
right.
grew up like that. That became my, Truth and Justice, and not the American Way, but
And then-
Truth and Justice was my thing.
And
Always.
then my favorite cartoon back then was Popeye.
Yes,
Right?
it's
It was
also me.
Very
Oh my
violent
God.
cartoon. Popeye and
Yes.
Pluto who beat the hell out of each other all
Yes.
the time.
Who
Now
protect Paul?
the cartoons that the kids watch today are about like some kind of frog that wants to we are the world or some shit it's singing. It's crazy.
How about Rona Martin? Laughing.
Oh
Matt
yeah,
Meow.
I
Yes.
remember that. Yep.
Yes. Yes.
What about Carol Burnett?
And then they used
Yep.
Batman. Batman took from that, and then when they'd climb up the buildings, and then somebody would pop out the window, it was like laughing.
Yeah.
What about the
Yeah,
Dick
Batman.
Van Dyke Show?
Oh yes,
Yeah.
New Rochelle. They lived in New Rochelle.
Remember Merv Griffin?
Yep.
Do you remember? This is not as far back, but you remember Phil Donahue?
He's my hero. I love. He is the best talk show. If it weren't for him, all the other talk shows. And he left after Oprah started being like Oprah was the second one. There was a Mike Douglas show, but that was different. This was where people came and told their stories. Phil Donahue was great. It was, it was because of him. I credit Phil Donahue for people coming out to bring out the fact that they were touched, when they were kids. People didn't talk about that. They started talking about it when Phil Donahue put it on the fucking TV.
You
And
know what?
after
You know what
that,
show I think
everybody started saying,
the show
How
I
about
think
Airwolf?
correlates or has meaning. Like how do I say it? The show that kind of reminds me of YouTube a little bit is the Jerry Springer Show.
it's backwards. YouTube is mimicking Jerry Springer. Not just Jerry Springer, the Steve Wilkos guy too. We have people in our crowd that are just like, I don't want to name names, but kind of a shit show kind of thing. They do that. They do that. Steve Wilkos did, and the Steve Wilkos was like Geraldo. Remember Geraldo?
Just an
Yeah.
appeal to the lowest common denominator.
Yeah, but
How about
they take the feelings that people have, that where they have no justice in their life for something, and they want to see somebody who did a similar crime to somebody else, and they want to see them beaten into the ground. So that's what
Yep.
Geraldo and Steve Wilkos were for.
how about
You
Airwolf?
hurt people.
Yeah, I saw
Wonder
that.
Woman.
Airwolf.
I didn't really like it that
Wonder
much.
Woman. $6
Wonder
million
Woman.
man.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, the Bionic.
We can rebuild him. We have the technology.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll make it better than new. Yeah.
And Wonder Woman.
Yeah. Remember SWAT? The show SWAT.
Yeah. Yeah.
What about Batman? The original Batman with Adam West.
Yes. I just brought that up.
Batman.
But you know what? The best
Oh,
Saturday morning cartoons when I was growing up was the best ever. And we
Here's
used to have a
one.
show called The Super Friends.
Yeah, I remember that. But here's one. Here's a great show. I bet you remember. Lost in Space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Danger.
Danger,
Oh,
Will
I love that
Robinson.
show.
Danger.
Yeah, we didn't really watch that one. We saw it. We saw it sometimes.
The
but I
doctor
never
is a pedophile, Will. Danger.
And you had Dr. Smith. Every time they would get close to getting the ship to fly back to Earth, he would always fuck it up somehow. What about
There's
Gilligan's Island?
robot
Remember
on it.
Gilligan?
Yeah,
Well,
we did that.
Gilligan,
We
same
watched
thing.
Gilligan's Island when we came home. Gilligan's Island and then Batman.
You know what show I liked a lot too? Taxi.
Right.
I used to
Taxi.
watch Gilligan's Island with the soundtrack.
Taxi
off.
with Tony Danza and
Yep.
Taxi.
Night
Oh,
Court.
Taxi. Yeah.
Night
That was
Court.
later. What?
Night Court.
Night Court.
Mhm.
It was Family Ties. It was Cosby Show.
Ooh.
Cosby Show, and this is not in this order because
The Monsters.
Ties.
the Monsters,
Adam's
yeah.
Family.
Friends.
Yeah.
Yep.
Adam's Family.
And
You remember?
Night-
You remember the Rifleman with Chuck
Yep.
Connor?
that's
Yep.
I didn't like that.
I just made a video on that. There's him shooting. I just got done making it a while ago. Yeah.
What about Davy Crockett?
Car 54,
Davy
where are you?
Crockett. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah,
that.
I remember that. I got that on a video too on Rumble.
Black and white Superman.
hmm George Reeves.
That was George
Reeves.
Talking about, yeah.
How
He was
about
just-
Howdy Doody? Sky
Huh?
King.
Yeah.
Who?
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers. Yep.
Mr.
Sesame
Rogers.
Street.
Dress
Sesame
Up.
Street.
We had Mr. Dress Up too in Canada. And the
I don't know what
Friendly
they-
Giant.
Oh wait,
Well-
what was the guy's name who used to come on and paint? Bob Ross.
Mr.
Remember
Dress Up.
Bob? You remember
That's-
Bob Ross, the guy that would come on and
Oh
paint?
yeah. That was on PBS.
Won't you be my neighbor?
Have you guys ever seen Mr. Body?
What?
Who?
Mr. Body.
Is it a cartoon?
It's on PBS.
No.
Never heard of it.
He used to
P.
come out
Body?
with the Mr. Body. He would come out with
Mr.
a suit on that was the anatomy of the human body.
No, I never seen that. But there was Electric Company on PBS.
See if I can find it.
That was for older kids. When you got out of Sesame Street, you go into Electric Company. And Morgan, what's his name? Morgan, black guy that plays
Found it.
God.
Freeman. Morgan Freeman.
Yeah, Morgan Freeman was on that. Rita Moreno was on that.
Morgan Freeman. I know the name, but I can't think of his face. Look, Morgan
You
Freeman.
remember Shawshank Redemption? You remember Shawshank Redemption?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was in
Morgan
that.
Freeman was the black guy in the movie.
Well, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
Wait,
It's-
wasn't there a great big guy?
His name was Red in the movie.
hmm
No,
Wait.
you're thinking of Green Mile.
Oh,
What a
okay.
picture.
I was with those two mixed
What
up.
a
Another
picture that
Stephen
was.
King movie.
What about Casino? Remember Casino?
I just saw
Oh
that.
wow. Yeah.
We just saw a bit of that just now, and that was
That's
the
what I
name of
wanted to show Joe.
That's the first time I ever saw Casino. Was
Sharon
like
Stone.
the
Yeah.
last
How about
month.
now? It was based on a true story,
Oh.
but Hollywood souped it up. Remember Dog Day Afternoon? That was an
Sharon
actual bank
Stone.
robbery that
Oh,
took
yeah.
place in Brooklyn and Bensonhurst.
Attica.
Model on
Attica.
me.
Scarface.
Yeah.
Scarface, yep.
Oh, we could be a higher all
I
day.
just give her
And
another
then-
Quaalude. She'll love me again.
And I think in 1975 you came out. Well, what came out? Jaws. Prior to seeing that movie, I used to always go swimming out at the beach into the water. After I saw that movie, I'd go to the beach, but I wasn't going to the water anymore.
How about The
You're gonna need
Exorcist?
a bigger boat.
After
How about The
Jaws,
Exorcist? The Exorcist?
yeah.
Fuck
Yeah,
me,
well-
father, fuck me.
After Jaws, I saw this movie.
What about
this other
the-
movie came out called The Deep.
Oh, Demi, how
The
could
guy-
you do this to me, Demi?
Marlon Brando and The Godfather?
Yep. I'll give you enough.
Apocalypse
Can't
Now.
refuse.
Apocalypse Now.
You come to me on the day of my daughter's wedding, and you
What about-
ask me for a favor.
Apocalypse Now. It smells like victory.
Yeah. the
You smell
napalm.
that?
I love the smell of napalm in the.
I love the smell of napalm in the morning.
Yep.
You know,
Now
what
Smells
this
like
movie too is not so old.
victory.
It's not as old as these movies we've been
Few
talking
Good
about.
Men.
But Hello
Few Good Men
Vietnam.
and
No,
Devil's Advocate.
You know, someday this war is going to be over.
yeah. Good. What about Good Morning Vietnam with Robin Williams? That was a good movie.
Yep. Do you notice? I know what I noticed. A lot of comedians are excellent actors.
Timing.
You know
Robin
what happened?
Williams
Listen,
is an
one day I
excellent
went to the
actor.
one day I went to the movie theater alone. I think I was 14, maybe 15,
And Jim Carrey is
and
an
and
excellent actor.
and I just wanted to see a movie, and the only movie that was playing was this movie called Papillon.
Yeah.
But it wasn't rated PG. It was above PG, and I lied about my age. I got a ticket. I love that movie, Papillon.
Steve McQueen and Dustin Hoffman.
Yep.
Yeah.
Another
Yeah,
another great movie. I want to say it came out in 1969.
A Bridge
One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Oh yeah. Nurse Ratchet.
Mick Murphy.
Did you ever see The Great Race?
No.
Oh yeah,
With-
with the cars.
Yep. That was
Yeah.
hilarious. That
Oh, that
was
was
Bob DeLuise.
Jack Lemmon. Yeah, Jack Lemmon. And what the hell was his name? What's called Dad? Tony Curtis.
Yeah.
How about a lot of the different Twilight Zone episodes, the original Twilight Zone?
Yeah.
How
Yeah.
many people? How many big actors and actors, male and female, got their start on that show?
I don't know.
Captain James T. Kirk was one of them. Remember when he saw the gorilla out in the wing of the plane?
Was
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. I got goosebumps now doing.
How
his
about
part.
The Odd Couple?
Oh, that was one of my favorite comedies. The Odd Couple.
Gunsmoke.
Yep, Bonanza.
Hmm.
The
I
Cartwrights.
liked Bonanza. I didn't like Gunsmoke, but Little House on the Prairie is one of my all-time favorite shows.
Yeah, that's
Petticoat.
another one.
Wagon Train.
The Wagon Train. Yep.
Hmm. And
There used to be a commercial that had a
Rawhide.
on it.
Gotta have Rawhide.
There used to be a commercial for dog chow or
I
something.
dream of
Purina.
Danny.
Purina, and they had this wagon.
You remember the commercial with the Indian? It was like he would be standing there and he'd have a tear running down out of his eyes, down his face,
Yep.
because of the
That was-
pollution or something. I think it was
about littering.
Hmm.
littering. That's it. Yeah, pollution.
Hmm.
And then there was the ranger. What was it? The bear. The
Oh,
What a
bear.
Yogi Bear.
pussy.
Yogi Bear.
No.
Smokey the Bear.
There was
Smokey the Bear.
Smokey the Bear. Yeah. He would tell you about
Only
forest
you
fires.
can help prevent forest fires.
Ah,
Yeah.
Mr. Ranger, sir. And a
You
picnic
guys
basket.
remember? You guys
Hey,
remember
boo-boo.
Chitty Chitty
Crime
Bang
Dog
Bang?
McGruff takes a bite out of crime.
Yeah, that's right. The dog.
Chitty Bang Bang.
Yeah, that was
Candy's
Bang Bang.
all free today.
Can't
Children.
remember. Then bed knobs and broomsticks. Too. And Witch Mountain. I was in love
Count
with
Dracula, the pimp.
I don't remember that.
How many times must I smack this bitch? 1 times, 2 times,
You're making
How
that
about
up.
how about young
That's Dave
Frankenstein?
Chappelle.
Oh,
How about young Frankenstein?
Young
Frankenstein.
You remember?
Yeah.
Young
Yeah.
Frankenstein.
You remember?
Yeah.
You remember Saturday mornings? Remember Saturday mornings when the
Ralph-
Godzilla movies would come on? The
Ralph-
Japanese ones?
Godzilla. Oh, is that Godzilla coming?
What about this? I still do this to this day. Every Christmas Eve, I watch what the hell is it? The March of the Wooden Soldiers? Remember that one?
No.
Mm-mm.
Is that what he calls
Never.
it when he jerks off in the morning?
No, that's when
Wooden soldier.
the bogeymen. They get the bogeymen. Whatever. How
about Johnny Quest?
I still actually even can enjoy every once in a while the Wizard of
I didn't
Oz.
like that. I didn't like Johnny Quest.
You
No.
like what about
No.
the Wizard of Oz?
Yeah, and there was a cartoon about the Wizard of Oz too.
How about the real good adventure, Thunderbirds?
Oh, I couldn't stand Thunderbird. It was like Johnny Quest.
How about the Johnny Carson show?
I mentioned that earlier.
Oh, you did. Okay.
What about Land of the Lost?
Yeah,
That was on-
Land of the Lost. How
Oh,
about
I was so in love with.
was that the one with Gulliver the Giant?
No,
No.
I
Okay.
think that's 80. No, that's Around the World in 80 Days or something.
Then there was Journey to the Center of the Earth.
Yep.
Yeah.
All that stuff is gone now. We
No,
have
it's
this
not. It's on
animated
video.
computer generated crap.
It's on
Yeah.
video.
I get some of the movies. I got this Fire Stick, and I get most of the movies. Not all of them, but most of them.
The most recent movie that I really, really liked a lot, and I kind of saw parallels with it to what's going on today to a degree anyway, was The Joker. I like that movie, The Joker.
I didn't see that one.
That's with, I think, is his name Joaquin Phoenix? I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, the guy with the
Yeah.
hair lip.
The guy what?
He's got.
The guy that was
He's got a hair
he
lip.
worked as
He's got a cleft lip.
oh.
They
I don't
call
know
it
if that's
Matrix.
what it was.
Yeah.
I like that movie. But you know another movie I liked? What was it called? I think it was called 179 Days. It was about the guy that it's based on a true story. He was hiking somewhere out west. I can't remember what the area is called. And he fell in between two rocks and he had to literally cut his arm off to get out of there.
Oh,
I heard
that was
about
a real
that. Haven't seen
story.
it.
That was a real story.
Yeah. Well, I'm
Mhm.
sure they amped it up a little bit, but I mean, he did
Yeah,
cut his arm
based
off to
on
get
real
out of there.
Yeah, yeah.
And he had to
What
cut his
about-
arm off with like some little cheap penknife that was made in China. It wasn't even sharp.
Yeah,
China.
I didn't see the movie. China. I didn't see the movie, but I know about the story. What about there was this movie with Robin Williams and Al Pacino. It was called Insomnia. It was a fantastic movie.
I don't remember that.
That's another Stephen King movie.
Is it?
Yeah.
What about all the Rocky movies? Yo, Adrian.
Well, everybody's seen Rocky. I don't remember it being a Stephen King movie though.
Insomnia? Yeah, it's Stephen King.
You know what movie I liked? Actually, is from the early '90s. Was In the Name of the Father?
No, I don't like that at all. I hate that movie.
What's the other movie? Oh,
Why do
geez.
you hate
no,
that movie?
no country.
No, I take that back. I take that back. That was the Irish one.
Right.
I don't
It's
hate
Daniel Day-Lewis.
I thought it was Not Without My Daughter. That's
What about
I hate.
No Country for Old Men?
I didn't see that one.
Woody Harrelson.
Really?
Woody Harrelson and what's his name? Oh, geez, it escapes me right now. The cop.
What's
Oh,
it called?
whatever.
What? No. What?
No-
what?
no
Cop
Country
is
for
the
Old
dude
Men.
that was married to Barbara Streisand, wasn't it?
Barbara Streisand was in the movie.
He may have.
Oh.
No, the dude that was married to her.
Oh, what the hell is this? Yeah, he played
Oh.
a doctor in a soap opera or something. I think.
He was like a really good-looking guy.
Yep,
um,
yep.
Josh
His name.
Brolin.
No, that's the son. Josh is the son.
Uh,
Uh,
You guys remember Abbott and Costello?
yes.
Oh yeah, who
And I
can't?
always got them mixed up with Laurel and Hardy. I used to watch
Hardy,
both
yeah.
of them.
Yeah, I like.
Jack
shit,
Benny.
he was
I like
married
Abbott
to
and Costello.
Diane Lane.
Who
God
is?
damn.
Who is?
Josh
Who is-
Brolin.
Oh, okay. What's the father's name? Steve Brolin? No.
James
How about the
Brolin.
Ro-
Hey, that's it. James Brolin. Yeah.
How about Dean Martin and the roasts? I love that.
Oh
The
yeah,
celebrity
I
roast.
watch.
Roast these. Oh my God, I laughed.
Watch these still because those are my dad's guys. My dad was like part of the Rat Pack. So I took his ashes and I put them in Caesar's palace. There's like a not, what do you call it? Not a pagoda. It's like a round, you call it a Parthenon or something. It's like a round thing with like columns that come down like this in a circle. And I laid his ashes right in the middle, and my mom's, because I had them mixed together, and my mom couldn't stand all that shit. So sorry, Mom, but I laid him there because he was Dean Martin, he was Frank Sinatra, like he was friends with those. He loved. My dad was a bit prejudiced, like actually a lot prejudiced. So he loved Sammy Davis Jr. And see, he was a Jew and he was black. So my dad thought that he was a good guy because he liked him. And he
How
said,
about the gumbo rally?
"Yeah, that was
You know?
great." Raul
Yeah.
was so
Sammy Davis is dressed up as a priest. He called him a chocolate monk.
What about Burt
Sanford
Reynolds?
and Son with Red Fox, and then you had the Jerry Lewis. Jerry Lewis was in the the movies he was in.
Oh my God, I can't stand it.
Remember the Jerry Lewis telethon? I hated
Oh
that.
yes,
Yeah, I sure do. Yep.
it was horrible. The guy's so
How about
full of-
Jingles? You guys remember Jingles?
The name rings a bell, but I can't think of the show.
Joe,
He was
you
a-
mean Bojangles? Or
Was it Bojangles or Jingles?
there was Bojangles. He was a black guy.
No, this is a white dude. He was dressed as a clown outfit. Had cartoons and
Oh no,
no, remember. Okay, probably too. Okay, never mind. I'm too old for that. Eh?
I think was it Mr. Bojangles or that was just a song.
That was just a song. Mr. Bojangles.
I think Bojangles used to wear blackface and he was black. That's the impression I have in my head. He wore blackface and he was black.
No, this guy was white. Yeah, it's.
What did you guys think of Goodfellas?
Oh, look.
Oh yeah, that was good.
You gotta
Yeah,
stir the sauce. And when I was talking about the garlic earlier, I was thinking about what's the fat guy from Law and Order? He was they're in jail, and he says the key is you gotta slice the garlic really thin.
Yeah. Oh,
Did it
that was
melt in the
the guy
oil?
that played the captain. Jesus
What?
escapes me now. That was the guy that played the captain.
That's
The
Sorvino.
family. That was a Lucchese. That was story was basically about the Lucchese crime family.
Paul Sorvino.
Poor Sobino. That's it.
Yeah.
I believe he passed away not too long ago.
Is
What
this
about
thing on?
what about The Sopranos?
Loved it.
Yeah, that was good.
Loved it. I like pretty much all the mob stuff. My dad, Godfather was like it was the key thing in my house. So my dad had this ring, and so we had to kiss his ring if we wanted something, right? And I was the Talia Shire character, right? I was always crying and making stupid decisions with my boyfriends, and my brother. One brother, he was Sonny because he's just so angry, like he just sees red when he's angry, right? And then there was my brother Michael was Michael. So
What about okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
no, that was
So what about remember Bruce Lee and what was it, the Green Hornet?
Oh
yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, I would thought you were gonna say about Bruce Lee and when he
How about
Enter the
Kung
Dragon.
Fu?
You're probably thinking about
the
Kung
legend
Fu?
continues too. Yeah,
you mean the
the
Kung
legend
Flu?
continues
Kung,
was
you
for
mean the Kung Flu?
No, Kung Fu with David Carradine.
David Carradine. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, the most recent Kung Flu I know of is the one that Trump calls the Kung Flu.
No, I think the one.
And then there was Kung Fu: The Legend Continues, which I liked it better, and that was
The
filmed-
virus came from China.
China.
like vagina. And now we're back at sex.
Many people are saying. Everybody says the same thing.
You just can't
It's a
enter
witch
into
hunt.
this. You didn't see
It's a
any of
witch
this
hunt.
stuff. He's missed out on a lot of this stuff. Nudie.
You know what Trump is really, and what all the politicians. Some are better than others. They're not really liars. They're gaslighters. what a gaslighter is somebody that's able to make somebody else actually doubt their own reality.
That's right.
He's a master gaslighter. That guy. He definitely is.
I don't know if he doesn't work on me. As soon as he starts talking, it's like he's gonna sell me a car.
Well, I'm very familiar with his antics.
Dave
having,
Chappelle actually described Trump accurately. He called him an honest liar.
An honest liar. He believes what he's saying. He believes his bullshit.
He uses the truth as a weapon. And the timing is appropriate too, because people are more disillusioned with the status quo and the system than they have.
That's his job. His job is to gather all the disenfranchised. That's his job. That's why he is who he is in the political system.
And now everybody who does not believe in the system and distrusts the status quo and is against it is now an evil, racist, white supremacist Trumper.
Right.
And everybody can hate them like they hate their cult leader, Trump.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pretty slick if you think about it, right? Like they did a really good fucking job. It's pretty good. You got to tip your hat to that kind of fucking manipulation.
What he did was he used the core of his manipulation revolves around fear. Fear of people that are different. MS-13, they kill you painfully. They do it painfully, And
I'm afraid
he became,
of
I
MS-13,
think, to
bro.
most of his supporters, or many of them anyway, the bully that they stand behind. These are people that live in fear, and they've got a bully to stand behind now. And their bully is
Are
Trump.
you guys still talking about Trump?
Oh my God!
Holy
But not in a
shit.
bad way. We're talking in a good way.
Beauty, fix your thing. Whatever you're making that sound. Remember that time when you were on Mars, and you had that weird voice?
You were on Mars.
I just use a phrase that I haven't used in many, many years. Back in the old Italian neighborhoods, you'd say something like this. You'd say to a guy, "Hey, your sister's a freaking slut," but I don't mean that in a bad way.
I hear that on YouTube all the time. No
Sluts
disrespect,
are wonderful.
but, and then they just go and disrespect you. That's the next sentence. They
The
just
slut is a beautiful thing.
Hey man, you want my sister? She's virgin.
Oh,
Well,
Cheech
somebody-
and Chong. You just remind me of Cheech and Chong.
Somebody's gonna do it.
Somebody here?
Am I me?
Yes, you're you. My God, you would have given me nightmares. I could name that tune in 2 notes, man.
I should set it back.
All you have is your voice. That's all you are, is a voice.
He's just a disembodied voice.
Yeah.
Don't insult my avatar like that. Fuck.
I told them that you were grooming your bush.
Yeah, we were wondering where you were.
You gotta shampoo it and trim it.
He
Will you
he thinks everything should be shaven.
Will you quit spying on me? What the fuck? Jesus.
So did you shave even though Fruity wasn't around for a couple months? Did you still shave?
How do you know I have beard? How do you know I'm shaven? How do you know any of that
I
stuff?
don't mean there. I mean down there.
I mean anywhere.
She's like, I wasn't looking at you in your face that one time, I was
But yeah, in my head you've got a great big dick. You said something about the shaving, and you believe that everything should be shaven.
You believe that what?
That everything should be shaven.
I believe that?
Yeah. Remember we
Um,
had that talk, and I said if you shave down there, that's like a little boy or a little girl. That's just wrong.
that's an irony coming from Mr. Naturalist over here. You think he'd be all about the
Exactly.
hair.
All about that.
well, I think that conversation was more directed about women, and I don't like to chew on Forrest in that way,
But it's natural.
Well, have at her.
Now all of a sudden he's in favor of technology.
I never said I wasn't. I've always touted that I'm in favor of it.
If you like a girl with no hair down there, means that you're attracted to girls.
I just don't like to, get things stuck between my teeth and stuff.
Yeah, there's a practicality to it. Like a bush is aesthetically pleasing, but
if it's
it provides
green,
a barrier.
Maybe, yeah.
I think everybody should be an adult in that equation.
If you are a linguist, a connoisseur, so to speak, of the connolingual arts, it could
there's a
if you were
cleanliness
speaking
aspect,
of the Parisian, language, it can be a hindrance. If it's shaven, it's easier to access.
Yeah, I got good chompers and all, but
It's like trying to eat an artichoke
use
without
your
taking the peel off. You
yeah.
If you're using your teeth, you're doing it wrong. Don't use the teeth.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They're not meant to be trimming bush, No, that wasn't the plan.
Only on my damn channel. I don't believe this shit.
Well, you were asking for sex ed earlier.
Nikki's gonna be mad she went to bed now.
Oh my
did you
gosh.
leave? Well, you snooze, you lose. That's how that goes. Oh man,
I got her good with that one.
That's gonna be my when I make my theme intro. That's got to be in there.
It's kind of like onomatopoeia. The sound describes the action. I've heard that sound.
Yeah. That's after you change the batteries.
This kind of sounded like the batteries were dying on that one.
Yeah, well, next time don't buy from China.
China. It comes from China.
Oh my god.
How did he even talk? Like, nobody talks like him. He's got
It's pretty good. It's a pretty distinctive voice.
Yeah. Yep. But that way that he acts, like somehow he is up here and he's a good man because he talks to the people down here. That's how my dad was about Sammy Davis Jr. and
Who does that?
Trump. It's like he thinks he's being modern when he says stuff. It's like he's come out of the dark ages and he's a modern guy when really
just knows he's
modern guy
talking to a
just
bunch of gullible simpleton Lemmingtons and he treats them accordingly. Yes.
He didn't used to talk like that, which is the weird thing, right? Like something happened to him at some point.
He used
like
to
be
be
very soft spoken.
Advocate. What do you call that? What was
Yeah,
that?
maybe that's what it is. I never watched that. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe he developed the character for that show, and that's what we're seeing now.
Yeah.
I never watched that show.
You don't believe what? You don't believe what?
What is it, right?
Oh, nothing.
You found out your razor ran out of battery?
No, I didn't know you guys. I thought I was on mute. Oh no, my control box just went on the fits. Oh shit! Never mind.
Is that
Go on,
what
guys.
you're
I want
calling
to
it? Your control bar?
Yeah, it went out of the
batteries.
I gotta go see a doctor. Hey, doc, it broke. Fix it for me, will you? Get a nurse.
Is this when she's asleep or awake?
It doesn't matter.
Probably not.
That's what happens when you're married.
I'll take it any way I can get it.
I had a dream that there was this guy that was holding me behind me, right from behind.
Wow,
Arms
hello.
around me in the front, and he had long, curly blonde hair. I don't usually go for blondes. He's long, curly blonde hair, and he was pretty meaty. And we were looking down at our garden from the balcony,
And he turned
And
around and had a vagina.
what?
From China.
Why did
Carry
you know
on.
this is gonna be?
I
This is
feel
gonna,
like he's real. I feel like he's real. Like this dream was a couple days ago.
Did you
and I
levitate?
still remember him. What?
Oh, shit. I got a hit of endorphins off that one. I said, did you levitate?
Oh, no, that would have been perfect.
oh my gosh.
We would have both had levitated. I don't think about that.
Did Spirit confirm?
I can see it tomorrow. Big sign. Warning, do not go to Rachel Vet's place.
Cat finally achieved meditation and nirvana.
No, you know when I did? No, okay. Like I've dreamt about a few famous people, right? But normally I don't dream about that. I don't dream about sex. And when I get a chance to fly,
Or you?
when I realize that I'm dreaming, that's when I go, okay, you can fly. Now I barely ever know that I'm dreaming. It only happens once every few years. So, but you would think that at that point is where I'm going to go find Jason Momoa, right? So, but I never think of that shit. I just fly for the whole time. I just fly until I wake up. So I could, once I realized I'm dreaming, I could do anything. But I did dream about Jason Momoa once. Since I moved here, I dreamt about him once. And that was nice.
You know, it must be nice to dream. The only time I ever dreamed is when I was talking to New Guru and I was in sweat one, but I don't dream. I do not dream.
What'd
I
you say
sleep in
about
that
New
set.
Guru?
Me and New Guru were talking about something and I was putting on the sweats at nighttime, dreaming about what he said. You know, that's the only time I dreamed. That was about a month ago. But I normally I don't dream at all. Nothing.
Oh.
I sleep. I wake up and that's it.
You don't remember anything? Apparently, we're all dreaming, but we don't always remember it, right?
Not me.
I don't dream about anything important. I think because I don't do anything important all day. So when I go to sleep, I'm not dreaming about anything more important. I've never dreamt about my log compound.
I think you snore too loud, right? To drink.
I wake myself
You're
up.
getting deep enough, yeah.
That's when I really snore, is when I drink.
Well, the tired I get, the more stronger I snore.
Denizen, get this. On my birthday, I did a stream, and there was supposed to be a bunch of British people.
That's it right there.
Come and drink with me, but nobody showed up. So I ended up drinking. I ended up drinking in the bathroom here, in the VIP room, and I got drunk and I fell asleep in my chair, and then I fell off the chair, and then I slept on the floor in the VIP room for 5 hours online streaming.
Here it is.
And then I was snoring at the same time for 5 friggin' hours. And my mic was making that noise for 5 fucking hours. Oh my God. And you know what? AC could have ripped me apart for that, and he didn't.
Why do you think that is?
He actually said, he goes, it's your birthday. You get drunk every once in a while. It's your right to fall asleep. He said something like that. He just like sympathized with me. It was amazing. I don't know why though, but I'm just gonna say because he was being decent. Yeah, it was completely embarrassing.
That's pretty extreme.
Yeah, but it's hilarious. It was embarrassing and it was hilarious. I wake up and I sort of come up onto the computer like this, like you see my head just go up like this. I don't know if Smiler was there that night. I think Murph was there that night. I don't think Smiler was there that night. And I wasn't even hungover.
Where's Smiler still with us?
I think he fell asleep. Because for him, it's like 9. Actually, it's 9 o'clock in the morning, but he went to sleep late. So.
Was.
Actually, it could be tonight that they changed their clocks. Oh no, I think at the end of October.
Yeah, for us it's first week, I think, November.
Is it?
I think so.
Yeah, I don't know when it is. Because I thought there was like at least 2 weeks where we're different. Like there's a difference from the time difference to Britain to here.
What time is it in China?
Who knows? It's Tuesday in China. It's Tuesday. I think at one point Australia has like 13 hours difference, then it's 12 hours difference from Eastern time. If you're in Nevada, that would be like what, 2 hours behind me. You're not on the very West Coast time, right?
I am
You're on California time.
Pacific Standard.
Oh, okay. I thought it was only 2 hours. Is it different in Las Vegas? I mean,
Is what?
Like Las Vegas is in Nevada, right? So
Yeah.
is there 2 time zones in Nevada? Because I thought we were only 2 hours.
No.
I thought it was only 2 hours behind in Las Vegas. Oh, unless that was New Orleans. Because Texas is 1 hour behind. And then I think New Orleans comes after that. Like Louisiana comes after Texas. No, it comes before Texas.
After. Louisiana has 2 time zones.
Oh, does it?
Excuse me.
Okay, well, we were in New Orleans. But then we drove on the I-10 through New Mexico and Nevada. El Paso was fucking scary. Texas. And we broke down in the desert, and killer bees tried to kill us.
Louisiana is central.
Central? Well, you said there's 2.
Let me see if it has Eastern.
No, it's not Eastern. It's not Eastern. That I know. So it's probably Central and Mountain. Well, it goes.
No, it's Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Florida. Louisiana is just central.
Just Central?
Yeah.
Okay, so Central comes after Eastern?
What does after mean?
Like, I mean, later. Like,
it's an hour earlier.
Okay, so, all right, so that's like Texas. It's in the same as Texas. I think it's next to Texas.
Correct.
Okay, so yeah, so then I guess when you get to New Mexico, it's 2 hours behind.
New Mexico is mountain, so it depends on the time of year. Texas is 2 hours ahead of me.
Right.
And
1
then you have
hour
places
before
like,
you.
Yeah, well, then you have places, states like Georgia, which is on the East Coast. And much of the state is not 1 hour or 2 hours behind the time. They're like 50 years behind the times. Still have chain gangs. They have drive-through liquor stores there in Georgia. That's a really good idea.
They have them in Ohio.
I think that is a good idea.
They have them in Ohio too.
They should fucking have Big Macs at the fucking liquor store. That would make it even better.
Oh.
Yeah.
I guess you want to do that backwards and sell liquor at the McDonald's. That makes more sense.
I don't need
Which
the
they
liquor.
do.
I do need the Big Mac.
Which they do in Europe.
Yes, they do.
You can get
They
a
had
beer.
really good beer. Mm-hmm. McBrew.
At McDonald's?
It was
The
one of the best beers.
McBrew.
Mm-hmm.
I almost got a Patriot boner from that.
This is a long time ago. I was 16 when I had that.
Patriot boner.
America.
America. America.
I love that.
America. Bah, bah.
I like when Trump when he comes out on stage in his rallies and he starts dancing the YMCA. And he calls it dancing. He just puts his hands from side to side.
I love the Trump dance, dude. That is so
Daddy
fucking
dance.
rad. The video with the cat and Biden into the Trump dance is the best thing I've seen all year.
I've never
like
seen
that?
The best thing you'll see.
That was good.
The best thing you'll see is I actually put a short up of it. I went over to Trump Tower one day, I don't know, a month or so ago. And I had no idea I was going to see this. They got a guy, same height as Trump, a little overweight, wearing the same suit as Trump, same color, same tie, the white shirt, the black shoes, and he's got a full face Trump mask on. And he's out in the middle of Fifth Avenue fucking directing traffic in front of Trump Tower.
Yeah, I've seen that guy.
LeVan
shit's
Polka.
funny.
I pulled up with the idea of making a short in front of Trump Tower, and I was going to say, yeah, I came here. I'm disappointed. I thought there'd be a billboard up with his mugshot. There's no billboard up on the building, but so I see this guy, right? So I switched the story. I go, wow, I'm right on time. There's Mr. Trump. I got a poster-sized picture of his mugshot. I want to get his autograph. And then I scream, well, hey, Mr. Trump. I'm going to go back over there and throw that guy a few bucks and see if I can get him to do the YMCA dance.
Hey, Nudie. Does
Yeah.
that look familiar? Does that look familiar?
Let me put you on full screen. What is that? What the hell's that?
Remember that picture you
that?
showed me? I said there's two pictures I recognized when you showed me that.
Just
look-
like from
look
that
at it.
movie about the Greeks.
Oh yeah. I remember. Yeah.
Okay. This is based on a
Alright.
true story right here.
That
Will
was-
Smith plays it. That was one of them.
Oh, Muhammad Ali.
No, it's called Emancipation Man. See right there in the corner? That was one of them. Then the other picture
Oh,
you
isn't
got
that
out of
the
that.
one he just did or something? And
Yep. That's the
nobody
one.
heard about it because he slapped the shit out of Chris Rock.
Yep. That's the one.
So, like, nobody even remembered that he did a movie, which is fucking crazy.
Then the one below that, this is the one that Mel Gibson made. The Apocalypse.
Apocalypto?
Yeah, that
I
was
love
a
that
fantastic.
movie.
Yeah,
That
that was the
movie's
best.
Gibson's got
Yeah.
skills, man. He
That's
came
the
out on.
idea.
He came out hard with that shit.
Yeah.
Politically, it goes way back.
I like when he did that guy, to make babies. He gave him that spice. Put it on his balls. Remember that? And his wife come out with trying to breathe because she was giving him a blowjob. It was so hot.
Old Spice, you mean?
Oh my God, huh?
We used to get that for my dad every Father's Day. We'd get him all over. Well, my mom got it for us and put our names on it. I just put the thing for the Trump.Biden cat link. That was funny.
You mean the MAGA hat, the modern
I'm
day Klan
tweeting
hoods?
that now.
The MAGA hats?
What's
you mean?
that?
Those are the modern day Klan
Flip though?
hoods.
I got a sequel to that. Hold on a sec. This is for the Trumpaholics out there.
I'm sitting here waving my Trump flag, just so you guys know.
What's a Trump flag?
It's
It's
a
fucking
Trump flag.
so good. I don't even know if I know anybody who can appreciate that as much as I do.
What? Oh, the bongo?
That Trump video, I love it.
This one or the one that
It's-
I put in?
The one with the cat.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I like when the
Okay.
guy goes to his rallies
say
and interviews
China?
his supporters.
He's about to say China.
We could turn the lights a little bit lower. I think you'll find them interesting. And then we'll answer some questions. I'll ask you some questions because you're so guilty, but I get it.
Yes.
But most importantly, we're going to get back onto the reason we're here, which is the success we're having. Okay?
China.
Please, you can put it up.
He's about to. It looks like he's about to say China. Well, is that Biden working the TV? What's the cat got to do with anything?
He's grooving.
Told you those two get along well.
They're both pussies. They're both pussies.
Yeah.
If you
Hey,
notice,
you know you
every
are
time
what you
they
eat.
switch power, if you notice, every time they switch power, so one president's going out, one's coming in, for some reason, they're all friendly. They're all at that moment, they're all friendly. They it's usually a different side that's come, right? So it's
Not this
either the
time, huh?
Republic- I
To
don't
me,
know.
the funniest moments with Trump was when he came out and he had that female doctor sitting on the side there, and he says, "Well, maybe we could, eradicate the virus with, I don't know, like a localized injection with disinfectant, or maybe a little light therapy." I'm like, what
The-
the fuck is he saying? What?
The light therapy's patented.
Yeah.
By him?
It's a bit. No,
And
it's
then
a
there
thing.
was a drug that they what was it, started with an R, that he had put a lot of money into.
Remdesivir.
Yeah, and he was pushing that. We should take the remdesivir and blah, blah,
You know what?
I don't know if he was pushing remdesivir.
I
Wait a
can't believe
second.
anybody sees these Muppets.
He
as
was
we do.
pushing hydrochloroquine.
No, he was.
hydroxychloroquine.
No.
Yeah, that's
no,
another one he
Denizen,
pushed.
he was doing that, and then he went to hospital for, supposedly he had stupid 19, which I don't believe, and then he came out of the hospital, and there was a press conference when he came out of the hospital, and all of a sudden, before he was talking about the ivermectin and all that other stuff, he came out of the hospital and he started shilling for a pharma vaccine.
You know, I like when the guy goes.
Oh, he's pro-vaccine for sure.
But he wasn't.
It was the Trump vaccine. Remember, he labeled it that. He named it the Trump vaccine. And
Yeah,
then
I
the
think
supporters
he's
didn't wanna
always
take it.
Remdesivir. I think it was remdesivir.
He's always been kind of a germaphobe pharma guy.
I still like when they go to the rallies and they interview his supporters, like before or after the rally, and they'll be like standing there wearing their "Make America Great Again" hats, and they're waving their Trump flags, and they'll say, "I can't stand these woke people." They show up with their hats and their flags. Meanwhile, what the fuck are you doing? You're standing there with a "Make America Great Again" hat on, waving a fucking Trump flag. They're just fucking moronic. They'll say things
That's
like,
how Nudie sees
they'll-
all of us.
they say things like, "I'm still pissed off at Obama for 9/11. What are you talking about? He wasn't in office during 9/11. That was Bush. They have no fucking clue.
Okay, what you just described about the MAGA hats making fun of the woke people and the MAGA hat, like those two sides, that's how Nudie sees us. We're both idiots arguing with each other.
That's how I see everybody.
That's what I mean.
Well, we haven't been arguing really this second live.
No. I mean, like, no. We don't
One
mean
big
like
family.
actually.
Maybe we should sing "We Are the World."
I heard somebody again.
We are the world.
That's just the glitchy thing. When somebody on phone goes down and up.
Oh.
Yeah.
Thought I saw
Okay.
something.
Why, Nude Girl, why don't you lead us all in "We Are the World"? You know the song, no?
Oh, I've never
Um,
been heard of
Well,
sing.
that's my cue to go to bed.
I'm chewing on some spaghetti,
Spaghetti made of what?
zucchini noodles.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. Really good.
What kind
But
of
go
sauce
ahead,
you got
lead
on
the
there?
way.
What kind of sauce you got on there?
It's tomato based. Could look at it that way.
Okay.
Not
You
conventional
look at it.
Italian spaghetti sauce. Much better than that. So you're gonna lead everybody. Find your key.
I don't really
Ready.
know the words.
I forgot what
I don't
song.
either.
I know
What
"We Are
song
the
is
Google
World,"
it.
and then I'm lost. Oh,
Google
we are
it.
the world. We are the children.
Right.
We are the. I don't know what the fuck the rest of it is.
We are the cogs. We are the lemmings.
We are the world. We are the children. We are the ones to make a brighter day. So let's start giving. There's a
Fuck you! I won't do what you tell me.
There's something where, yeah, where's better day for me and you.
True Life
That was
Crew
that was
remix
so
of We Are the
corny.
World.
That was so corny. And didn't they say they stole the money? Like they raised all this money and then it got stolen, or it didn't go to where it was supposed to go.
Where was it
Well,
supposed to go?
here in America, when you
Who?
have a foundation, a charity foundation, you're only obligated to actually put 10% of the money you collect into that charity.
That's right. Same with Canada.
Who lost a bunch of money, Cat?
The We Are the World campaign. And like, it was
Oh
a-
shit, for reals?
yeah, I think they ended up, the money didn't go where it was supposed to go.
That's hilarious.
But that's not Michael Jackson. He wouldn't have done that.
It usually doesn't go where
Of
it's
course
supposed to go.
No, he wouldn't.
Michael Jackson doesn't have like material Russian greed or anything.
That's
mean,
not.
he
He can make,
kinda
he can
is
make
the
his own
richest-
money. Honestly, he doesn't
Yeah,
have to
like-
steal it.
He is kind of so rich that money probably doesn't matter to him anymore.
Oh, Michael Jackson?
Like,
I don't think so.
it
Yeah.
matters.
He's dead,
It matters, just in a different way.
but he's dead.
That's where the real Trump mindset comes into play. Now we're talking in reality here.
Don't talk about Michael Jackson that way.
It's a scorecard.
I don't think with Michael Jackson that's the case. I think he was too young. You know, he kind of.
How old was he when he died?
Mentally or physically?
Come on.
I'm
wanna
saying.
say he was
I think
42,
his
something like that.
childhood was arrested by his father.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely.
His fame.
Definitely. But he was.
He was still pretty intelligent.
Oh
Or
yeah,
at least
sure. I mean,
he spoke like it. You know.
kids could be smart. I'm just saying, like, I don't think he had the kind of jaded worldview that people get once the world gets a hold of you and turns you
Yeah.
into an adult.
He was so affected. He was so affected. He wasn't jaded.
I don't know.
But,
People are good
imagine
actors.
all the ugly shit he saw. He must have seen some ugly shit in the business, and as an adult, like I mean, look how they destroyed him. And why would he even be on drugs? It was hard. The world
Try to escape reality.
Well, look how people treated him. All he tried to do was good. He made us music. He made us dance. He took care of children. Like he cared about the children in, I don't know where it was, in Brazil or like somewhere in South America or Central America. And he brought the whole thing about all those homeless children in the street. He brought that to us. We didn't know that shit was going on.
Well, he never invited me to the Never Never Land Ranch, whatever
Yeah.
it was called. So
We
I'm
weren't good
disappointed.
enough. We weren't good enough. either.
Yeah.
That was
Because he's so kind.
He was. He was. That's why when Bill Cosby got accused, I didn't believe it at first because I thought it was one of those things where they're trying to bring down somebody.
Did you
Didn't
grab
Michael Jackson
grab your crotch when you did that, right?
Hard.
Didn't Michael Jackson die of an overdose of the same drug that what's his name?
I squeezed hard.
Yeah.
The guy in
George Floyd did?
Minneapolis. What the hell is his name? The guy from Minneapolis, the black guy. Prince.
George
Prince.
Floyd?
Prince.
Did
Double
Prince
check
die
in
of
the
an
shades.
overdose?
Didn't
Hold on.
Prince die from the
Prince died
same
of an
drug overdose as Michael Jackson? Wasn't it the same? I thought it was the same drug.
Oh, what's the word?
I think it starts with an O, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
But
Oh no, maybe not. Well, we'll just look it up.
I thought it was fentanyl.
I think it was a mixture. It was a mixture of like 3 different drugs. What did Michael Jackson?
hey, I found something we can argue about. Was Elvis Presley white or black?
Propofol. And that's what they had Mike Patrick on when he had his heart attack during the stupid 19, and they put him on a ventilator, and he was on that propofol, and it took days for him to come to. We didn't even know if he was gonna. They were telling us at the hospital that we had to prepare because he probably was gonna die because they kept him on that goddamn ventilator for so long. And then when they pulled it, like they couldn't pull it out. They were like every day was like a different mixture of, pulling it out, or are they going to give him like take him off the drugs? It without the drugs at all. It took days for him to come to.
Well, look what happened to John Ritter. And
He looks kind of Hispanic to me. Elvis.
Remember the movie Bad Santa?
Yeah. Yeah.
That was a bad Santa. That little midget too there. I like that.
Is Elvis ethnic?
Elvis died on the toilet. That's all I know about Elvis. I mean, of how he died. Accidental drug overdose of what?
He loved bananas and the peanut butter.
Apparently,
sandwiches.
Elvis was Native American Cherokee.
Oh, that's why he was good looking.
What tribe did he come from?
He was my age.
Cherokee.
Cherokee.
And his father was of Irish, German, Scottish, and English origin.
I wonder if he's any relation to Elizabeth Warren. She's in the D too. I don't know what tribe she comes from.
He said she is.
According to her, anyway.
Yeah. Fentanyl. Okay. Prince died from a fentanyl overdose, and Michael Jackson died from propofol overdose.
Okay.
And Mama Cass, she died too, puking.
She died, but what'd she die of? A drug overdose?
Yeah, it was. I don't know what it was, but yes, I guess she puked in her own, or suffocated in her own puke. Mama Cass and California Dreaming.
What did Janis Joplin die of? Alcoholism?
I don't know. That's the truth. I don't know. That's the truth. I told you I'd be lying to you.
What did Janis Joplin die of? I don't have to finish the sentence. Heroin. She died from a heroin overdose.
Wow.
And what did Richard Pryor die of an overdose?
Wow, Michael Jackson was 50 when he died.
Was that? I thought he was younger.
Richard Pryor.
And Jeff Healey died at 50, but he didn't die of an overdose.
Who's sleeping?
How about Jimi Hendrix?
28 years old when he died, wasn't he?
I think it was 27.
He died.
Heroin.
There's some club. There's some
That
kind
would
of
have been
club.
heroin.
They call it a club of all the people in like the Hollywood or whatever. They die at 27. Like
Yeah, Jim Morrison, Janis Joplin of that era, they all died around the same age.
John Belushi. I mean, John Belushi, and I don't know if he was 27. And there was that ugly singer. She had a horrible voice, and she was really bad to look at.
Amy Weingarten or something like that?
Amy Winehouse. Yeah.
Winehouse.
She died at 27.
Think of what she looks like. What she play and what she sing.
She had tattoos all over, if I remember correctly.
Oh, she was.
What did she sing?
She looks like a female version of Marilyn Manson.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you anything music.
And everybody went nuts about her. I'm like, she doesn't even have a good voice. She kind
It was
of,
because of what she
of?
stood for.
What did she stand for?
She portrayed herself as going against the establishment. There's rumor has it that's why they killed her.
They killed her?
Wow.
Yeah, that's a
She
rumor.
wasn't
What was the girl group that went after Trump when he was president, and he basically screwed them all over?
That was the Dixie Chicks.
The Dixie Chicks. Okay.
Are they still around?
Props to them.
You know what she reminds me of? What's that one that wore the meat dress?
Madonna?
No. After Madonna. She's also not that good looking. But
Lady Gaga.
That's it. Amy Winehouse reminds me of Lady Gaga. Her look. She looks like Zionist Ashkenazi Jew from the 70s.
I like that
Who
song,
does?
Poker Face.
What did you say? What
Who
did you
does?
say?
Amy Winehouse.
Uh,
I think it's why I don't like her.
What did you say?
she was a dope singer, though.
I didn't like her voice at all.
You know who I liked a lot? Tina Turner, the queen of rock and roll.
Yeah.
Tina
Oh yeah.
Turner.
I did a video on her too in Rumble.
To go way back, way
Uh,
back.
Mhm.
Way,
Can't
way
like
back.
Tina Turner because she's black. So
Yeah, I know. I figured out that. It's no, no. That's why I brought her up. And that's why I dressed her as the queen of rock. I'm surprised you didn't argue
She
me
was
about that.
golden. She was gold.
I mean, aside from the fact that it wasn't rock and roll,
You know who had a great voice? It's a shame she was white, though. It was Patsy Cline.
She was white. She's so white.
Adele sings better than both of them.
You're taking white guilt to the nth degree. You know that.
I'm breaking balls.
Patsy Cline sounded very, very white.
Oh, I liked her. Patsy Cline. Yeah.
Patsy Cline was good. Crazy. I'm walking after midnight. Whatever.
Are we allowed to appreciate her?
Stand by your man.
Stand by your
Crack
man.
ass cracker.
What about wait a minute. I got a good one. What about Charlie Pride? Remember him?
Sounds
he was
like a
racist
Ku Klux
too.
Klan.
He was no
Who's that? I
Charlie
don't even know who
Pride
that is.
sounds
Charlie
like white pride.
Charlie Pride was a black guy. He was a country and western singer in his late 60s and very early 70s.
Yeah,
That's
And I
not
remember
true.
the first
There's
time
no
I heard
black
him.
country singers.
The very first time I heard him, I had no idea the guy was black. I thought he was white. Oh no, Charlie Pride, look him up.
If you're black, you're banned from country.
Charlie White Pride.
Well, he was kind of looked like he painted himself black, actually.
Hey Dennison, you sitting next to is there a white sheet anywhere near you right now?
Gray.
Right. I guess you gotta wash it. Use some Clorox to wash that thing. You gotta represent, you know. You don't want
By
to go out with a
bleach it,
gray
it'll
sheet.
turn brown.
You don't want to. You gotta
It's
represent.
amazing
You want that
have
sheet
this
white.
vision of him like this. He's not what you
Hey,
picture.
what about when the government had Greg Scarpa go down to somewhere down some state down south to try to solve the mystery
black
of the freedom fighters, the three freedom fighters that disappeared, and they sent this mafia killer Greg Scarpa down. He was working with them unbeknownst to the mafia. He was with the Colombo family for like 30 years.
Say
And he went
Columbo,
down there and he
I
got
like
the
what you
guy
say,
and
Columbo.
he got the guy and they set him up with like a cabin out in the
Is
woods
Wright's in
somewhere.
a sauna right now?
I don't know who's breathing heavy. I'm trying to look to see who's.
It sounds like
avatar is
he's
moving.
It's gotta
like
be
he's
Smiler.
in one
It's
of
gotta be
those.
Smiler.
I think he's trying to bleach his skin.
I've never heard Smiler make that noise. I only ever hear it when I'm on Wrights. I think it's right. But he's been talking. He's not asleep.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah, he's with
Are
us.
you having a problem breathing?
No, no.
Yeah, I think it's. Yeah, I think it's. Yeah, because Smiler doesn't have his mic off, but maybe he's got like a headset and he turned the mic off there, or he just got up and walked away and went to his bed. Yeah, that's right. We can hear breathing.
I got a sense of the white then. I'll tell you that. I know I'm eating it right now.
You're eating what?
The mic.
Who just left?
Someone left.
Oh, that was Fitness left. I like the way he says Colombo, the Colombo family. You know what? Have you ever seen? I don't know who it was, Paramount or something. I think it was Paramount. Made a show. It was 10 episodes long. It was like a mini series kind of like it was just one season, and it was 10 episodes, and it was the making of The Godfather. It was fantastic. The story around making of The Godfather was almost as good as The Godfather.
Yeah,
It was. Did you see it?
I believe so. Yeah.
It was great. I love that. It was
I like John Wick. That was good.
finding a lost episode, you know. I didn't see John Wick, and I love Keanu Reeves, but
The gunplay was decent. Not a big fan of the whole movies.
I'd rather watch The Matrix 5 times than watch John Wick, and I don't know why.
Yeah, for sure.
It must have been good though, because a lot of people must have been seeing it, because he did a whole bunch of them.
He did
I
4,
mean,
and out of 4, he did 3 really well.
it's an action movie, so it's gonna be popular.
Yeah, like I've never seen those.
Hold on,
Gone in
goodness.
60 Seconds. You know those the Fast and Furious ones. I haven't seen those, but Jason Momoa is in the latest one, so now I'm going to see one.
I wish Momoa would put
Hello.
on like 100 pounds and
Well, remember that
turn gray.
remember that commercial he did during the Super Bowl one year, and he's coming home and he pulls his arms off and he ends up having no muscles and his hair was missing at the top. It was horrible. I had nightmares. It was horrible. But it was a really good point. It's like, would I love my Jason Momoa if he didn't have all those muscles and that hair? But he's got that smile. He still had that smile. He's got the best smile on the whole planet.
I like Dolly Parton.
I'm disappointed in Dolly Parton because
Dolly Parton has a really great set of smiles.
But see, I thought her boobs were natural. I thought she was natural. I thought she was this sweet girl from the South when she was like so not. She was raunchy. Those boobs weren't real. She had a rib removed so that she could stay skinny. And her principles weren't what I thought.
Well, I understand she was so big her feet didn't grow anymore.
What?
Yeah, her feet didn't grow. Sun couldn't hit them. Yeah. Her boobs are blocking the sun.
Yeah. I thought
Put a visual on that.
her, but she wanted people to look at her boobs.
Hey, miss, I'm curious. What kind of cigarettes you smoke up there? American or the Indian ones?
Hey, and we don't say Indian, we say First Nation.
I say Indian.
Yeah. Of
You
course
smoke what?
I smoke First Nation cigarettes. They're,
You say Indian when you refer to my Indians.
yes, that's a joke, and I'm not actually maligning anybody when I say that.
So how much do you pay for?
Okay. Is
how
that
much
the?
you pay-
I'll reverse back the same thing to you, justifying your excuses for your bad behavior, Redrick.
When I'm not maligning First Nations people when I say that.
Yeah, well, neither was I when I.
Yes, you were.
No, I wasn't.
Yes, you were. You're using a term that's used to diminish Pakistani people by really, really fucking ignorant, rude people, and you
Bad
just
guru.
I learned it from them, so just saying,
Yeah, believe it or not.
I help them put those dots on sometimes.
They said it first, right?
Yep, wore it myself a couple times. My best friend was a Paki in high school. Oh,
What can
the
we argue about
brainwashing.
now? It's too quiet. We got to argue about something.
Yeah, pick something.
I'm kind of
Not
at a
hard.
loss right now. I can't think. Let's see.
We got a
Okay,
very
why
thing.
don't you? I got an idea. Why don't you go outside your RV and grab a hold of a branch, bring it back in, and we can argue over whether it's a stick or a twig.
Well, the problem is I'm not in my RV right now, and outside is a little chilly.
Well,
Okay.
go to the receptionist, grab a hold of her, and we'll see if she's any good or not.
Can we
Over-
argue? Maybe we can argue over the woke. What does it mean to be woke? My definition is
Woke
it's
people,
recognizing woke
woke people argue about Trump.
go ahead.
I think that to me the term woke, the definition is it's a person who is awake to the injustice in the system, the social injustice.
I say that woke means somebody who thinks that they just woke up from their dream, but they're still asleep.
Okay. Well,
They think that they've got their finger on the pulse, and really, they're so far away still.
okay, I got something. How about this one? What do you think of what do
Other
they call
people
it?
didn't answer.
Well, they got to step up quick. You know, it's just,
All right. Well, we're in a rush.
what about
Holy.
listen? In
Where are we
Canada-
going?
In Canada, do they have the drag queen story hours for
Oh
the children
God!
at
Oh
school?
God! Yes! Oh God! Yes! Big fat woman with curly red hair, not even
Khaki
natural
dots.
red hair. Will you stop doing that? That is so fucking seriously. It's not funny.
Yeah, it is.
She's
I will
just
never appease or adhere to that brainwashing bullshit that you guys are spouting the narrative over your oppressors that you complain about.
I've never
That's all
heard you
that's
so-
all brainwashing from your oppressors.
I've never heard you so fucking ignorant.
Oh well.
Here we go. I got it going. Got to fuel
Mission
the fire now.
accomplished. Yeah.
I'm not gonna yell over this one. I'm just disgusted.
What do you
All you
think
have
of?
to do is all you have to do is tell the truth, and somebody will bitch and moan.
You're not telling the truth, though. You're
Oh yeah, I
rationalizing
am.
bullshit behavior.
Oh yeah, I am. This made-up fallacy, brainwashing, bullshit fiction is the spouting narrative of your oppressor, and
But you wouldn't
that's
call a
exactly
retarded
what
person
that's
retard.
exactly what they want you to be attached to. All this fallacy fiction bullshit.
You're not being purist. You're not being purist.
Whoever said I was,
Oh,
whatever that
everybody
means.
knows you are. You take the reason why you don't eat lettuce is because you don't. It's not. You don't want to hurt the plant, right? You're very purist about all your principles. So,
Yeah.
but this is disgusting.
What's so disgusting about it?
It's
Telling the truth
disgusting
that
that
it's
you
all.
would be such a low person.
No, what's disgusting is that you guys are hypocrites about this and touting the goddamn fucking narrative of your oppressors and buying and believing into this bullshit
No,
and
you are
dividing
furthering-
yourselves over it and causing wars over it and being violent to
I'm
each
not.
other.
No, don't. I don't do that.
Yes,
I don't do that.
that's the absolute truth, and it's brainwashing to the core.
Okay, you're disgusting me right now. Am I?
All right, well, be disgusted. I
Am I
don't have a
warring?
problem with that.
Go ahead. You guys
Am
are
I
doing
warring?
fine.
Am
You
I
like that?
warring?
You guys are doing fine. Jesus.
Am I warring?
I got your back, miss.
Are you what?
Am I warring?
Warrings?
Yeah. Am I
You're
warring?
caught up in it.
I'm not warring though,
You're caught up in it though.
because I
Yeah.
can't believe that you'd be so fucking insensitive.
Well, believe it. I tell the truth, no holds barred, whether you like
It's
it
not
or not.
truth. What you're seeing, if they're not really.
It'll
called-
never be truth to the delusional mind. It can't be. You can't speak truth to brainwashing and have it see it. That's not how that works. It's brainwashing. It's a fallacy. It's a fiction. It's
What's a
fantasy.
fiction? There's transvestites. They're real.
So do you say N word? Do you say N word?
I said it earlier.
Yeah, but do
nigger.
you call people that?
Sure, why not?
Wow,
I'm
come
just
on.
not. I don't have any problem saying the word if we're discussing
That's
the
the
word.
problem.
I just don't want to get rights a strike. So
Again,
that's
if
all I'm
you
saying.
believe that that's such a thing, you're brainwashed and you're propagating the narrative of your oppressors. That's what they want you to fight and argue over. It's stupid nothingness. It's a fucking word. It means
I just
nothing.
don't go around hurting people. know
You're
what-
missing the
what
point.
about the-
See the reaction there? No objectivity whatsoever. No consideration. No thinking about it. right? Just complete indoctrinative response
No, because we've had this discussion before, so it's not that I didn't think about it.
over these words. I don't remember having that.
We
Hey,
have
slow
had
down,
this-
guys. I'm writing everything down. I want to see who wins here.
There's no winning in this.
It's not gonna. Yeah, nobody's gonna win in this.
It's not a winning thing. Not a battle of wits.
Okay, so maybe we can switch subjects. What do you guys think about
Battle of the heart.
electric cars? Should we get off the
Why?
gas?
Why do we want to switch subjects? That was okay.
Okay, all right. Keep going.
I don't want
I
to
mean,
talk
we
about this anymore.
I can't think of any fuel to add to the fire, so
You're out of gas.
kind of.
Yeah. I see.
Battery's good though.
Right. So it sounds like you're slipping into snoring there a little bit. Are you with us?
Who's
Joe
that?
writes.
You.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, I was just laughing. I was just laughing. Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Sometimes it takes me a second to make the difference between Wright's accent and Fitness's accent.
Look, right. What do you think of the drag queen story hours? For the
I
kids.
never watched them.
No, it's for the kids.
I don't know anything about it.
He doesn't
Really.
know
I
about
don't.
it.
Drag queens go to the school, and they like read the stories to the children.
Weird stories.
What kind of a parent sends your kid there?
A fucked up one.
Pretty much.
Yeah,
To say the
that's,
least.
that's terrible. That is not right.
They do
An
it at
ignorant
school.
idiot.
They do it
You
at
know,
school.
we got little kids across the street. I'm like 5. I keep my eyes on them all the time, make sure they're all right. Because they're out there playing, they're having a good time.
Be careful.
because,
if people see you keeping your eyes on them, they're going to think something else.
No, I know the neighbors across. They know me well. You know what I mean?
Mm.
But I keep an eye on them, make sure they're safe. That's the way I am. I mean, we had kids too. You know what I mean?
Well,
So,
you
I mean,
never
it-
know. You,
Well,
you never know a person like that until you know a person like that.
well, you know what? That's up to them because I'm straight. I got no record on me at all. So they can do what they want to do.
Reich believes like the Africans, it takes a village to raise a child. So he's just doing his like African thing.
I know.
Right?
I'm the same way. I was just kidding when I said that. But when we got into the topic, it's true. You don't know who is one. You can never really tell who is one.
Well, I was-
Who is one what? I missed something there.
A pedophile.
Oh,
You never really know.
My,
You could live with them and still not know.
I guess so.
I was telling Guru that my kids went to karate. Went to Kung Fu and Mushin karate. The Mushin karate, they stayed there like 4 years. After they got done, because they got tired of it, a year later we found out that the karate instructor was a pedophile. He went to jail for it. We just about shit.
And did you talk to your children? Like, did you
Yeah,
ask
yeah, they're
them?
okay. Oh yeah, they're all
Well,
right.
Kung Fu and karate are two different things. The Kung Fu is Chinese.
Yeah.
The karate is
Mhm.
Japanese.
Right.
Theo
They
used to
did
say
both.
about the dojo. He went to the dojo. Oh yeah, I wanted to ask you, Nudie. Okay, you don't believe that imagining can manipulate the physics, right? So what I'm wondering, what do you think about the karate when they do that on the boards and they go right through?
Yeah, I can do that.
Karate chops.
Okay, so how can you do that? How do you do that?
You have to focus your hand past the boards and push your force through the
Is
boards.
that
that
not
way.
imagination?
No, it's just where you place your focus.
Your focus is is using your imagination.
Your eyes.
Your chi.
Your eyes. You have to place your eyes past the board. And when you got to make 3 steps, and there's a certain motion to do. I never did it like straight down. I only did it when somebody was holding the boards steady,
Right.
horizontal, I guess, or whatever. Yeah, holding them,
Yeah.
and I go through them that way.
But how do
I
you
got-
see past the board?
You just look past the boards and you aim past the boards.
But you can't actually see. That's your mind's eye doing
Yeah, you
that.
can. No. Yeah, visually with your eyes.
You see
Okay,
yourself
if-
punching
if
through the
nobody's
board, not
holding it.
punching the board, but punching through
If
it.
nobody's
That's
holding
right.
it, if nobody's holding it and it's on on a surface and you got like
Mhm.
3 of them or something and it's on a surface, you can't actually see past the boards. You have to use your mind's eye to see past.
Sure you can.
You
Sure you
cannot.
could. Sure you could. Oh, why
So you
couldn't you?
can see through solid objects.
There has to be, like, let's say there's 3 boards, right?
Yeah.
There has to be, like, the ends, they would have to be mounted on like stool posts or something on each side. So there would have to be space between that third bottom board and the ground. That's where you aim.
I've seen them on a surface, on a flat surface, like on a table or on a counter or something.
Hmm. Well, then
So
you
you
aim to the ground.
that.
Yeah, you'd have to aim to the ground and into the ground.
Can you see the ground?
Sure you can.
No. Okay, on a surface. So that goes the boards, then it's the
Mhm.
surface, and then
Mhm.
whatever it is, like a counter or whatever, and then it
Yeah.
hits the floor. You cannot see through that.
Whatever it is that's under that, whatever it is that you're trying to get through, you have to look past that and aim past that with your eyes. And then when you push past that with your body, you have to push and aim all the way through that.
That's
You
the
don't
key.
you don't look at the surface. You don't look at the boards. If you aim for
Right.
the boards, you're done. It's not
You're
going to
not
work.
just, and the key is you're not just breaking it with your arm and your fist. You're breaking it with the weight of your body,
You're breaking it with your energy.
your chi.
So I'd say
I just take I take the
entails
easy route.
imagination.
I take the easy route. I just use a baseball bat.
Yeah, that's cheating. That I say that's me. That's classified as using your imagination.
No, it's got to be straight. You have to be out of your imagination. If you're in a wandering mindset at all, it's not going to work. You have to be
I'm not
very
talking
focused.
about you're ready to hit the boards and you're dreaming about flying in a plane.
Just you can't understand it until you do it. You have to do it, and then you'll see. It's one of those things.
I think you need to use your mind's eye to do that.
Well, until you do it, you can think that, but when you do it, you'll realize that it's just a visual
I'm not
focus.
fucking doing that. I'm not going to win. So
He says, "Well, no, you can do it, miss. Just put on a pair of brass knuckles.
Anybody can do it. It's not hard.
No, just put on a pair of brass knuckles."
I think that you're separating the atoms when you do it. I think you're
No.
using your mind's eye and you're separating the atoms
No,
so that it
nothing
will
to do
break.
with that. Nothing to do with that.
When the wood breaks, does it make a noise?
Yeah.
How do you know?
Because he's there to hear it.
Yeah, because you're going
But
through it
if
and
you're
it's
so
max.
focused, if you're so focused on going through the board, how can you hear it break as well?
Ooh.
You hear it loud and clear as well as feel it. Not like, you go away from reality or something. Your focus is a literal place of physicality. Your eyes are focus is your aim. It's where you aim.
Well, let me ask
That's where
another
it's focused.
question. Does a bear shit in the woods?
Yeah.
So it shits like, right there where it's going to be walking. It just shits right there.
No, horses do that.
Do chickens fly?
Kind of.
A little bit.
A little bit.
What's the difference between an orange? How much does a battleship weigh? Do you bring your lunch to work or do you walk?
I think
It was
we
just
should
a rapid fire.
let's go one at a time. What's the difference between an orange?
Nothing.
An orange and what? A nectarine? An orange
What's
and a nectarine?
What's the difference between an orange?
The skin?
I don't think that's not a proper question.
Oh man.
There is an answer to it though.
There is.
Yeah.
Does chocolate milk come from brown cows?
Depends how
almonds
much
get
crack
milk?
you smoke.
Do almonds get milk?
Almond milk really isn't that good for you. Almond milk isn't that good for you, You look at a
According
glass of
to-
almond milk only has 1 gram of protein. I'm sorry.
According to some fake omnivore and carnivore humans, yes, Cat. They would say yes.
What, that
They
you
get
can milk?
milk.
Milk
Yep,
almonds?
they use that to try and what's the word? Antagonize vegans. See it all the time.
I think it's hilarious. But the reason why the almond milk isn't good for you is because it's the ones that you buy in the store because they have a shitload of sugar.
No, the reason why it's not as
Oh.
good for you, in my opinion, is it's only got 1 gram of protein per each 8-ounce glass. It's
But
very
got
low in
other
protein.
things. It's got other
Yeah,
things.
no, I know it's got its benefits, but as far as my purposes, I want that protein.
Then you need a big hunk of meat.
So let me ask you a question. So how come we call cow beef, we call chicken poultry, but we call fish fish? What's up with
Ask the
that?
Rockefellers.
Because we don't feel bad about eating fish, but we do feel bad about eating other ones. So when
don't-
people say
I don't feel bad about eating them.
pork,
No
when
problem
people say
eating.
pork, I say pig, just to make the point. Don't forget, it's a pig. You're eating a pig.
The pig actually happens to be a very clean animal, much cleaner than the chicken. That's for
I mean,
sure.
it's not about that. A pig is like eating. It's like eating a dog.
No,
Yeah,
no, come on.
they are almost as smart as dogs, and
Oh,
they know
they're probably smarter than dogs.
and they know what's happening to them.
And they
They
have a lot
know.
of parasites.
Yeah, you can get really sick if you don't cook it properly. But that's like
Same
eating
thing with chicken, right? In particular.
Yeah, to some degree, yeah.
But yet fish, most of it anyway, not all of it, you can eat raw.
I'm eating fish.
That's what I used to do when I ate fish.
Hello.
Well, now your stomach is filled with worms. You
I
know
used
that,
to eat
right?
salmon raw.
Gollum eats fish raw.
I'm sure my stomach was full of worms already.
Oh,
Not anymore, though.
Don't worry, just get yourself some dewormer. You know, like they give to the dogs. Just take a higher dose. You'll be all right.
got
Yeah,
one.
you first.
It's
You
hold
first.
on. It's cilantro, lemon and garlic. Garlic was
Garlic, yeah. Cilantro, yeah.
was it lettuce or some kind of
Kale.
No, all that's optional,
Kale?
but
Kale.
all that's optional. The rest of the stuff, but there's
it was
the
4
four.
things.
There's 4, yeah, main medicinal.
What were they?
You want me to say, or do you want to?
Yeah. Oh well, I was trying to think, but I thought lettuce was one of them because I was
No,
thinking
no.
it was rough. It was roughage.
Cilantro, ginger, garlic,
Mm-hmm.
and
lemon?
no,
No.
fuck, what was the fourth? Onion.
All right. Right. Yeah, that's a dewormer. Or a
Lemon water is a must if you have worms. Absolutely
Lemon water?
must have that. Mm-hmm. You must keep your pH high, fast.
That's alkaline is high
Mm-hmm.
and acidic is low. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't you just eat like a grapefruit every day?
That might have a little bit of effect, but if you really got a worm infestation, you got to go to town.
How do you know if you have a worm infestation?
You don't.
Depends on the. Yeah, you do. It depends on the infestation. Different kinds. I had pinworm before, and it's not so nice. But you're itchy in the butt, and you can see them physically, and you feel gross and disgusting. And when you go to the bathroom, they come out.
Sounds
Hundreds
like a lot
of
of fun.
Yeah, hundreds of little worms. That's why they call them pinworms. They're kind of like maybe about an inch long. Kind of
You
look
know,
like real thin white macaronis.
You didn't have to say nothing because I wasn't going to say nothing.
Sort of like thin maggots.
He asked something like that, except not thick. Yeah, thin maggots. Yeah, kind of like that, I guess. Except they curl and move a lot faster.
So I remember one time I did my own little science project when I lived on a farm. So I shot a barn swallow with my BB gun, and I put it in a Hellman's. It was dead. I put it into a Hellman's mayonnaise jar. Closed the cap up real tight. There's no holes in the cap, the metal cap. And I wanted to see what happened. A few days later, there was maggots crawling on it. And to this day, I still don't understand how they got in there.
Wow.
Yeah, me neither. How come chicken gets maggots? Just out of nowhere.
How did they get in there?
I don't know. Obviously, it must have had them in their body or something.
I had a moth
Why are
infestation
you
once.
shooting barn swallows for fuck's sakes?
I went
Can
to
you
was doing a
Google it and
science
find out?
project.
Couldn't you just
Oh
find
yeah,
a dead
I
one?
opened it, but it stunk like hell, so I closed it back up.
Can you
In the
can you
garbage.
Google? That's a good question.
Back then, I don't think you could Google back then.
Well, no, I mean,
Last week.
I meant now.
Look, Nudie.
What's that? Read the ingredients.
There's not too many.
You're drinking Kool-Aid.
I know. I'm tired of drinking water.
So you're gonna drink water with artificial flavor and sugar.
This isn't just water. I don't think there's any water in this.
I'm pretty sure there probably is.
Well,
What
I
does
mean,
it say?
There's probably water in lemons, but
Is that lemon juice or lemon concentrate or lemon flavored?
concentrate, I think.
Yeah, so definitely
Snap,
there's water in there.
Snapple, anyone?
Pardon?
Snapple?
Yeah, but Snapple anyone is from Seinfeld.
Hey, you want some wings? Want some Red Bull?
I never drank an energy. Oh no, wait, I did once. I
Here's
did
the
drink an energy
beef.
drink once.
Yeah, the old lady.
Please don't squeeze a
Here's
Charmin.
beef.
Please don't squeeze a Charmin. Remember that
We
one?
got the meats.
What about remember Mikey likes it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you know? Did you ever hear that Mikey died from pox and Coca-Cola? Drinking Coca-Cola
No.
with pox? No. Forest, not Forest Fitness.
No,
Did you
but
ever-
I heard that Coca-Cola will take the paint off a car, and I know a few people I'd like to try that with.
People?
Put a penny. Put a
Oh,
penny in there.
with their cars. I mean, with their cars, you just pour some Coca-Cola on the hood to see what happens.
Put a penny in there. Let it sit there for a while.
Penny,
Yeah, a nail.
Or a nail. Yeah.
why? What does that do?
It
Dissolves
eats it
it.
right up.
Right
Uh-huh.
through it.
Oh, okay.
Now think about how it goes through your stomach.
Yeah, great thing to be ingesting.
I don't drink that stuff.
I drank it.
Coca-Cola used to have cocaine in it when they first started out.
Yep,
Yeah.
back in the day.
Hmm
And that's
Yep.
what that symbol is. That big C there, that's a nose on the second cola. And on the first one, it's a line of Coke going to the
Is that
second.
right?
Mhm.
I never knew that as long as I lived. I'll have to show it to people.
You remember the little Coca-Cola bottles? They were like green glass.
Water is the first.
Green?
Yeah, there was like a greenish kind of glass, small Coca-Cola bottles. They
I
were,
think
I
I'm
think they were
probably-
maybe 8 ounces or 10 ounces at the most.
That must have been back in the day. I don't
Oh yeah,
remember
back
that.
in the day. Wrights would remember that, and I would think so would Miss as well. The two of them bailed
And,
out right now.
You want to hear
And-
the ingredients? Because I can't remember them, and it's hard for me to see.
And Pepsi is dead backwards.
How's that?
I don't think you can spell, Nudie.
Huh?
I don't think you're spelling properly.
Yeah,
Ice
you just,
pep. Ice pep.
just flip it backwards. You'll see.
It's
Is
dead.
dead.
There's not
Mhm.
even a D in Pepsi.
Just do it. You'll see. It's dead.
It's ice pep.
No, flip it again.
What?
It's dead. ISDED.
Pepsi is PEPSI.
EP.
Yeah.
There's only one E.
Yep. Okay, he's just fucking.
ISDED. Is dead.
All right. Do you want to know what's in here or not, Nudie?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Water, concentrated lemon juice, and sulfites.
Bad news. What do you want concentrated lemon juice for? The sulfates.
I don't have any lemons, and I want to drink lemon.
Just drink a plain glass of water.
I'm tired. I drink water every fucking day, all fucking day. I am so tired of water. I don't know what.
Good.
I think that's why the men died early. They didn't
Save
have-
up for some matcha.
That's tea.
Yeah.
I don't like tea.
So it's different than water.
Tea is for fags.
You know,
Here,
you would.
here's lemon
you-
oil.
Do you like chocolate milk?
Oh, I love it.
Not anymore. Not when I think about what milk is.
Okay. What about a substitute that tasted just as good or better?
What, Yoo-hoo?
No.
Yeah, chocolate almond milk.
Well, there's
I love chocolate almond.
chocolate oat milk is even better, and if you make that with matcha, there's other ways to make chocolate milk matcha as well. But that's one of my
I
favorites.
don't even like to look at oats.
I like eggnog.
You don't have to taste them, but if you like the almond milk better, do it with that. Whatever.
I do.
Throw some matcha in there, and
It's a lot of sugar.
huh?
It's a lot of sugar.
And well, make it yourself then, without the sugar. That's what I do.
You know, it's
Cocoa
actually
powder.
more expensive to make it myself.
How so?
The ingredient.
Why was that? That's the ultimate cheap way to go. I don't got it.
It costs $4 something. I think it's $4.50 for 2 liters of chocolate almond milk. But the one that I buy, I like the Silk one. But to buy all those all those almonds. I love olives. All those almonds, and then the chocolate. I don't know
Well,
what else.
almonds aren't that cheap, but if
No,
you're
I
buying
know.
them from the store,
$4.50 for a half a
2
gallon
liters
is cheap.
To
$4.50
make
for a half
2
a gallon
liters
is cheap.
That's a lot.
Listen,
Yeah.
$4.50 for a gallon of chocolate milk is cheap in Manhattan. I'm not kidding you when I tell you this. You'll pay $3 to $3.50 for a pint of chocolate milk. A
Chocolate
pint.
milk? You mean beef milk?
Yeah, like Hershey's. What do you call it? Nestle's Quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, a pint of chocolate milk in Manhattan is $3 to $3.50, depending on which store you're going.
you can get just get plain almond milk that doesn't have sugar in it. Just get the plain kind, and then just add cocoa powder and matcha. Do it that way.
Cacao? Cocoa
Cacao
or
powder,
cacao?
not cocoa. Cocoa will have sugar in it.
Right.
Cacao powder.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is not too expensive. It comes in a little bag, or depends on the size you want, 100 grams or whatever, and it lasts quite a while. And the matcha,
Go get a chocolate bar and melt it.
well, then you get the sugar.
I know.
Well, if you wanted, another thing you could do is you could take a.
We're going backwards.
You could take you could mix a blend of a very ripe banana into it. A very ripe banana will taste sugary.
Hey,
In
Wrights,
fact-
what's her name?
Who's that?
What was her name?
The girl you were just talking about when you were sleeping.
I was sleeping.
Yeah, we couldn't make it out. You were, I think, sounded like Linda.
Yeah, you're
Uh-huh.
dreaming. And
Linda Lovelace.
You're good, fitness. That was good. That was the way.
Oh, Linda.
We haven't heard from
Talk-
Denizen.
Talk to me, Linda.
Denizen, are you asleep?
he'd probably get something to eat or something.
He's
He
probably
sounded
working on
pretty wide
Trump's.
awake.
He's probably working on Trump's legal defense.
No, maybe he's out with the KKK going to make a burning cross at somebody's house.
Now, what happened was a black guy jogged by, and he's out there watching to see what he's doing.
Right. Yeah.
I drove by and what?
A black guy was jogging by, and he was thinking maybe he robbed something, so he went out there to check out and see what's going on.
He took his gun.
Well, you got to admit, this has been one hell of a stream. Son of a gun. 3 of them. Wow.
That's
That's
what happens.
amazing.
When Nudie stops by your stream, you're not getting sleep for a couple days.
Well, we got to think of something to argue about again. We got to liven this up a little bit. Let's see. We hit the Middle East. We hit the guns.
I think I'm
We
going to
spoke
start
of
a Packy
abortion.
dot selling business. What do you think?
Who?
What?
What?
I'm
What?
going to start a Packy dot selling business.
What the
I think
hell is
it'd
that?
be pretty- Selling Packy dots, you know?
Oh, you mean the red dots that the Indian women wear?
That's right. That'd be pretty lucrative.
What are you going to use to put the dot? Red ink?
Hello. I'll
Why
put
are
them in
you
there for you.
encouraging him? Why are you encouraging him?
And we'll experiment. We'll start a new trend. We'll enhance the tradition.
You know, fitness, you can't stand up for black people and then kick Pakistani people in the face.
No, I don't do that. I actually enjoy different cultures.
Then don't encourage racist assholes.
I was just trying to get, a little controversy going. That's all.
Where's the racism in this? They wear these things.
Yeah, but
It's their tradition.
Is the racist part.
What attitude? I have no attitude.
You're being very disrespectful.
That's your perception.
No, that's what you're doing.
No, I'm not.
You're gonna sell
Not at all.
That
Yeah.
is
Why not? Hey, whatever works, you know.
You
That's a
think
big
what makes
business.
you think?
They're called
What makes you think?
bindies.
What
Bindies, that's right.
What makes you think they're going to go to you to get that mark put on their head?
Well, if I enhance
I'm
it
gonna
enough
take
and
business
start a
away.
trend and it becomes popular.
I'm gonna
I
take the
don't-
business away. I'm gonna say, look,
I'm
he calls you
a
Pat-
risk taker. I'm a capitalist. I'm a
You're
risk
not-
taker.
An entrepreneur, huh?
Yes.
I got an idea. I got a better idea. You'll make more money at it. Why don't you make the turbans that the Sikhs wear? You get yourself the material. You got a sewing machine. You sew it
They're
all
ugly.
up.
I'd have to. Yeah, I don't know how to make that look.
Those
pretty.
are
those are
people
ugly.
those people are very, very, very non-violent people. I like the Sikhs. I like all the people, man. I don't care where they come from. Oh,
We all bleed red.
Maybe it's Denizen who's snoring.
No, that's right.
You think so?
no, he's out at a white pride rally.
I'm up.
I think I might
Who
have.
said I'm up?
I think I recognize his voice from Charlottesville.
Nobody gets
You know, the guys that
around
tiki
here.
torches say the Jews will not replace us. I could have sworn that was one of those guys was him. It sounds like him. If he was out there, if he heard that, he definitely would have responded, I would think.
Who?
Dennison.
Yeah, I
No,
think
he's
he's
not.
going to get some grub or something.
He eats grubs?
Yeah, of course he does. That's white trash delicacy.
White trash delicacy is a Big Mac.
Actually, I don't. Well, not in rural America because they'd have to travel an awful long distance to get to a McDonald's.
And spaghetti, the favorite of them Wapahos.
Well, you're telling me that you had zucchini pasta,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
With tomato paste, and that's better than any Italian sauce you can have. Boy, you don't know Italian sauce.
Not tomato paste, but a tomato-based sauce that is not like your conventional Italian pasta sauce.
Where did you get it? Where did you get the tomato paste? Out of a can, or?
I made it. Not tomato paste, tomato-based, B-A-S-E-D, based sauce. A sauce based from tomato.
What kind of
I made
tomatoes
this.
did you use?
Homemade from scratch, grown on the homestead here.
I made this from scratch.
You still got tomatoes growing over there?
Oh yeah, it's a greenhouse.
Oh,
Plus, he's in BC. They have better weather.
Yeah, we got. It's actually been pretty nice lately. This was a long summer, so there's still a lot of
I'm wearing a coat.
full-fledged harvest to go.
I'm wearing my winter coat in the house.
why? What's the temperature where you are?
I think it's like
Here, where I'm at,
Yeah.
it's the nighttime, so it's a little cooler right now. It's probably around 10 C, I think. Let me see.
Which equates to what Fahrenheit? I have no idea.
Give me a sec. No.
look it up in the Googles.
I can't have on my phone right now.
Oh.
That's where
12
I'm
C
at right now myself.
Hold on. The Celsius Fahrenheit.
I'm gonna guess 55 degrees.
Yeah, 53.
53. What about you, Miss? How cold is it where you are?
During the day right now, it goes up to about between 65 and 70.
That's pretty much what it's been over here. And the lows are similar. I think tonight's low is 59, but don't quote me.
And maybe in about 2 weeks, though, it will be less than half that. It's going to get cold soon.
By the time it hits Halloween, we'll probably get a snow. Right now, it's 6 degrees Celsius. No,
That's
wait.
what it was like in Winnipeg,
Wait a
too.
second. It's not 6. It's 4.
Which
In
means it's
Winnipeg,
probably what, 40
It's
degrees?
3.
That's about
3
40
degrees
degrees,
Celsius.
right?
Probably. Because 0 is 32.
Right.
Yes.
That I know.
It's 3 degrees where I am. And tomorrow the high is 7.
So then, Miss, you've lost the leaves all fell off the trees already, right?
No.
Oh.
We're still in fall. The trees, the leaves are falling, but tomorrow's low is going to be 0. So it's going to be at freezing mark tomorrow.
Well, that'll be the end of the leaves.
I don't know. You know what we haven't had? Every fall, every autumn, there'll be like a lot of wind, and then that'll pretty much.
Yeah, usually you get the heavy rain with the wind, and that knocks the leaves off the trees, well, pretty much all at once.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's,
We have. Yeah, there's still tons of leaves on. They're not even red.
what the hell just came up on the screen? What was that? A Ku Klux Klan?
Yeah, trying out for the KKK. What do you think? I like my hat. Think it
Yeah,
works?
Ding Dong.
I don't like it.
Ding Dong's pretty good.
You like it?
No, I don't like it.
It looks like
They
a
made
gun.
us. It is. They made us wear these in grade 1.
You had to wear one of those?
If you're bad, yeah.
And chances are you were.
More than chances.
We didn't have dunce hats when I grew up, and you're 10 years younger than me.
No, you didn't have them. What? Were you in private school?
No, but if I'm paying to send my child to school, I definitely don't want them wearing one of those hats. Holy
Oh
crap.
yeah, we were in Catholic private school. It was strict.
I went to Catholic. No, I went to Catholic school.
Did they
I
beat
thought
you
you
with
said
the ruler?
Private
they-
school is different than Catholic school.
Did they beat
No,
you with the
that's-
rulers? The wood rulers?
2 years prior, I just escaped that. I was so lucky.
My mom.
the-
That happened
the-
when my mom was a kid.
Those nurses, you could tell they would have been just itching to crack.
That's
2
that
years.
Tough, that tough love.
They took that law. They made it
Unbelievable.
illegal for the nuns to do that. Yeah, and they could do it on the knuckles, and they could also do it on the butt exposed, and it was legal.
Nice.
I went to Catholic school for kindergarten, the senior kindergarten, and grade 1. And we never had that kind of shit. And
I went to the school of hard knocks.
My mom said they'd use cane. I thought she meant a cane that you walk with, but she meant the cane. What do you call that? Cane.
In Brooklyn, the teachers beat us with nightsticks.
Or was it bamboo? Come on. What? Who beat you with nightsticks?
I'm kidding. No, they didn't put their hands on me. I could tell you that much.
We had a male teacher for grade 5 because it was usually a female teacher we had, and Mr. Major, and He was a big, strong guy. And one time, this guy Craig, he was a little guy in my class. He was a real smart ass. And so he had to go out into the hallway. And there were lockers out in the hallway. So when the teacher finally went out to go see him and deal with him, we heard bang, bang, like he was throwing them against the locker and stuff. But then Craig comes in, he's not even upset. And people were asking him, and he said, no, he said, just tell them that I did this, right? He didn't, he was just making sounds with his hand. Come on. When I was a kid was when they were starting to change that. Like they were allowed to hit you, but they knew damn well that the parents are going to get really pissed, so they didn't do it. But they were allowed to legally.
Well, then you were allowed to legally hit them back.
No, you're not. I know that because my brother hit his teacher.
What happened to him?
Trouble. Well, she had Mrs. Miller. She was really, really compassionate and nice, and she knew that my brother was suffering at home, and so she just helped for him. That's when they started to see if he had, like they gave him that Ritalin. They found out he was ADHD, and they gave him that. Not that that's not why he hit her, but that's when they found that out, and they started giving him Ritalin, and that was a new thing back then.
Yeah, they were going to either give me Ritalin or I had the choice to go to the farm. I chose to go to the farm.
Oh yeah, I know. Well, he didn't have a choice, and they just gave him the Ritalin. They were at their wits' ends with him. They didn't know what to do, and they listened to doctors. But that shit just made him wrong. He was wrong. He was better off, Patrick, you know. He didn't like it, you know. He just didn't feel like himself. Can't even imagine. And when Natalie was growing up, her father's brother, he had some stepkids, and not only were they giving that boy Ritalin, but he would be like, "Did you take your Ritalin?" Like it was so humiliating. Somebody, you should mute whoever it is. Snort. That's a good name for the snoring person.
Probably that must be Rights. You still there, Guru?
Hold on, yeah.
So we got Smiley's out, Dennison's out.
Yeah, but only mute one of them so we can see which one it is. Oh, it might be Smiler.
Shit.
No, I think it's Rights.
No. Wrights was breathing heavy, but I don't think he was actually snoring. Oh, unless he's falling asleep now.
No, I don't see any of the avatars moving.
No, I know. I was trying to study it before. It's not enough to. Nudie, are you going to do this or what? I think he just muted himself.
I froze. Am I back?
Oh, okay. Yeah. No. Okay. So it could be Smiler, it could be Wrights, or it could be Snork.
Oh, it's definitely right.
Why don't you guys start screaming? See if you can wake any of them up.
No, because I can wake my neighbors up. Probably already kept my neighbors up.
Oh, you don't have any neighbors, Guru, do you? Scream at them.
He's got
don't.
cougars that will eat him.
No, none over here. I'm
Oh,
not
that's
in the
right.
woods.
You're in a house or an apartment right now. You're not in the
That's
RV.
right. Yeah.
I forgot about that. Okay, yeah, I think you're
Mr.
right.
Mr. Right! Wakey, wakey!
Mute him, and then we'll be able to see if the snoring stops.
I already did. Listen.
No, you didn't. Oh,
Yeah, I
okay.
did. See?
Oh, okay. What, are you going to let him snore?
No, I'm going to wake him up.
You
Yeah,
can
as
do
long as
that
this
while
doesn't-
you mute him.
See if it freezes me again. Let's see if it works. Hang on.
You could still mute him at the same time as you wake him up. at all these pussies on the fucking panel.
Who is Snark? Is that Dennison?
That's
Citizen,
Dennison.
yeah.
Yeah, that thing makes me freeze when I use it sometimes.
What? You just
The
muted
sound
him. It
thing.
worked.
No, the sound thing that I made the bell there.
The bell?
You heard that, didn't you?
I didn't hear a bell.
Oh,
I
let
heard
me
you
try
go,
it again.
Mr. Right, but I didn't hear a bell.
That was after that. Yeah, maybe I got to turn it up. See if it works. It's a bicycle bell. Here it comes. Hang
Oh.
on. It usually wakes him up.
Ching. No, we're not hearing anything.
Didn't hear that?
No.
Nope. I
What
didn't
the
hear
hell?
nothing.
What the hell?
Have you got it as an MP4?
Nah. No, it's just a sound file.
I know what you
It
could
usually
do.
works.
Shoot
Well,
your gun.
MP4 is a sound file.
Shoot your gun.
What kind of file is it?
If you didn't hear the bicycle bell, you wouldn't have heard that too.
What kind of file is it?
A regular sound file.
No, that's not an answer, Nude, and you should know that.
I don't know what the sound files are on this thing. It's just not a wave, but whatever the other one is. It's, not probably MP3. I would imagine.
MP3?
I think, but I'm not sure. Why?
Well, okay, because if it was an MP4, then you could put it on that thing that's underneath the overlay. You know where you
Oh.
add a file. But
Oh,
you know
yeah.
what else you can do? You can open it. Are you on the computer? Oh
Yeah.
yeah, you have a phone. Open a window, put the MP3 in that window, share the window, and then it'll make the sound. As long as your
No,
browser.
there's some. Hang on, let me try and refresh. Here.
Oh, the KKK's gone.
He'll be back.
Yeah. Hey, pussies, wake up. Yo, rights.
I don't know why the yard is so laggy. Last couple
The
times.
oligarchy. They're fucking with their internet.
No, I don't think it's that. It's
I'm kidding.
probably isn't that great here.
There's some people who that's the very first thing that enters their head is that they're being shadow banned or they're getting, it has to be the oligarchy's after.
Okay, let's try that again. See.
Why don't you try my idea?
Because I can't play the thing.
Your browser won't play that file?
No.
Did you try it?
Yeah, I have to play it through this thing, and
Oh, rights. Wake up. Rights. Is his real name a secret? Nudie? Great, now we can't even hear Nudie.
yes, it is
Yes, it is what?
a secret.
Oh, okay.
You gotta lay off the pot. You forgot your question that fast?
Yes.
Well, now he's just a tractor. So, let me double check again. Your idea was what again?
Take the file.
Mm-hmm.
Mute rights. Take the file. Put it in a browser window. And then share it. And then play it.
Put the file in a browser window? I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Like open a new tab. And then you can either drag it or you can open it. Like, click on open and then.
You can drag the file in the browser tab?
Yeah. From the that file that has all your files, like the the file folder.
Yeah.
Take
Yeah.
that file, just drag it into a new window. Don't drag it in this window.
Okay, hold on. Gotta find where the hell the
file is.
yeah.
Miss knows an awful lot about computers. Is she a government hacker?
No, I'm not a hacker. I don't know
I'm kidding.
code, but I used to build computers, like the desktop computers
Really?
before laptops came out. And plus, I've just been fucking around with them, so I know some things, and there's other things I don't know.
All it is buttons. You just have to press them all to see what they do. And then after you found out you broke it, you have to factory reset and start over again.
When I got my first Atari computer, and then I opened up the files, and my brother was telling me like an exe file that does this and a DOC file does that. And so I went through the computer in that file folder and clicked on every execute file, every exe file. Why are you not, I was going to call you honey, why are you not muting rights? Save his dignity.
No, we don't care. We're used to that.
Just bang a couple of pots together. That'll do it.
Pots and pans.
Yeah.
He's got so many records of him snoring on panel on his own channel.
Like this is actually his own channel.
And this is mild, actually.
Just
Well,
remind
this is but the genre that I go over to. There's one of the content creators is hooked on pain pills with fentanyl, and I'm not kidding you when I tell you this. Virtually every stream, the last couple hours, he's just nodding out, literally nodding out in front of the camera.
Yeah.
Nodding out.
We know drunks that do that. Okay, so you remember what to do? You find the file, drag the file into a brand new window, then share it, and then play it.
I remember.
You know what? We could do it on YouTube, for fuck's sakes.
What do you mean on YouTube?
Just find a bicycle bell sound. Bicycle.
Yeah, but
bell.
it's got to be this one because it works. This one. I just got to find where the program stored the original files. I had the additionals that I added, but it's not in there. Where are they? That's got it. Gotta be an app that I would imagine. And app data. Roaming. No. Really? Programs, comment. Damn
This
it.
one.
Let me look it up.
This one.
Program files. Let's try that. Program files. Where the hell are you?
Look in the basement. Look in the basement.
Okay.
Okay, ready? I think I picked the right one. There's a few bells on here, but I think I picked the right one. Oh, rights.
Yeah.
There he is.
Now we can't see if it'll work.
Actually, we can.
I just unmuted him to see if. Oh, that's not going to work. That won't work on him.
This one.
That might work.
This
That
one.
might work.
Oh.
That's one.
Power's in my hands, people.
Yeah, that's. Oh, he's awake.
Power's in my hands.
I knew that would be the bell. What?
Sounds like the Good Humor ice cream
The
man.
bell's in your head?
Yep. Always revenge. Terrific. Good humor, man.
What's this one?
Yeah.
What do you
good
do?
humor.
I've never seen this one. That's a cool one. I don't think it's very effective,
Nothing but
it's nice.
I get nothing but the best. Remember that. Oh, nothing working?
You can have the best.
How would you prefer to be woken up, with a bicycle bell or with pots banging together real loud?
Bicycle bell, definitely.
Yeah, bicycle bell, definitely.
I was thinking about
Yeah.
screaming fire, but fire!
You can get arrested for that.
Shit, I don't like to
That's
sleep that
not
time.
free speech.
Oh. Hmm.
Only inside
That's-
private place.
Well, guys, I think I'm going to be taking off. So I'll let you guys talk now. And when you guys are done, just tell me and I'll shut it off when I wake up.
Where you
Ah,
going?
you wuss.
Where
Yeah,
you going?
I'm going to get some, I'm going to sleep. I'm falling asleep on you guys. Shit.
Yeah,
But yeah, you guys go have a good time. And
You sleep when you're dead.
yeah, I know it. I am dead. Tired. You guys go ahead, though. I'll leave it on. You guys have a good time. Thank you all. I
Thanks
do
for having
appreciate you
us.
showing up.
See you
Hey, no,
later,
I
Ike.
had a good time. It was
Good night. Good
fantastic.
night, Rice.
Good night, you guys. Thank you very much. See you guys in a
Thank you.
while.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, see you guys. How the hell I do this?
How do I get out of here?
I saw there were 3 comments, but it was just fitness and nudie. He can't
Yeah,
even
I
find
just
his way out.
I just looked at the comment section. There's nobody in there.
No, but
Everybody's all passed out, and I'm getting there myself too.
I hadn't checked the comments since I was sitting in the private chat with Denizen. So I looked and there were 3 comments, and it was 2 from you and 1 from Nudie.
I'm gonna have second helping of spaghetti, and then might be almost time for me to call her a night too. So
Yeah, but you can't end it, so
well, that's right. You guys can stay if you want. Just don't porn bomb him. You know, he'll kill me.
I think we ran out of stuff to talk about. We're not the ones who put up videos with dead people's bums and call people N-words.
You should.
I shouldn't. I'm a more civilized human being.
You're a simpleton.
You want to call names now?
The shoe fits.
Okay, racist pig.
I don't think you understand the definition of racist.
I don't think
I don't
you
see races. How can
Decent
I be
behavior.
racist when I don't see races? I don't believe in that fairy tale nonsense.
No, but you don't have any sensitivity to their feelings.
How can I have
therefore-
sensitivity for something that I can't even see?
I know you need a heart for that.
Nothing to do with heart. It's everything
Sure
to
it
do with
does.
not
Yes,
being
it is.
brainwashed.
No, you're just trying to make a point, and it's a shitty point.
No, it's not. It's a very
Yeah, it
good
is.
point. That's an opinion of lemming mind.
No, and
Yep.
you're a hypocrite about that point. So you're not even a purist about the goddamn point,
What here? Where's the hypocrisy?
because you wouldn't call a retarded person a retard, but you would tell somebody about.
I wouldn't
the
call a
dot
black
on their
person a
head.
nigger either.
How fucking stupid you sound when you say about the dot on their head. Like it's just so.
That's from being in their environment. That's what we called them. Go grab me my dot. I told you my best friend was Pakistan.
Oh yeah. Somehow that makes it okay.
Yeah, I got it. The rhetoric from them. You're crazy.
Because you know why? It's just like when when black people call themselves N. Okay,
Yeah,
it's just
so?
as ignorant. When Pakistani kids think that they should join in with this shitty behavior.
Get over it.
They figure that somehow it takes away the power. But when they go to get a job from someone like you, then they're not very happy anymore.
Get over it.
Why don't you
That's
just
that's
learn?
lemmingitis.
Why don't you just learn?
You learn.
No,
You
you
learn to
think you
get out
know
of your
everything.
brainwashing, your
You think you
cognitive
know
dissonance.
everybody. You think you know everything, and you don't. Obviously.
You think I know everything.
Well,
Yeah, if you want to stay in brainwash fairy tale land, that's your prerogative. I'm not. You don't have to like it, but you
I
have to accept
understand
it.
your point. I understand your point. It's just that it doesn't trump being decent.
I'm not trying to trump anything. I'm just not
No, listen to my words.
in the
I
brainwash Leamington
understand
mindset.
what your point is, but it doesn't trump being decent. If you have
I'm
the
not
choice
trying
to
to
be
trump anything.
decent and you have the choice to be indecent, you're choosing indecent.
I'm being real.
No, you're being
Being
heartless.
being fake is indecent. Being fraudful is indeed decent. Propagating the narrative of your fraudulent oppressors is indecent. That's all
Well,
hypocrisy.
you're propagating the narrative of the oppressors
No,
by
I'm not.
saying those words. Yes, you are, because those words were invented to divide us, and you are propagating that's bullshit narrative.
She's
No,
got you there. She's got you
I'm
there, George.
propagating get over it. It's bullshit.
How about you just be decent to your fellow human being?
I am decent. That's
Okay,
what,
so
how I
not
be
everybody,
decent. I don't
not everybody
fall for the
subscribes
bullshit
to
and I
your,
don't propagate it and I don't advocate for it. It's a get
not
over it. A
everybody
bunch of bullshit.
subscribes to your
I don't
narrative.
care. It's not my narrative. It's the truth.
No, you have your own narrative.
No, there is no narrative. That's the point.
Because you have no culture, you don't appreciate
Right.
culture.
No fairy tale. No
No,
lies. No
no,
bullshit. No
no,
brainwashing.
you're missing something. You're
No
missing
corruption.
It's a perfect world.
It's not, though. Can you imagine not being Italian?
Well, it's for Guru, it's his perfect world.
Yes,
That's a
but
made
he
up
can have
thing,
his
Italian.
perfect world in his mind. But to take that and spill over and start
Well,
hurting.
what are you going to do
Well,
about it? What are you going to
do
do
no
about that?
harm, Nudie.
What? There
Do
is
no
no harm.
harm.
Show me the harm.
The harm is in the heart of the person.
Oh, boo
that you,
hoo hoo.
exactly,
Snowflakeism. Get over
exactly,
it.
exactly.
You harm
So
yourself if
you're
you do that.
choosing to do harm because
Whatever.
it's convenient for you.
Whatever. That's ignorance.
Whatever is ignorance.
Your mindset and brainwashing is
Whatever,
ignorance.
whatever to me is the song of the coward. Whatever, that's the song of the coward to me, anyway.
What, that I don't want to continue to participate?
No, I think it's just rude.
Walking away from nonsense is not cowardly.
Yeah, well, how many times have I just left it and you had the last word and I just fucking left it?
Do you want the last word? Have it.
Well, obviously, if you're going, I will get the last word. But I don't, it's not about that. It's just that
Well,
you're
then why did you bring it up?
You're refusing. No, you kept on going. You kept on going.
What are you talking about?
You kept on going. You didn't
With
just
what?
drop it. You didn't
With
just
what?
drop it. You
With
didn't just
what?
take your last word by keeping on doing it.
Doing what?
Oh God.
You're not making any sense. I'm I'm not. You're trolling yourself.
You know damn well what we're talking about.
I don't.
Well, then why are you arguing if you don't know what we're talking about?
I'm not. You are. I'm asking you. I'm confused. I don't know what you're talking about.
Why are you arguing? I'm not.
That's right. I'm not.
That's an argument.
No, it's not. You want me to argue.
It's like a
Otherwise you drop it.
Python sketch now.
I've already dropped it. I was confused at what you're saying. You wanted to turn that into me trolling.
You
How
pretending you don't know what we're talking
How
about is trolling.
I'm not pretending nothing. How manipulative.
Oh fuck.
Yeah.
Huh. Pot kettle.
I don't play those childish games.
Right.
That's for children.
Right.
I say I don't understand something. I don't understand something.
We were talking about the word PAKI. Remember? Or do you smoke too much pot?
Are you done?
Do you remember?
Are you done? Yes or no? It's a simple question.
You're going to take rude to the nth
Yes or
degree.
no?
You asked me a question.
Yes or
I
no?
answered the question.
Last time, yes or no?
Do your magic.
Are you
Mimi.
done? Yes or no?
Do your magic.
All right.
Uh-oh. Now what?
Very, very simple. Don't do that kind of bullshit here.
Oh, let her come back up. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah. You got to draw a line somewhere.
Somebody
Not
got-
interested in that. That, you know, it's just childish. Not interested in that. You don't draw a line, then, you know, it just keeps going for nothing. So anyway, that to the side. I'm going back to spaghetti.
Well, now what? There's nobody to argue with.
I know, I gotta be boring. That's not what this panel is. You know, we kind of let a lot of stuff slide tonight, and very not typical. You know that you've been up here lately as well. I don't think.
Anytime I've been up here, it's usually just with you and Rights.
Yeah, just and a few of us or whatever. It gets a little bit more cluttered with more people. Of course, it also depends on who they are and the personalities or whatnot, you know. So it was all right. We let some things slide tonight. Probably be a little.
I don't think
tighter
there
on
was
that in
any.
the future.
I don't think there was any harm or any foul done, to be honest with you.
No, it's not that. It's just that you know we have a specific target focus for this panel, right? Like, you know, if people want to do more of the fuckery type stuff, plenty of other places for that. Not that we're not advocating to have fun. We want to have fun with it, but we don't want to. We want to be a little bit more stringent on not tolerating the fuckery to lead a better example, and also to stay more focused with the task at hand, which is kind of preliminary leading into the project once I finish and get my thing going. So it's kind of like pre-launch phase for that. And just talking about the stuff that people can do proactively to get themselves out of the shackles and whatnot. And then once I'm ready to go, then launch for full force into that type of stuff. That's kind of the idea. You know.
I hear you.
So it's very, you know, it's very targeted focus. Rights and I, we're into having a good time for sure, but we're not into the bullshit, you know. We really aren't. You know, no, a lot of people are just, it's just childish, you know. And there's so much childishness. I mean, you've seen it in the other, as you see, genres or whatnot. And that's just not what, that's just not what this is about. We're not doing that here, you know.
Well, I wouldn't consider this childish like earlier, especially the other stream. It was a little bit maybe.
Oh, there was childishness.
You gotta, yeah, but it's not like that other genre. That is extremely childish.
I bet. Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
people-
it's yeah. Comparing to the full-fledged drama places, definitely this is likely nothing. But even still, not going to be the typical here. That's not what this is about, you know.
We were in disagreement, but we were in disagreement on that, especially that the first stream, the first live. But the reality is, why it's a waste of
disagreement is
time.
not a problem, you know.
It ultimately is a waste of time because it's not like anybody can prove that their position is right
Well,
Oh,
yeah, if the conversations are opinion focused, then it's really it is just a waste of time because what does it matter, you know?
well, it's good to hear varying opinions, but when it gets to the point where people are just dug in and they're not willing to budge or accept any other new ideas, then it's a waste of time.
Yeah, and I don't know. Opinionated discussion even still doesn't typically result in much fruitfulness anyways, because why focus on things that aren't going to go anywhere? Talk about like facts, bring value to the conversation, you know, things that are factually truthful and ideas that you can do for yourself, you know, real value. Opinions, yeah, they have a little bit of value, but not really, not much, you know.
I think just from my opinion, I think that Miss kept her composure, especially on that first live. She was kind of the voice of reason and the voice of calm.
Cat?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah, she was pretty good.
now it's just you and I here, and any other times prior to these lives that I've been on with you, we never argue.
Yeah. That's because I'm not into it, you know. I mean, I was playing it up earlier just for
I gotta
fun.
tell you, yeah, it really did piss me off. With Smiler, I have nothing against him, but what really pissed me off about him is he's going to tell me, he's in England, he's going to tell me what it's like to live in New York City.
Yeah, don't take
Like
that up
that.
with me, dude. Take that up
Yeah,
with him.
I don't know. That irks me.
He's not here to talk about that. You know, you should talk about that with him.
Yeah, people do that in the other genre constantly. They listen to something they hear on the news and they run wild with it. New York City is burnt down. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
New York City, they're gonna kill you if you go there. What are you talking about? It's like when I'm talking to somebody and they're not from New York City, and I've never even lived in the state that they're in. I mean, not even have been there. I'm not gonna tell them what it's like where they live. I don't live there. How do I know?
Again, childish, right? That's the type of thing that is just best to walk away from.
Yeah,
It's nonsensical, unhealthy. It's not even banter. You know, it's worse. What's the point? We're not in grade 4, you know?
Yep. Well, I guess. Excuse me. America is kind of still, at least for now, the big city up on the hill. Because I've gotten into it with another content creator from England in that genre. His focus seems to be solely on American politics and very little on the politics in his own country. And my reasoning for that is, I guess, like I said, they look at America as the city on the big city on the hill, and whatever happens in America will ultimately end up happening there. For instance, if we go into a full-on dictatorship, their country will follow soon after. And these so-called democracies around the world will all fall quite rapidly because, America represents, anyway. They sell it as democracy, the biggest democracy in the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
But democracy is nothing to tout for anyway, you know? That's an unhealthy way to function. I mean, in a forced one where your position, like, it's all about capacity as a citizen. That's a worse capacity to be operating under. That's a slave status, you know?
Yeah.
One step above slave, feudal serf. That's it. Big deal.
Of the different systems of government, I've only lived under democracy. I don't know what it's like to live under communism or fascism, although actually Fascism
You're
is taking
you're living
hold.
in fascism right
Yeah.
now.
No, I know it's taking.
Communism,
I know.
maybe
It's taken hold.
maybe a little less.
I know it has taken hold. Fascism here in America it definitely
Yeah,
has.
totally. Actually, I think it's always been that way. It's just been lightweight and now heavyweight. You know, I mean, corporatism, capitalism is the blood life for fascism, and it will always evolve to that. It has to, because it's a competitive environment, and ultimately the way to the number one goal is world domination, and that's going to lead to one corporate thing that dominates. You know, that's the name of the game.
Yeah, but which country is going to end up being on top? Will it continue to be America, or will it be China?
There is no top. It's just one country with different divisions. That's all. It already is that. Again, it's just a Muppet show. People are getting directives from people who are telling them what part to play in this Muppet show. That's all it is. Everybody's on the same team behind the scenes.
We're falling apart. Society is falling apart over here in America.
It never was together.
Yeah, well, now it's a real shit show.
It always was a real shit show. It's just getting worse. And I think it's great because it needs to collapse. That's how nature works. You can only go so far, right? And it's the lackadaisicalness, the irresponsibility of the people that have caused all this. You reap what you sow in life. If people don't want to learn their lessons, they want to stick their head in the sand, well, you reap what you sow. That's how it works.
Ultimately.
You know, back in the 50s, it wasn't even that long ago, where the way of life was, even in the industrial class, still quite a bit more self-reliant. You had to at least have somewhat of a food garden back then. You couldn't rely on the corporate stores, right? It wasn't all that long ago where the knowledge to do that, you know, even just that amount of basics was just common practice.
In the 50s, the corporations hadn't really gained full control over our
Yeah.
food.
Yeah, it was still more like progressing, and it was more big industry, coal mining and whatever, right?
Well, in the 50s, you had how many millions of, well, maybe not millions, but how many hundreds of thousands of small farms that really, all collectively, is what fed the people in the country, right? And back then, they weren't using the chemicals they are now. They didn't even have those chemicals, most of them. And, you know, in the 50s, the American dream, you know, the White House with the picket fence was still somewhat alive.
Yeah, something
And
like that. And
realized by a lot more people than it is today.
there was, you know, agriculture, but it wasn't big agriculture. Like, it was small fry compared to this. It was still, and there was a lot more local family farms, and so it was still capitalism and corporatism, but it was healthier, at that time. And I'm not advocating that that's the way to go. I'm just saying that it just shows what the root of the problem is here. Why was it better back then? Well, because people were more self-reliant. But the root of the problem is not being all the way self-reliant. Putting dependency where dependency ought not to be going. Everybody who is indoctrinated in this ideology thinks they need government and doesn't even question that. What do you need government for? What do you need a nanny for? What do you need a babysitter for? What do you need another parent? What's the point of leaving the nested home? Just to have another set of parents that are much more stringent on you.
I say fuck the government.
Yeah, that's the only way. It's unnecessary. It's only necessary for lazy
control.
I'm talking about as far as the citizen
People,
goes,
yeah.
right? The people who are lazy and want to be spoon fed and don't want to take responsibility for themselves. You know,
Yep.
and some people, of course, you know, they're not as their genes aren't as good or whatnot. But that so what? Where there's a will, there's a way. I've seen people who are. I work for many people who are with disabilities, all different kinds, and some of the worst kind, like full on C4 quadriplegics, neck down, right? Motorcycle accidents and stuff. They run businesses. They get up every day. They got their shit together. They put most able-bodied people completely to shame. Totally excuse mode. Most people.
Yeah, and people are, you know, it makes sense to look for the easier way out, but when you do that with certain situations, it's actually a very bad thing.
Certainly, easier isn't always better or healthier.
Right?
Yeah.
You know, like if you work smarter, not harder, you know, okay. And that's you're doing basically the easier way out, which totally makes
For
sense.
sure.
But
sure.
when you do things like, you know, instead of going to the grocery store and cooking your own food, you're calling Uber Eats or DoorDash or whatever it is they have here.
Yeah.
It's that's going the easier way out there is actually very bad for you.
Totally. It's not even real food, you know. I mean, I'm so far away from that. I can hardly fathom that anymore. I mean, I used to be like that, you know, especially in my 20s, living the fast-paced lifestyle. What I was doing, I wasn't chasing monetary riches for the sake of being wealthy or anything like that. It was different. I was a musician. Music was my life. So what I really wanted to do was just try and hurry up and get the corporate bullshit out of the way so that it wasn't interfering with me being able to focus on that, you know? So in my 20s, I had this genius idea, you know, to try and compress 60 years worth of work down into as little as I can. Just go hard as I can, you know? And the theory was okay, you know, but I forgot about balance. So that was a problem there. And so I was doing all the wrong things. I was catering to the fast-paced lifestyle, the fast food, and, you know, different restaurants here and there, just anything I could grab. And it was nuts, you know, and it caught up with me. But those days are long gone now. And, you know, like I went out, back out off grid in May, and there hasn't been a day where I haven't foraged directly or got it directly from a local farmer that is a ally of mine, or like where I am right now in a homestead since I left directly. That takes work to do, you know?
Yep.
But it's good for you.
It's rewarding.
I wouldn't have it any other way. It's rewarding in the most exponential ways, health-wise, emotionally, psychologically, spiritually. People don't know what they're missing. They don't have a clue. They don't have a fucking clue because of all the excuses that they make, you know? And I think I've been saying to myself later, and that might be why I was a little bit shorter and sharper tonight. I was kind of second guessing myself. Am I being a little too tight? But I have to be, you know, because people are not taking responsibility to stop with the excuses and the bullshit. And I'm not going to adhere to that. If they want to do that, that's fine. But if they're doing it in front of me, whatever, I'm not going to sit there and just like let it pass by. I'm going to call it so that other people can see it and propagate that, hey, you know, you got a fucking tsunami 3 feet in front of you right now. And you want to sit there and focus on what? Yeah,
well,
it'd
that's
be
what I do
really,
that's what I do
really.
in that
Go
other
ahead.
genre. I'm making comments. I'm like, you people, well, you sit here and argue with each other like 5-year-olds. You know, the world is quite possibly on the precipice of World War III. And here you people sit calling each other stupid names, threatening each other.
Right.
It's like when the shit hits the fan, you're going to be woefully unprepared.
And complaining about trivial, nonsensical bullshit, meaningless nothingness, and set forth as a narrative by the narrative setters, propagate that to propagate distraction as usual.
And a lot of them buy into it so easily because they're so miserable.
Yeah.
With that drama, you know,
Yeah.
misery loves company.
That's right. That's what it is.
That, you know, I never realized until the other night when I was talking to you how prevalent this is on YouTube. I thought it was just in that genre. I had no idea. It's this technology, unfortunately.
Kind of crazy now. Not just on YouTube, on other platforms too.
Oh, I know.
Facebook.
I know. I used to have Facebook many years ago. I got rid of it probably 5 or 6 years ago. I just deleted it completely.
Yeah, probably wise move. You know, I'm only on the platforms for just the focus of the project. You know, that's it. But because I'm there, I can see the shit. You know, and I think it's a lot worse now than it ever was there.
Yeah, well, I think the reality is that the project you're working on, most people who involve themselves with social media won't even be interested in it. It's like they're
Most
stuck in
people
this
worldwide
fucking.
won't be interested in it. Yeah, it's not for most people.
I
It's
think
for a
people
select
that.
few.
Yeah, I
Mhm.
think that people that would be more likely to be interested in it are people that in countries that don't have all this technology at their fingertips.
Oh, no, there's some in every country. There's people who are, you know, the people who are truly tired of it. You're not typically gonna find around the environments where the bullshit is happening. You know, you're gonna reach them in different ways at different times. Sometimes you won't even know that you reach them, and it'll happen. I've been doing this in my private life for quite a long time. I'm just bringing it into using the internet as a tool to make it exponentially go further. You know, while the tool is an opportunity to do so, because it may not be for too much longer.
Why?
Well, the part of the plan is to make it so that in order to get access, like they've already done this in a couple countries. I forget, was somewhere in Africa, and I forget where else. Maybe even more than two now. Even just get access online, you had to have full COVID vaccines and retina scan, a few other things as well.
I'm waiting
So,
for the day to come, and I don't think it's too far off into the future where you've got to pay to come online.
oh yeah. Well, I mean, we all kind of do already, right, with the cost of internet. But yeah, it'll get like that. Already, I don't know if this is true, but I saw on Facebook there was somebody who posted a meme that Elon is now starting to charge $1 a year for Twitter X platform.
Uh,
I have
I
to
have
verify if that's true or not, but
I
there's a meme.
have Twitter, and the Twitter emblem went away, and it just says X there now.
Yeah. And
Uh,
did you see anything about that where it's going
no,
to
I
be
haven't.
$1 a year or something?
No, I haven't, but I'm not paying them anything. I'm not even. I wouldn't even give them $1 a year. And
Yeah.
I don't tweet. Right, my account is locked down, but there are a few people that I follow on Twitter. And I'll usually check in and see what they posted up for each day, but I don't spend much time on it. The platform where I'm spending my time is YouTube. And I believe the reason why is the interaction. You know, I've spoken with people from around the world. I don't know. It's not like I don't interact with people, but it's like I prefer, if I'm spending time on social media, to actually talk to somebody. Like, you know, to me right now, I consider this like I'm on a phone call. And there's nobody in the chat room, so it's just you and me. We're talking on the phone call. That's how I look at it.
Right.
You know, it's okay to be in the chat room for a while, but it's like, you know, your words are misconstrued. You can't really express yourself the way you want to. You know, your emotions can't be heard. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
You know, with Facebook, I actually used it for what its first intended purpose was. It was a people finder in the beginning. And
Kind
then
of.
I
Almost
quickly
like
saw
a
it. You know, I quickly saw it as like one-dimensional, and it was like the biggest misinformation platform out there.
yeah. I saw it as like, you know, they're putting your face to a book, a global book, right? And it's kind of taking that next sort of like catalog of everybody at school, the school, whatever that's called, the yearbook or whatever, the next level, and everybody has access to each other and post things and
Yeah, and then
keep
you know,
each other, up to date on the latest bullshit and gossip and blah blah blah.
you know what I used to do on it was I would go over to Trump's Facebook page. This was before he got elected in 2016, and I would start posting things about him, the truth. And I just kept getting put in Facebook jail time after time after time. I was like, this is fucking bullshit. I'm only adding to what these fucking pricks want. So I said, I'm getting rid of this. And that's it. My friend's like, you getting rid of Facebook? Like, yeah. Which, you know, like that, like you can't live without it.
Right? Yeah, people can't fathom that, right?
My life has been better without it.
For sure. You know, I haven't had a cell phone since I don't know what year was that when I 27, I think 28 maybe. It was a Nokia 5160. It's when color just really started coming on the screen. Only 8 colors. Before that, it was black and white with the snake thing.
That's a brick phone, isn't it? Like a one-piece phone.
Yeah. And I mean, there was no internet on it yet or nothing. That was not even a thing yet. Just text messaging. And
Yeah,
already,
I gotta tell you, I was very hesitant with the technology. You know, it wasn't until the year 2000 that I ever even made a phone call on a smartphone. At that time, I was still running my business off a beeper, a pager. And then one night, I needed to contact one of my clients, and my girlfriend was like, "Oh, use my cell phone." So I made the call on her cell phone, and not long after that, I ended up getting a cell phone. Just a regular, you know, basic cell phone, no video or anything like that on it. And what ended up happening was, I think I told you about this. 3 of my clients got together and they got me a laptop. Before they got me a laptop, the year before that, they chipped in and bought me a BlackBerry.
Okay.
And the BlackBerry wasn't capable of it didn't have video on it, but you could get the internet. And then they kept pushing me, oh, you got to get an iPhone. You got to get an iPhone. You got to get an iPhone. The iPhone came out in 2004. I did not get an iPhone until the year 2012. And I knew that I kept telling them, once I get that phone, it's going to be like crack. It's going to disturb my life. I know it will. And it has. You know, I know it has. I mean, if I didn't have an iPhone, I wouldn't be spending so much time online then I don't know. I mean, right now it's a beneficial conversation, but most of the time that I've interacted, not in this genre. Well, this isn't a genre with this channel, but that other genre is just literally a waste of my freaking time.
What is it, John? I don't know. You
It's
might have said it already, but I forget.
They call it MobTube, but there's no actual MobTube genre.
What does that mean? MobTube.
It
sounds like people. I don't know. It just it
what
spells drama all over it.
Yeah, well,
Other than-
what it started off as was a few content creators that would come on and they would rail against guys that were in the mafia that turned rat. And, ratted out, a bunch of people, and they would rail against them. And then not long after that, it evolved into a war between the content creators. They would call each other names. They would threaten each other. They're going to come to their house and beat them up. And so it went away from that. It's now like what it basically is you have about, I would say, 25 different content creators over there. I've only been to about 15 or so of their actual lives, and they work behind the scenes to fabricate drama. Like, I can hear what they're saying. So, like, listen, I'm going to call your mother a whore tonight. You come and threaten to kill me. You do your live and threaten to. And then
that
they
kind
had
of shit. Yeah.
Yeah, and then they have the subscribers who they suggest that they should, if you see somebody talking about me in that guy's channel in his chat, screenshot it and send it to me. So they get them to fight their battles. That's to engage them, right?
Right.
It's just fucking crazy. So now what it's boiled down to is I only actually go to 2 different channels. It was 3. But that one channel, the third channel, decided that he was going to time me out for 24 hours. Thought it was funny. And he thought that I would be just itching to come back after that 24 hours expired. And I haven't been back and I won't be back. That's it. I'm done. So there's 2 channels left over there that I go to. And I won't be going to them much longer. The one of them is this girl. Where does she live, in Idaho or something? And she's admittedly bipolar, and I feel bad because I go into her chat and most of the people are trying to rile her up, and I sit there and try to calm her down. It bothers me to see people scamming people out of money.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe in taking money off of anybody's plate, so I don't go in there and openly expose them. And I don't suggest that people shouldn't send them money, but I try to disrupt the process in my own way. And that's a waste of time too. It really is.
Yeah, for sure.
But it's been a learning process. I got to tell you what happened to me when I first got involved with this a couple of years ago. The first guy that I got involved with his channel, this homeless guy, he started cursing my mother out, threatening me. So one night, he was doing a live from his corner where he used to beg on Park Avenue and 28th Street. And I jumped on my bicycle with a baseball bat, and I went right over there. And I waited across the street until he was done with his live. He had no idea who I was. And I rolled up, leaned my bike against the pole, walked around to the driver's. So he was in the car, walked around to the driver's side of the car. I got this baseball bat hanging out of my freaking backpack. And I introduced myself, and the guy didn't know whether to shit or to die. And I said, listen, you can say whatever you want about me. You ever speak about my mother again, the next time you won't see me. I will end you. And at that time, I was, brand new to the YouTube thing. I didn't, I was taking things literally. And what ended up happening was he never spoke about my mother again. And when I opened my channel, I guess he thought I was going to be part of that genre. My channel has nothing to do with that genre. Nothing at all. So he would like do a live and he'd say, "I got this guy from New York City, the guy on the bike, the guy that rides the bicycle. He's calling me up and he's leaving these voice messages." And he would play a voice message from somebody, but it wasn't me. You know what I'm saying? First of all, I couldn't even call the guy. I don't have the guy's number, and I don't want his freaking number. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, this has been an interruption at times in my daily life.
Absolutely.
I've missed some workouts over it, or I shorten my workouts over it. I get all wound up. I lose a little bit of sleep over it. But my activity or my involvement with it now is very, very much less than it was. I look forward to coming over here because even though I was definitely a catalyst, to put it mildly, when we did the first live for the arguing, it was. I understand what you were saying before, that that's not what you guys want for this channel, and I apologize for that. But it wasn't like it was nowhere near what they do. I was making accusations that I shouldn't have made. Drawing conclusions that I shouldn't have made. I realize that, but I don't know. I didn't take offense to anything that anybody said, to be honest with you. It may have appeared that way, but now. But, at one point, I was trying to get Dennison to start raising his voice and start yelling and screaming. And that's not right. But, I realized the whole time that he has his stance, I have my stance, and neither of us is going to budge. So at the end of the night, it's a wash. Right? I wasn't trying to get him to change his position. You know what I mean? I was maybe trying to get him to admit maybe he was wrong about some things, but whatever. I still feel adamantly, with regards to George Floyd, that he was murdered, period. And, that's just how I feel. And everybody's entitled to their opinion. They can feel how they want, So, I don't know. Here it is, I don't know, 6 o'clock in the morning or so. So I haven't slept. So soon I'll get off of here. I'll go to sleep. I'll wake up at 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The day will pretty much be shot already. And that's not a good way to start the day.
That's maybe a little bit of the advantage being on the West Coast earlier here.
Yeah, well, 3 hours earlier. Still 3 o'clock. It's still 3 o'clock in the morning, or 3:30, whatever it is now.
Yeah, for most people's schedules, it's still filtered, and the day is.
Yeah, well, it's not like I don't have any sessions tomorrow. And actually, tomorrow is going to be my day off from exercise. I'm going to take it. I do 3 days on and 1 day off. I don't know what I'll end up doing tomorrow, but like I said, I probably won't wake up till 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, maybe even later. And how productive of a day am I going to have tomorrow? It's not going to be very productive. Early bird gets the worm, and I'm going to sleep. Well, early bird's out getting the worm, right? So by the time I get out there won't be any worms left.
Do you have a lot to do responsibility-wise these days, or are you more kind of? I know you have your business going, but is it more just like,
No, not really. I try to, throughout my life, keep my responsibilities the list as short as possible. I feel like the more wheels that I have turning, the more stress that I have, and the more troubles I have. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
absolutely.
like even like a thing like an electric bicycle, right? If I was to buy one of those things, I lose the simplicity of the pedal bike. I've now got something that's quite a bit more complicated. It's got wires, it's got a battery, it's got lights, it's got this, that, and the other thing. It's just, I would prefer to just ride the fixed gear bike that doesn't have any gears on it, no derailleurs to brake.
Mm-hmm.
It's very simple, it's very basic, it's very down to earth. And that's what I've lost with social media and these smartphones. You know, that whole like the down to earth. There's nothing down to earth about a smartphone or the internet to me, anyway.
Yeah.
Nothing at all. Nothing. So
Yeah, it's very synthetic.
it's plasticky.
Yeah.
It's like a foul. I can't think of too many adjectives that are positive about it. There should be, but you know, in the hands of man, especially a few bad men and or women,
Well, yeah. I mean,
ruins everything. Ruins
it's got it. That's it. It's got its place and potential, but you know, there's a reason why I was saying this earlier. It's not by accident. It's a worldwide web or internet. You know, it's to entangle people. That's exactly what it does. You
Yeah.
got to be careful with this technology. This one in particular, as you can see what happens, right? Like this one, you know, I mean, it's just like any other technology in its basic function. It's just an extension of the telephone, you know. We can communicate at great distances, just like you could on the telephone. And it can do much more than that, which is great, fine. But not knowing how to function without it and not doing life without the dependency on it when it's not necessary, such as every time you go to the grocery store, you use GPS and you never actually register that memory anymore to actually, when you look at physically at the map and map out your direction and learn the route and, you know, just these basic types of things, you know.
I've never once used GPS, never once. I'll go to Google and I'll look at the map.
Right.
And I'll map my way. I'll map myself a course or a route.
That's the way to do it. You know, I do that and I don't have a phone. I couldn't if I wanted to. Fruity, my girlfriend does, but she's not here now. And I will get a phone and I'll probably use it just to avoid like some of the roads here when they're really clogged. You know, it's kind of an advantage. If you miss an exit, it could be another 45 minutes during real bad traffic or whatever to recoup yourself. So to avoid some of that, because some of the highways are real crazy, especially when that sun gets on you and you can miss a turn. So to have something like signal you that turn is coming up is kind of helpful, you know. It allows you to be a little more relaxed when you're driving, and that's not bad. But just to rely on it solely, you know?
It does, but it goes back to what I was saying a few minutes ago, looking for the easier way out. What would happen before we had these smartphones? You knew you had to pay attention a little more closely so you don't miss that sign, you miss the turnoff or miss the exit.
Yeah, but I think it makes it a little safer. Like there's a balance there, right? And if you're looking at it that way, well, the car is a technology that is ridiculously clunky and not, awkward as well. You know, that's
but
not
I also
very
think
natural thing for us to be using either to begin with.
Okay, so think about this. So when you're using the smartphone to or GPS, so you don't miss that turn.
Yeah.
I think what that promotes is some like you kind of think you can multitask now because you don't have to pay attention to the sign. That GPS unit will remind you when you got to turn off. So now you can start thinking about other things while you're driving. Right? You don't have to focus on looking for that sign anymore, right?
Yeah,
It's
a
in
little
the
bit.
back of your head.
Depends on your
reality is-
mindset about it, but yeah, that can happen, right?
Right, but the reality is human beings really are not capable of multitasking, not on any great level. We think we are, but we're not.
Well, I kind of suck at it, you know. I'm not too
Well,
good more than like two things at one time. I've seen
Well,
other people that can do pretty good.
think
It kind
about
of makes
this.
me wonder, but
Let's say you're listening to a lecture on whatever it is on YouTube, and you're trying to read a book at the same time.
yeah,
You're not going to grasp either.
I wouldn't. Other people would though. I wouldn't. I don't know how they do it.
Or maybe somebody that has a photographic, is it, or photographic memory. There's not very many people that do, though.
More girls can multitask better, it seems.
Now, there's some multitasking, like limited, like little things you can multitask. Well, like obviously you can chew and walk bubble gum at the same time. But let's say I'm trying to, like, I don't know, I'm working on my bicycle, and at the same time I'm going to try to put together, I don't know, maybe like a piece of furniture.
Uh-huh.
Going back and forth, do a little of this, do a little of that. And that doesn't work out for me. You got to do one project, and then I got to work on the other. And if I do it that way, the project will get done correctly. I won't forget to tighten something on my bicycle or whatever, and the job will get done right. Like I used to work as a motorcycle mechanic many years ago,
Mm-hmm.
and it would drive me crazy because I'd be working on a motorcycle, and the boss would say, here's another bike. This one needs X, Y, and Z. Put that one down for now, because this one's more important. We got to get it done first. So now I got a bunch of parts for that first bike laying around, screws all over the place, and now I'm pulling another bike apart. It's, you know what I mean? And it's like when I finish that, then I got to go back to the first bike. I don't know.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah, I'm the same way with that. I think women can do it a little bit better, but men are better at structuring, it seems.
I'll tell you what happened to me one night when I was on a panel in that other genre. So I put a pot of water on the stove, and I literally forgot that I put that pot of water on the stove. And 3 hours later, I'm still on the panel, and I'm like, what the hell is that smell? Right? The kitchen's on the other side of the house. And it wasn't until I got off that panel that I went into the kitchen. And the closer I got to it, I said, something's wrong. All the water had boiled out of that pot, and the bottom of that pot was beet red. And I mean beet red. The stainless steel or the chrome, whatever it was coated with, it was gone. The pot was destroyed. And it's not a big deal. I don't care about the pot being destroyed, but I'm like, Jesus Christ, I could have started a fire. And now I'm breathing in this molten metal. It took hours to get that out of the house. It's like, so clearly I wasn't able to multitask. I wasn't even able to boil water and be on a panel at the same time. You know what I mean? I just completely forgot about it. I got so engaged and involved in what I was doing on that panel. I just didn't register that I forgot all about that pot of water. I don't know.
Yeah. So yeah, you haven't seen that? I see this a lot where people, they just, as I was saying earlier, the same store that they went, it's not even very far, 10 minutes or whatever. The 50th time, and they still wouldn't know how to get there without GPS.
Well,
That's
I don't.
crazy to me.
I think that when you made the example of the grocery store before, I think that some people usually go to the same grocery store, right? Unless they're traveling. I think that might not be the best example. I think anytime they have to go to a new address, they're relying on that GPS would be a better example. So,
well, using it to like see a route or whatever, that's one thing. But, to chart it out and then you see where you're going and blah, blah, blah. That's the old fashioned way. The same thing you would do with the way you used to do with the paper map, you know?
With a yeah, like a Rand McNally map, a road map.
Yeah. Right. And so the brain functions, and at least after the second time, you know, usually by the time you got home and went one more time that way, you know it pretty good after that if you're paying attention a little bit, you know. But these people with the technology now, it's like the atrophy. It's just insane.
Yeah, the way I am, like, you know, when I get a new client, I have their address written down, the apartment number. But once I've been there the first time, I could tell, I'm telling you, God's honest truth. I can't tell you the address of any of my clients. I know where they live. I know where I'm going. I know what the building looks like. I remember the apartment number. Or most of the time, there's a doorman that buzzes me in, that calls upstairs, and you know what I mean. Same thing when I was a bicycle messenger, right? I'd go to a building the first time, 747 3rd Avenue. Okay, that's on 47 between 47th and 48th Street on 3rd Avenue. The next time I went there, I wasn't looking for the address on the building. I was looking for the building itself. So I make like a mental note of that building. And then it got even in greater depth because I would remember many buildings on the way to that building that I knew I was going to see. I don't know if that makes any sense to you. But anyway, I don't know. This is bad news. The social media is bad news. It's really bad news. You know, the computer itself, there's been a lot of positives from it. Like, for instance,
For sure.
in the medical field, right? You know, doctors and scientists have been able to utilize it to expedite the maybe the process of making a certain medicine that benefits people. You know, like the thing with the vaccine, right? You know, one of the arguments people would have against the vaccine is they would say, well, you know, it took 10 years to invent the polio vaccine or the chickenpox vaccine. And I'm like, yes, it did, but they didn't have computers back then. So they were actually able to expedite this a lot sooner. And, you know, I don't want to get into an argument with you about the vaccine, but I don't believe that there's these worms that are growing now from the vaccine. How people can say that because they saw a video on YouTube where a guy posted a piece of paper that says this. That piece of paper could have been generated on anybody's computer that had a printer.
Oh, sure.
You know what I'm saying? It's like I stick with you know, what the professionals say, people that study the field. You know, like one of my former clients, well, technically he's still my client, but his wife worked for the CDC. And
Who's that? What's the CDC?
This Center for Disease Control.
Oh,
and before
that's all bullshit.
She had a high level position, but right before the lockdown started, he ended his sessions with me, and he said, listen, my wife is in Washington right now. She's at a meeting, you know, wherever they do their meetings in Washington, there's some kind of a virus that's going to be problematic. We're going to have a big problem with it. And he goes, you can't come to my house and train me anymore. So I'm not kidding you when I tell you this. 3 or 4 days before the lockdown started, and anybody was even talking about mask mandates, this doctor suggested that I start wearing a mask. And I did. And I looked at the doctor. You know, the guy was like 74 years old at that time. And he had, you know, he was a doctor that worked out of, what's the name of the hospital? Memorial Sloan Kettering, which for cancer research and for people suffering from cancer, I don't think there's a better hospital than that in the whole United States of America. And this guy also won, I can't remember the name of the award, but only 12 other doctors had won it. On top of that, he was the head of nuclear medicine at Memorial Sloan Kettering. So I when he told me that, I took it seriously, and
I believed in what he was saying. And, you know, I never had any problems wearing the mask. I really didn't, to be honest with you. You know, I always try to see when, like, one door closes, another one will open. That wasn't the case here, but, like, okay, so I got to wear this mask. Well, what are the advantages of it? Well, when it's cold out, that mask on my face helps to keep me from breathing in or inhaling in this really cold air. It hits my lungs. It actually keeps my face a little bit warmer. You know what I'm saying? I would look for things like that.
Yeah.
And, you know, I wasn't going to take the vaccine. I think I explained this to you, not because I was afraid of the vaccine itself, but I'm petrified of needles. But at that time, one of my friends suffered a severe spinal cord injury, and I was the one going to the hospital to help him and see him every day. Like in the beginning, I was literally go there and fucking feed him his food. You know, he had his neck was opened up. They put titanium rods in his neck. You know, his family lives, closest family was like 8 states away. And then one day I went to go in to get the guest pass at the desk, and the guy was like, "Listen, have you had your first shot?" And I said, "No." "Why?" "Well, this was on a Friday." He said, "Starting Monday, if you don't get the shot, you can't go upstairs." Now, what am I going to do? I can either not get the shot, not go upstairs, and just leave my friend hanging,
Right.
or grin and bear it, grin and bear it, get the shot. Now I can continue to help my friend. That's what I did. You know, I don't. There was a benefit when I took the shot. I had a little bit of eczema. I can never pronounce it. Eczema on my elbow, and I would say within a week after taking that shot, it went away completely, and I mean completely. And that lasted for about 6 months, and then it came back again, but not as bad as it was. It wasn't bad to begin with. It was a very small mark, but you know, it was something that I noticed. So whatever was in that shot for that 6 months definitely boosted my immune system to the point where it put the eczema in check. But then when it came back, I realized that whatever benefits that shot gave me had now, you know, gone away. So I had the option to go get the second shot. The hospital kept calling me. You know, I got the Pfizer shot, and I just never went back to get it. And I'm not going to go get another shot. Now, if I was in a similar or the same situation and I had to, okay, I'll get the shot. You know, it's just, I know that if the shoe was on the other foot, my friend would have done the same for me. And, you know, anyway, that's it. So, yeah. Now, what are the long-term adverse side effects from taking even one of those injections? I don't know. Nobody does.
Yeah.
But do I think that there's worms or this stringy thing that's growing in my freaking veins and it's going to clog them and I'm going to just drop dead? I don't believe that. I don't believe that for 1 second. It could be true, but because somebody is throwing that around on social media, namely YouTube, you know, creating this video, this live, and they're showing this paperwork that anybody could have, you know, like I said before, printed up.
Right.
That doesn't mean anything to me. It really doesn't. You know, I believe that when people who don't understand an issue, right? Now, who would understand the vaccine and the development of it unless you were a scientist, right? I think oftentimes they look for a conspiracy theory and they use it as an emotional remedy because they don't understand what's going on.
Sure.
You know, and that's the other thing is the conspiracy theories are rampant here in America. There's a conspiracy theorist and a conspiracy theory for virtually anything. Doesn't matter what it is anymore. And I've got, you know, when I'm on YouTube, well, in that genre over there, I believe nothing I hear and about half of what I see.
What's that? Sorry? I cut out there last
when
thing
I'm
you
in,
said.
when I'm in that genre over there,
Yeah.
I believe nothing that I hear, and
Oh
about
yeah.
and about half of what I see.
Oh, that's
That's a
you
sad
give.
statement. It's a sad statement.
It is, and I think you're even giving it too much credit.
Yeah, well,
Just because I seen it, you know.
it's fucking crazy. So like, it's a sad statement for our society that this is rampant on YouTube.
Well,
You know,
not just YouTube
this,
again. You know, it's a waste of
yeah,
energy, right? And you know, I'm not interested in it. And, you know, I'm not here to pay attention to any of that nonsense. What I'm really here to do is just tell people that, hey, I'll tell everybody, but there's only a small handful, small select few who are responsible minded and are looking for answers like I was and other people, you know, and to learn how to really be not dependent, government dependent tied and really learn all the stuff that I talk about, you know.
yeah. But how many of those people do you actually think are going to give up their smartphones and their computer and go live off grid? Very, very few. Very,
No,
very few.
quite a few, lots. There's tons of people doing this already. Tons.
Well, I think there's probably in the order of 1 million people here in America that actually do live fully off grid. Maybe it's not quite 1 million, but it's not far from it.
I don't know what the count is, but worldwide it's lots, and that's just still people who are, you know, somewhat corporate tied. There's all kinds, and you know, I'm not just here for the person who wants to go all the way. I'm here for the person who wants to make any positive, self-responsible direction for improvement on themselves. You know, on any level.
I say fuck them. I say the same thing I do with exercise. You know, I'm not I don't push people to exercise. I'm not a social media influencer. I'm the type of person that if you decide you want to exercise, I'm more than happy to help you.
That's
but
it.
I'm not going to talk you into it.
No, waste of time. That's what I'm talking about. I'm here for only the ones that have a genuine interest. And that's it. That's why you won't see me in, you know, places and both focusing on that. I make rare little exceptions like that, like even tonight, a little bit. And I used to do it a little bit more because I was doing a bit of my own psyop, if you will, learning the rhetoric as to different semantics that are reaching people and whatnot. Spent about over a year doing that to get it right down to science. And then I concluded that, and now I'm moving into different phases. So that was the only reason why I was really spending any extracurricular. I'm really not interested in that anyway, you know?
Yeah, well, I can tell you this much about that genre that I'm still loosely involved with. They tried every which way to get me to send them a Cash App or a Super Chat. And I was smart enough never to do that because once you send a Super Chat or even a Cash App, they now have your name. And what a lot of these jokers will do is they'll try to extort you. And, you know, I'm the type of guy that if somebody tried to do that to me, I'm probably going to end up in jail because I'm going to go knock on their door. And it won't be pretty. It won't be pretty. No, I just, you know, like even earlier when you guys, I don't know if you remember this or not, if you were paying attention, but when you closed down the last live and you said click the link, it's in the back room. Remember what I said? I'm not clicking no fucking links. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you didn't get it.
No, I know. Well, I saw the link. I went back there, and it's like
that was a StreamYard link.
I know, and I ultimately I clicked the StreamYard link to come on the panel each time.
Yeah,
right?
you have to.
I just, you know, as a safety precaution, I've never done that. I've never been in a live where they've done that, and I don't know what the fuck is in that link. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
if it's going to have an IP tracker on it somewhere hidden in there or
Well,
whatever.
you gotta learn to read the links then, because it's a StreamYard link, right? It says it right in the StreamYard
Yeah, it
/ whatever.
says, yeah, I know, right? And it's always, slash blah, 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 blah. It changes.
Yeah.
It's different. They used to try to do that to me over there in the other genre. They would
Yeah,
do
there's
things
people
like
that
say,
do that.
yeah, they would do things like one night they said, hey, we're going to play poker online. I'm going to drop the link. You click the link, and we'll have like 10 of us on this. We'll be playing. I'm like, no, I'll pass. I'll sit and watch. I'm not clicking no fucking links. Not going to happen. Like I said, the only links I ever clicked on was the StreamYard links to go on the panel. And even then, what happens sometimes is when you click on the link, it'll ask you to sign in.
Yeah.
With your Google account or your YouTube account. And the reality is that content creator, if they're pretty good with a computer, they don't have to be an expert with it. From your signing in through that Google account, they can actually access your Google history.
Yep.
Right?
Oh, they can hack your device if
They
it's
can hack your
sophisticated.
device. Exactly. So, I have a big time internet technology guy, and I could go to him, but I don't want to trouble him. It's like, I don't like to do that. I got news for you. This guy is actually friends with the owner of Google, who's not the sole owner, but the biggest majority of it, and YouTube. And on numerous occasions, I've been thinking, let me ask him to shut this shit down. Let me ask him to go, contact his friend and shut it down. But I never have.
What the other? The
other genre.
place?
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
yeah. And I haven't, and I won't. I haven't, and I won't. What I can tell you is this. I can tell you this much, that, about 15 years ago, I saw a video on YouTube. This is before I was interacting in these, chat rooms. And it was him, and somebody created this video about him, and it was all negative and bashing him.
Mm-hmm.
So the next time I went to train him, I was like, hey, Chris, are you aware that there's this video that's bashing you on YouTube? He was like, no, what are you talking about? So I gave him my phone. He went into my YouTube history. He saw it.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, that motherfucker. So he goes, I'll take care of this. I'm friends with the owner. The video just disappeared. And it wasn't like, cursing or anything like that. I was just making allegations about him.
Mm-hmm.
And I knew right then and there that those allegations were not against YouTube's policy. He got that thing removed. I know that if I wanted to get that genre removed, I could. But I don't believe in taking food off another man's plate, even if that man is getting the food illegally, scamming people. That's his business, not mine. That's just how I grew up. It was instilled in me. So I'll just keep my mouth shut. But I've been, little by little, I've been working my way away from that genre. To be honest with you, totally honest, I realized after I was involved with it for a few months, it was almost like a drug. I was addicted to it. I didn't have to sit there 24 hours a day, but I had to kind of like pay attention to what was going on. Because if you miss a day or two, you get lost.
Uh-huh.
It definitely became an addiction. It most certainly did. And,
like any other TV show,
Yeah, and in the beginning, when they would block me, I would just go back and make another account.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't do that anymore. That's it. I'm done. If I get blocked or even timed out, even if you time me out for if they can only do it for 60 seconds now, you won't see me anymore. I'm gone. That's it. Seriously. YouTube is a big world. There's many other genres that hopefully have some more positivity to lend than that freaking piece of shit.
You know, it's eye opening. I don't know what the actual percentage of people walking around in America are sociopaths and or not and or but are psychopaths. Excuse me, but it's clearly obvious that not all psychopaths are sociopaths, but many of them use social media as a tool to manipulate, many people at one time. Bad news. Like when you look at somebody like on Facebook, right, that just has a Facebook account and they don't use it for business purposes to advertise their business, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they have 3, 4, 5,000 friends on their friends list. That person has to be at least a narcissist. Who the fuck has 5,000 friends? Nobody. And it's sort of like they collect. The more friends that they have on their list, the more important they feel. To me, it's fucking monopoly money. Like years ago, I had friends like that. I'm like, dude, you don't even met these people. Why are you calling them your friends? They're your acquaintance, but they're not your friend. I make friends in real life, face to face, through experiences that I go through with them where I learn that I can trust them, right? How the fuck you do that online? It's like, I view you as I'm a guy that I'm friendly with. That's an acquaintance online. Am I your friend? Are you my friend? That's not how I see it. Maybe I'm screwed up, but
Whatever. Those are just labels.
I don't know. I have I can count my real friends on one hand, and I think most people, if they were being honest, they would say the same thing. Maybe both hands, but
Mm-hmm.
it's like that other genre, right? And I'm pretty sure it's similar throughout this YouTube. People will consider each other friends. And it's like, dude, you never even met this guy face to face one time. What are you fucking kidding me? You got to be kidding. How is that? And then they give their loyalty. How the fuck are you loyal to somebody you've never even met? This is insane.
Yeah.
And then it's like then the content creators demand loyalty. What? And then I like how they, when you go into a chat room, there's a little like blue message, says something to the effect of, it's from YouTube, and they suggest you try to protect your privacy. And then these content creators will say, why should I listen to you? You're hiding behind an avatar. I'm like, well, you're the one doing the live, right? Why the fuck do I have to show my face? I'm going to take YouTube's recommendation seriously. You're trying to get me to expose who I am so you can try to use it as leverage against me. Ain't going to happen. Not with me. No. It's not going to happen. Like I have come on, I think the first time I came over here, Ruski was over here. And actually, the reason why I remember why I came over here now, I found out Ruski was here, and somebody in Ruski's chat blocked me. And I wanted to make Ruski aware of that. Somebody from that MobTube genre. And I did. And he was like, oh, okay. I was just going to ask him to unblock me. He was like, well, I'll unblock you, and I'm just going to give you a wrench so that he can't block you again.
Right.
But that night, I was talking about, a little bit about who I was to Rights. And, I was like, I'm known for doing handstand push-ups. And just so he would know that I wasn't some bullshit artist, I did turn my camera on. And I banged out, I don't know, 15 or 20 handstand push-ups, whatever it was. So, and I did that because, the reason why I came over was to talk to Ruski. I didn't know anything about the channel, right? I didn't know the premise of it or anything. And I liked what he was talking about. So, and I thought that it was only right that, anyway, whatever. Uh, whatever. But, like, even like when I do my YouTube videos, right? I won't look directly at my camera when I'm doing them. The stuff I post on my channel. I'm almost always wearing dark sunglasses, always a hat. It's because of that genre that I got involved in. Somebody over there, if they can get a clear shot of my eyes on the camera, will know somebody in the police department somewhere in this country, and they'll scan the photo and get my eye print. And now they know who I am, and it's like, I really don't care so much if they know who I am. I'm not a criminal. I'm not like wanted by the law, but they'll try to use it in a way to defame you, and it's like, fuck, man. They would ask me things like, well, what's the website you use for your personal training business? None of your fuck. I'd lie to them. I'd say, I don't have one. You know what I'm saying? I don't have one. I get my just anyway.
Yeah.
It's really the social media is a lot more treacherous place than I imagined. I grew up in a treacherous neighborhood, and I can deal with treachery face to face, but I'm learning to deal with it online. It's a whole different animal online. In the beginning, I really was very bad at it, the treachery online. I was taking it literally. And like I said,
Oh yeah.
when
I
I
see
went
that happen a lot.
when I went over to that and met with that content creator that night, that's not something I would ever do again. That was 2 years ago. But that's the treachery. That's the way I took it. That's what it led to. That's what it led me to do. I didn't touch the guy. Didn't have to. I got my message across. And that was it. I'm telling you, I can't tell you how many people over there threatened to kill me. They threaten to kill each other all the time. All the time. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you people, man?
That is the question,
And but the reason why that never bothered me is because having grown up where I grew up, I grew up in the street. I'm one of the guys who used to hang out in the corner. One of those fucking guys. Not anymore. Well, when I was a teenager, I was. And I know that if somebody's coming for you, they're not going to tell you. They're just going to show up. The last thing they're going to do is blast out in the chat room somewhere on YouTube, I'm going to come to your house and kill you. If they were really going to do it, they're not going to say a word. But it's like, I don't know. And the other thing about that, and I think this is true for pretty much any genre, is that most of those people that carry themselves that way would not carry themselves that way if they were in front of your face. They would be backpedaling, and they would be, trying to compliment you. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's fucked up. You look at, like, when I look at cell phones, right? Around the year 1999, 2000, somewhere in that vicinity, give or take a year, almost everybody had a cell phone, but it wasn't a smartphone. And they'd walk down the street in New York City, and they'd be blasting away talking to whoever they were talking to, kind of loud usually, so that everybody could see they're talking on their cell phone, right? And then what happened? The smartphones came out, and little by little, you didn't see too many people talking to each other on the cell phone anymore. Now they're typing each other text messages or emails. It's like, I can see the progression, how people are becoming less and less interactive face to face with each other. And that's not a good thing. That's a bad thing. It really is, in my opinion. And it's bad for me personally. I don't like it. So that's why, like, if I'm going to go to a live, most of the time, I would prefer to go on the panel and talk to people as opposed to sitting in a chat room typing. Anyway,
Yeah, for sure. I'm trying to remember if I've really done that in a chat room. Typing with just a group of people typing.
No, like when you go to a live,
Mm-hmm.
you go to the chat, right? And you can leave comments.
Oh, I see what you're talking about. Yeah.
Right. I've never gone to any like this Discord stuff. They kept trying, a couple of the content creators. Oh yeah, click the link. Come to our Discord. Fuck that. I ain't clicking that fucking link. I don't want nothing to do with your Discord. I wouldn't say that to them, but that's what I'm thinking. I'm not clicking that fucking link. What the fuck do I YouTube is enough. Now I need the Discord too? Fuck that shit. And the stuff that I hear that goes on over there, according to what I'm hearing, it's even worse than what goes on YouTube.
It depends. It's the same. It depends. It's basically, Discord is. You can almost do everything you can do on YouTube on that except post videos.
Yeah, there's a lot of treachery that goes on over there, though. I'm not saying everybody in the Discords.
Doesn't matter where you go.
Treacherous. That's fucking. The reality is that I have a better understanding of social media than I did a couple of years ago, but I still don't really have as good of an understanding as I should. It really is fucking treacherous. Not everybody's treacherous and not everybody's bad, but trying to decipher the good people from the bad on a social media platform is not my forte. I'm at,
you got still learning curve then, because it'll get to the point where it's obvious. To be frank, 98% of the people are just not worth your time. Unless if you're interested in the soap opera drama crap. That's what this platform caters to, right? Number one.
Yeah, well, that's one of the things that I noticed about this platform with this channel is that there's no Cash App posted, and not that there's anything wrong like with certain content creators providing whatever it is, especially if it's like valuable information, to post a Cash App. But my mind has been poisoned because of that other genre. They all have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, this, that, and the other fucking thing, and then Super Chats as well. And it's just, I go out and I make my money. I earn my living. I think that if that's somebody wants to go on YouTube and scam people, make up drama bullshit, that's how they earn their living. Okay, fine. You do what you want, but I ain't giving you a fucking dime. Fuck that shit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Seriously. It's like they do things like, it'll happen again this year. The Wounded Warriors Project, right? Is like a charity set up for, wounded soldiers here in America. And there'll be some guy that'll come on and he'll say, oh, yeah, I'm collecting for the Wounded Warriors Project. So, send me as much as you can. Get the fuck out of here, man. If I'm sending money to a charity, first of all, I understand that charity only has to give 10% of the donated money to the actual, whatever they're collecting for. And I'm sending it direct. I'm not sending it to a fucking third party. Like, what do you think? I'm an idiot? Like, I have detached myself from many of those people. I keep them away from my channel if they're blocked. They try to suck you in and they tell you, oh, I'm not really involved with that genre. Bullshit. Not only are you involved with it, you're fucking part of the scam.
Yeah. All right.
So I don't tell them that anymore. I just block them. I don't even just block them. They're gone. Hide author from the channel. That's it. Goodbye. And here's what happened too with that genre. You see, me and my half brother, when we were talking in the beginning, we first started. I'm the one that got him to this genre. Well, not to this genre, to that genre. We were talking about possibly starting a channel. And the premise of our channel would have been to expose the scam artists in that genre. And because we both are from New York, from Brooklyn, for whatever reason, the majority of the people in that genre, the vast majority, are not. And they like to hear people talking from New York, especially if they're Italian, because the whole premise is mafia. Now, me and my brother aren't mafia. You know, he was in business with one big mafia guy in particular, but I'm not going to get into that again. But they felt threatened by us. So I said, listen, Joe, tonight when we go on this guy's panel, let's see the reaction if we say we're really seriously contemplating opening a channel. Oh, they didn't like it. The other content creators and that content creator did not like it, did not like that idea. So now my half brother disappeared. I haven't spoken with him and I haven't seen him in any of the chat rooms. Now, he may have been going in there under a different name, but I doubt it. They'll ask me about him quite often. Where's Joe at? I have no idea, no comment. But what was I going to say? Oh, so when I opened my channel, they immediately thought that I was going to try to, enter this genre and do what they do. You know what I'm saying? And they now, I think, understand that I'm not. I have nothing to do. The only thing I have to do with the genre, with these two channels that I'm still going to, is I'll go in their chat rooms. I won't even go in the panels anymore. You'll never see me on a panel over there again. I told them all that. I was over there earlier today on one of the channels that I go to, one of the two channels, and the content creator was like, "Hey, I'm dropping a link. Anybody wants to come up, come up." And there's numerous wrenches that he had in there. Yeah, go up there, fitness. Go up there. I'm like, nah, I'm not going. You go up there. I swore off the Mob 2 panels. It's a waste of my fucking time. While they're calling each other names, I'm like, my comments have nothing to do with calling people names. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I'm posting like truths about Trump. And that's the thing, that genre over there is at least 90% Trump supporters. At least 90%. And if I said, this freedom that you think you have is an illusion, immediately, like I'm some kind of crazy guy, and they're all ganging up on you, like it's like whatever. I laugh at them. The thing that
freedom? They think they have some kind of freedom.
Oh yeah, they think they're they're in America, they're free.
Oh, that stuff. Right.
Yeah. Bullshit. Like you were saying about money earlier.
Rhetoric.
What is money really? You were saying something to the effect of, and I totally agree with it. What is money? Money is basically like a pass. You got the ticket to get in to do whatever it is you want to do.
Yeah, privilege slip or permission slip. Yep.
Exactly. And you could say something like, the money you own or you have, you don't really own. The government printed it and they own it. Oh, fuck you, they say. What are you talking about? You're out of your mind. Go take some medicine. All right.
Yep. Tinfoil hat rhetoric response.
Yeah, and those are the people that, not all Trump supporters, but the vast majority of them live in fear, right? That's one of the things the major things that he uses to manipulate them. He gets them to be afraid. Like, for instance, the MS-13, the gangs from, I think it's El Salvador, wherever the fuck they come from. I'm going to get rid of them, and they kill people over here, and they do it. They make it painful.
These are the
gets them scared.
These are the people that actually advocate and want a government and want a ruler. And I'll never understand that. And to each their own, that's not I'm not interested in focusing with that mind. It's a waste of time.
They do want a ruler. I think it's more than that. I think they found a bully and they like to stand behind the bully. They found a bully.
Yeah, it's totally. It's a false sense of security is what they're after. Right? And it's totally delusional. The bully is your fucking oppressor. I mean, the person you're standing behind is the one that's oppressing you the most,
Yes, I
Yeah.
see 5D Freedom says, still going on about Trump for fuck's sake. Yeah. Anyway, that's the other thing. Is mention Trump and if they're a Trump supporter, first thing they think is you're a Biden supporter and you're a liberal fucking left wing wacko. Well, I'm neither of those.
Right. That's winger rhetoric. I get it all the time. Apparently, I wasn't even born in America, if there is such a thing. And I always get lumped in to far right extremist view or something along those lines. Like fuck. How could you be so jaded? You don't even know like where I grew up and my upbringing, or I am always presumed to be American, always, without even hearing my voice.
Yeah, well,
to most Americans, it's like there's nothing outside of that. It doesn't exist, even though you're online it's a world wide web, right? And
Yeah.
you're in a vicinity with people from all over the world. Americans don't really understand outside the borders. They
No.
just don't see it. It doesn't exist mostly, a little bit, when
Yeah.
the media talks about it, maybe. That's about it.
Well, the thing is that the media doesn't really give us the news outside of the country. They give us very little. But it's available if you have a smartphone or a computer.
Especially with the internet.
Right. And that's the thing about, most people who have, even if it's just a smartphone, they've got a computer built into it, and they don't utilize it to their advantage. Yeah, they download music they can listen to, and yeah, they'll use it for GPS. But if they hear somebody say a word that they don't know the definition of, will they make it a point to at least write that word down and later on look it up so they can learn what the definition of it is? Most of them don't even do shit like that.
You know what the funniest thing is? Not that there is such a thing as a free country at all. It's impossible. That's an oxymoron. Same thing with the Sov Sit bullshit. That's an oxymoron. No such thing. The idea, though, that's always touted is, America is the land of the free. It's the freest country in the world, and blah blah blah. Most of the people saying that, I'll ask them, "Have you ever traveled?"
Nope.
No, like maybe a little bit. Maybe. Well, how far did you go? Well, I've been out of my state once.
Yeah.
I know. I've been on 2 fucking expeditions and then other travels as well. America's nowhere near the freest country. Not even close. And not even close to the most beneficial and the least amount of oppression. It's the opposite. In fact, Mexico, right under the fucking nose of America, is far, far more free than America. And
Canada's-
far, far more lucrative and far, far more beneficial for anybody, even in the corporate world.
Canadians
ridiculous.
Canadians enjoy more freedoms than Americans, don't they?
I don't know about that. If you have money, maybe. It's real expensive to live up here, especially up on the west. Probably close to New York in prices, I would imagine. I think, the metropolis, the real heavy ones, are always the ones that are a bit more expensive. Gas here, for example, we're at around $2 a liter. I think that's got to be about, does that work out to be
$8 a gallon.
something? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, well, $8 Canadian a gallon, so that's what, $6.50, $6.75 American?
Right.
A gallon?
I
Yeah,
couldn't, to be honest with you, I couldn't tell you what the price of gas here is in New York City. I'm going to guesstimate it's somewhere between $3 and $3.75 a gallon right now. But that's a guesstimate.
That sounds about right to what I know in the States. So, yeah, I mean, it depends on what you mean by freedom. As far as listening to government, what they tell you you can and cannot do, no, I think definitely more oppression up here. But at the same time, if you have a bit of balls and you're willing to go outside and just do what you want anyway, you probably get less resistance up here than you do in America. The cops are a little bit more militarized in the United States, depending on where you are. So you get a little bit more abuse than you do up here. But it's hard to blanket slate that because it all boils down to individual circumstance, where you are, who you're dealing with, you yourself. If you look like somebody who just is going to get stereotyped because people just don't like you're too overweight or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
All kinds of different scenarios. So you probably ask 10 different people that same question, you're going to get 10 different answers, you know.
Yeah, it's gotten to the point now here in America where many people are convinced that if you don't run around with, if you're a man and you don't have at least 20% body fat, you're skinny. You're not healthy. I swear to God, there are people that believe that obese people are healthier than non-obese, but they think that you should have a little extra weight on you. Having that little extra weight makes you healthier. They really believe that. I think they know that they're lying to themselves is the reality with that, but they don't want to do anything about their weight issue, so they'd rather just believe that falsehood. I guess it gives them, I don't know, justifies their reasoning. I don't know. But I try to, as much as possible, think outside the box with virtually everything that I engage in. I've never been one to adhere to rules. I don't like authority. Never did.
Right. Well, that's what government's all about, you know.
Well, fuck them.
That's it. Probably one of my most meaningful quotes is be your own author of authority, or someone else surely will.
Yep.
And it's a lifestyle. That's the way you got to live, you know. It comes down to this, there's cowards and the opposite. What's the opposite of a coward? Courageous people, you know. You got to be courageous to live this life. Living in a corporate lifestyle is for cowards.
Yeah, it's also for the lazy. It's also for those that don't have confidence.
That's it.
And those that just don't understand.
And who don't want to understand. Not interested. You know?
Nope.
And it is what it is, you know. And I mean, I'm long past being bothered by any of that. I was never really bothered anyway. You know, I accepted that a long time ago. As soon as I kind of really realized what was going on, it was just obvious that, oh my God, right away, the obviousness of most people are just stuck in their indoctrinative trance and really crazy glue anchored into it. And there's not much you can really do but accept that, you know. It's just the way it is. A lot of people get caught up and disheartened by that, you know, and then they get off on these tangents. We gotta wake people up and all this kind of stuff. You can't do that. They got it. They're gonna want to. But it's all good. There's, I've got lots of allies that I've made over the years in my personal life. Great people. Learned so much that I never even thought about in terms of how to work with nature and cooperate with people, different styles, different ideologies. It's fascinating. Really, really intelligent people that taught me a lot of things. And that brought up my value. You know, I have a lot of wisdom from that. I can share and help and teach people. And that's what I want to do. People who are interested and help people in turn, in kindness, you know. I recognize the value in that to uplift more people who really want that for themselves. And so that's what this is all about, you know.
Yeah.
Just focusing on that specific mindset of individual who is really just serious about I don't want this bullshit life, you know. I know there's something else. Maybe I just don't know where it is or what it is or how to attain it, but I know it's there. I can feel it in my gut, you know. If only I had some guidance or direction or whatnot, you know. I know there's people like that because I was like that, and the people that I came across were like that. So I know there's more people like that, you know. It's few and far between, but that's enough, you know.
Yeah, I'm
Does
a
it?
little bit my ideology, for lack of a better word, is a little bit different than yours when it comes to that. You know, when I look at going off grid, I look at going off grid by myself. I don't want to be with other people.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's like, it's not that I don't like people. It's that, to me personally, if I go off grid with a group of people, I'm still going to be subject to some degree anyway. There's going to be a de facto leader of the group, the way I see it. I'm not involved. I don't want to be involved with that shit. I'd rather just go by myself.
Sometimes it depends. Sometimes there's all
Yeah,
kinds of
well,
different, you know, styles and structures, and
I
the
don't,
real
I don't, I don't
the
want to
real
be.
key is fluidity. Whatever you do, fluidity.
Yeah, well, I don't want to be the leader of a group, and
Yeah.
I don't want to be under the leader of a group. I want to lead myself.
Yeah.
Oh, that's it. Call
Yeah.
it selfish. Some people might call that selfish. Fine.
Who cares?
Exactly.
Well, who
That's
cares what people
your
think?
opinion. Fine. That's exactly.
Yeah.
So I know that, you know, like, I trust in myself, right? Like if I'm going to work on my bicycle, even, right? I got the money to take it to a shop. The money's not the problem. If I take it to the shop, what if the guy doesn't tighten this bolt enough, or he over tightens that bolt?
Mm-hmm.
Now the bike breaks down, and now I got a fucking headache. I'll do it myself. This way, I know it gets done right. Right? I don't, you know, count on other people to do things for me unless I have to. If I have no other choice, you know, like if I needed to, the frame broke on my bike and I wanted to weld it. I don't have a welder, so I'd have to take it to a welder, right? But if it's feasibly possible that I can take care of it myself, that's what I'm going to do. So, anyway, it's like, you know, I gotta, you know, for me personally, I am losing faith somewhat in humanity as a whole. Yeah, I just like, I guess I should really relate it to like the social media thing.
Faith is an unhealthy ideology. You don't need it. All you need is knowledge, wisdom, your health. That's it.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that there are even people that come on this panel that will like say, "Oh yeah, I know such and such. I've been on one panel with him or her, I don't know, 50 times already. That's my friend." Right? What do you mean? That's your acquaintance online that you're friendly with, but that's not your friend. So they've, like, when they say that, what I'm hearing is they're like in this, they're kind of left reality to a degree, because that just doesn't make sense. That does not compute with me.
Well, whatever. It's just a label.
Well,
I don't, you know, those are kind of, I get what you're saying. That's more trivial stuff, you know. And yeah, a lot of people, they think they're making friends with people who are really, a lot are just taking advantage of them and shit, you know. But that goes on real world as well, you know. Just an extension of the real world, really.
Yeah, it does go on in real world as well, but it's you know, in real world it's more difficult for somebody to try to take advantage of you. And the reason why I say that is that you can actually see them, you can see their body language, you can see those when they get nervous, You
That's
can see
right.
them when their eyebrows raise when they're lying. You can see them when they look to the right when they're lying. You can see them when they won't look you in the eyes when they're lying.
Right.
Right? You can even the tone in their voice will change. You tie it all in together, and anyway.
Yeah, it's easy to hide online.
Yeah, and you know, like, what does a con artist do? Usually, a con artist, somebody's just looking to take advantage of you. It's almost always for money. What do they oftentimes do? They'll compliment you, try to reel you in, and then eventually,
Bait and switch. There
right?
it
They'll
is.
make their move. They'll play you, and then if you challenge them on that, usually what they'll do is they'll try to gaslight you to get you to doubt your own reality. No, I never said that. No, I never did that. No, it wasn't me that got that money. It was that guy over there.
Mm.
Right? Well, anyway. Anyway, I should get off this freaking.
Yeah.
Get some sleep.
All right. Me too. Yeah, I gotta contact Rudy as well. We got some stuff to do. So, all right, man. Well, thanks for the wrap, and it's great being on panel with you and everybody else. If there's Dan, good morning to you. If there's anybody else in the chat, we're gonna call it I don't know, what is it? A day and a half? I don't know how long we've been on this. I think we're on our third one. That's a long time. All right,
Yeah,
guys.
Hey, listen, real quick before you go, I just wanted to, apologize again for that first live. I got a little too excited. And I did make some statements that I regret, and I didn't really mean. I was going like overboard, but anyway.
I think it's all good, no worries. And I probably wouldn't even remember it if you didn't remind me anyway. But since you mentioned something, I think I'll just remind that, moving forward here, I think I'm going to set the stage a little bit better and be a little bit more vigilant on, having a sort of a tighter focus, so to speak, where, it's not about, we need to be way above, the fuckery groups in our focus and our demeanor towards each other and our respect towards each other, and have fun and not take, the bullshit seriously, because that's just bullshit, whatever. But take the focus seriously, because that's important. That's what we're here to do.
Yeah, well, with the two gentlemen that are now sleeping that I was going at it with, that first live, nothing they said I took personally, nothing at all.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it may have appeared like that at the time, but looking back on it, I don't think I could go on panel with either of those guys if they were willing to talk to me. I don't know how they feel about it, but I have no issues at all whatsoever.
I'm sure it would probably be mutual, knowing them. Everybody around here is good people, and everybody also knows that there's some craziness that goes on too. So people are pretty liberal. So
Right.
It is what it is. It's all good. It's all cool, and we're gonna keep going. And we got lots to look forward to as we progress with things. And yeah, feel free to be around for all of it.
I look forward to the next time you guys do a live, and if I'm around, I'll definitely at least be in the chat room.
For sure.
All right.
Yeah, we'll probably still be looking to do these Friday things. Seems to be kind of the main thing for the time being. But then you never know when things surprises can happen during the week too. You never know.
Yeah. So you guys were up. So you guys were like literally up, or doing a live all night Friday.
Yeah. We started. Rights went live there. I was scheduled to go with him, but I got caught up in traffic. There's a construction and an accident, so I tried to message him, but I didn't get. He didn't check his email until after I texted him when I got home, actually. So I wasn't there for that part. By the time I asked him, "Do you still want to go live again?" and he said, "Yeah, sure." I think by the time we actually went, it was about 2 in the morning, my time on early Saturday, the beginning of Saturday.
I
We've
think
been live.
I think I was sleeping at that point already.
Were you?
I might have actually checked in, like not checked in, but like left a comment or two
Yeah, I think so.
on that second live. The first one I was there for.
Right.
All right. So anyway,
That was early Saturday morning, so we've been live since then. This is part 3, as you see in the thing, and
So,
each
yes.
one is almost 12 hours, 11 and a half hours each or something, 10
So
hours
you're-
each.
So you're gonna go to sleep now. How long are you gonna sleep for?
Oh, actually, I'm not yet. I'll probably be up for another half a day or so, still working with my girlfriend on some stuff that we got going on over in France right now. And then after that, I don't know. The rest could be, it varies. Probably a little longer. A few hours at least.
I'll let you go here. I'm gonna go do what you got to do, and I'm gonna try to grab myself a good 7-8 hours of sleep.
All right, man.
All right, girl.
Okay, you have a good one. Take care.
You too, ciao.
we'll
Anybody
see
in
you later.
chat? If there's anybody in chat, good night to you guys as well. Ciao.
And good night to everybody as well. Thank you, everybody, for being with us. We'll see you soon on the next one. Nudie Dunce Hat is over and out. Peace out.